Hello everyone and welcome back for the LCK for a new Saturday showdown and a new set of games. I hope you're ready and I hope you guys are ready. How are you doing?
Pretty good.
Time traveling here on the disc.
Yeah, I'm representing 50s, you're representing 80s.
Yeah.
And Ox is just
representing himself.
Yeah.
As it should
just
be.
Ox. Yeah,
His amazing self. And it's more than enough, of course. Let's focus on the set of games we have on our hands today. It's gonna be a tough one, guys. As you guys can expect, Gen.G versus T1, the rematch here in the Summer Split. But maybe a different one than the
it
one
will
we
not
had,
be the same.
this big,
As of course the history between these two organizations, amazing, have been meeting in 3 consecutive finals, have met so many times internationally as well. You always love to see it, but obviously right now Gen.G are cruising, feeling great, have an undefeated round robin, and T1 is going through a lot at the moment.
Yeah, I feel like we've had a vibe check and the vibes are a little bit of a struggle for T1. Obviously, you know, I think they've had a rough split even before Faker was subbed out, but it is very much exacerbated the issues. And now, in the most recent series against DRX, it was a disaster to say the least.
Yeah, when you look at the history for this organization, of course, 2 of the powerhouses we have in the LCK, dominated by T1 historically. But as we said, Gen.G looking very dominant right now in summer. They want spring as well, looking to be the best team. They want to establish themselves as the best team in the LCK here, of course, as they went undefeated in round 1.
And it's the first year in almost 2 years, or the first time in 2 years rather, that T1 versus Gen.G is not a fight between like the top 2 teams.
Yeah.
Because right now T1 is nowhere near that, right? It's KT that is overtaken and is between Gen.G and them. And for T1 here today, unfortunately, given all the circumstances, a miracle needs to happen for this to be the series that we're kind of expecting, given the pedigree of these 2 teams.
Yeah, I think we've seen various players struggling in terms of form as a unit, as a whole.
Yeah.
The cohesion hasn't been there, whereas Gen.G, it feels so comfortable in their games. It feels like even then there's moments like against Brion where they might fall behind early, their team fighting, they can rely so heavily on their carries in the form of Chovy and Pays. Just so hard to beat.
Yeah, we'll talk about this one a bit later, and also Faker's absence, what happened with the coaching staff. But before that, I want to reflect on the fact that Gen.G, as we said, went undefeated in the first round robin of the LCK, alongside many other teams. Historically, when you look at GE Tigers, SK Telecom, of course, being one of them, Kingzone, how do you reflect on this dominance in the LCK?
I think a big thing is notice how heavily stacked this is towards spring. It's much more common that we see teams go undefeated in spring when rosters are still sort of solving things, sorting things out. A lot of new rosters are easy to beat, but very occasionally we do get these summer undefeated single rounds, and on all of those it has resulted in first place regular season and winning the entire split. So a super good omen for Gen.G.
Yeah, that's really the big difference, is that because it happened so much more often in spring, we also see a couple of examples, even had one last spring, right, when Gen.G was able to get the upset. But right now, Gen.G look to be on an absolute tear in how consistent they are, even at some of the games where, as you point out, like Brion, it's a little bit shaky. They can always pull it together, and really the only team that seems like they're going to test them is the second matchup against KT.
And we saw on the graphic the yellow teams were the one who won summer. Gen.G won summer last year as well. We'll see if they can replicate this again here in summer 2023. I want to touch on again the fact that Faker had to step down lately, as you saw earlier this week, for a hand and wrist injury. We wish him well, of course, and hope he can recover fast. But it has affected the team a lot, and I think mostly when it comes to the team coming together as a group. And I really appreciate the statement we got from Becker here. Calling Buppy up in place of Faker was the best decision possible. They consider recruiting free agent players, of course, but missed the deadline to submit the integrated roster. So it's been a tough situation, of course. Prioritizing Faker's health is what should come first. And T1 is doing the best they can with this tough situation.
It's twofold
right?
as well, right? You want Faker to fully heal as much as possible, because with how the team was looking already, I think that there were a lot of issues that we're going to have to work through. And with how T1 performed in the spring, I think you'd rather have a Faker, like say, fully recovered when it comes down the line, when it comes to Gauntlet, than having him continuously struggling. Because, as Dan was saying already, T1 already looked rough. They almost dropped to Nongshim. But the fall-off with Faker there, where it looked like he was kind of the duct tape, barely keeping it together, as soon as that duct tape was ripped off, everything went to shreds.
And I think you have players like this in the LCK. I think good examples are Beryl and Peanut, where people judge them heavily on the individual play, but there's so much they add to the team as well in terms of comms. And Faker is very much one of those players, and we got hard evidence of that in the DRX series, because honestly, although there'd been issues with T1, they have never looked more lost, I feel, in that series compared to ever.
Yeah.
This roster has never looked that lost, and I think it really showed how reliant they are on Faker as a voice in this team.
And that's the thing, I do not believe he was here at LoL Park last time. We saw him backstage, so he's going to be present with the team. So even though he can't help on the Rift, hopefully he can help and guide the players during the games, before the games. And I think we know the impact that Faker can have just on team spirit and helping, motivating everyone. So it's going to be a tough one for sure, but yeah, hopefully he can make the best.
And it doesn't really get better, because they already almost lost to Nongshim with Faker there, and they're going to face them. And Genji and D+, D+ have had their ups and downs, but right now they still look miles ahead of where T1 is. So T1, fortunately, they had a decent first round robin, so with a couple of wins, they should still be able to eventually make it to playoffs. But while Faker is gone, I don't think we're going to be seeing them pick up a lot of wins here. And if they can, it would be an amazing turnaround.
I think as well, if they end up in a situation where they do make it to playoffs, because I think they probably will still regardless, you're unlikely to get the first round bye, and Faker might come back in the roster, you might not have much practice with him, you're still solving these issues. It could be like a really rough round one of playoffs that they have to go into. So a lot of pressure on this roster to sort of resolve some of these issues and work on them. I think the win today is far-fetched, but I think showing that they've improved and showing that they've resolved some of these issues is the goal.
And we saw the schedule a bit earlier. The 0-2 against DRX earlier this week was the first 0-2 defeat of the year. Another one today would be a lose streak that they didn't have in a long time. So regardless of winning or losing, we just want to see some hopes here on the side of T1, of course, and seeing them on the path of recovery as much as it's possible. So in that sense, I want us to focus on specific matchups, and here I think we want to have the eyes on the bot lane. We know how strong Pace looks, and we know how the game went last time for them, but I feel like Genji is going to be a different beast this time around, because they can play through every side of the map.
They really can, and for me, I don't think I've seen a lot of criticism levied towards Poby. It should be the case. Chovy is obviously expected to outperform him here today, but I want to see the rest of T1 play and not have like Doran completely take over a game like happened yesterday. I want to see Keria hit his combos again. Like Keria failing basic Alistar combos is something that is not to the standard the players have set for themselves. When it comes to the late game team fighting, right? Genji has been playing this style for like the last year and a half. And obviously they swapped out a couple of the parts, but as we've seen, Pace is more than adept. For T1, I just want to see the individual performance be better today, because it kind of starts from there. They always were a very lane-focused team, and if they can't get the individual performance back up the track to at least slow down T1 little or Genji a little bit, they're going to be in deep trouble.
I think honestly, it's like a series of checkboxes going up against Genji, because if you don't have pressure in the mid-jungle, Chovy and Peanut will just take over the map and the game is over.
Yeah.
Even if you do have pressure, if you let it go to late without garnering your own advantage, FaZe will just take over, and again, the game is over. And I feel like it's just auto-loss scenarios if you aren't able to at least meet those, but even if you do, even if you hold it well in the mid-jungle, even if you garner a lead, there's still just a chance that they bring it back. So definitely an uphill battle, and a lot needs to be done for them to challenge Genji.
And we're just seeing the first pentakill I think Pace got in the LCK with the Zeri. There was against T1, of course, but when it comes to this bot lane matchup, what is the expectation when you consider that Pace has been on the rise and stagnation a bit on the side of Gumayushi and T1?
For Guma, though, I think he, to me, is still the best player on T1, the most consistent, but you're in an AD carry role where you are just not going to have the agency, and even he's been starting to show some cracks, right? The Ashe game comes to mind where he was really struggling, and Pace is both individually playing at a top-tier level, but the team plays around him so well.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing, is that, you know, Pace has definitely delivered every time he's given these opportunities, but the team has been playing so well to set him up, and in contrast, I think Gumayushi has been the most consistent performer on T1, but when the team aren't setting you up, when there's struggles in the jungle, in the support role, in various different areas, AD carry is a very hard role to like solo carry on. If you get to the late game team fights, you can definitely make that happen, but it's like you're so dependent on your team setting you up. If you come into the mid game, come into the late game, and you're an item or two down in the enemy AD carry, if the enemy front line spacing better for you, it just becomes spacing better for their AD carry. It becomes so hard to try and match into that.
It's also the reason why Gen.G won last summer and why JDG less looked as good as they did, right? It's the combination of having a great AD carry, but also how the rest of the team can create space, force cooldowns, and create opportunities for the carry to then go in and pop off.
We're just watching some highlights of the first time these teams faced. We're going to talk about this a bit later because we were just talking about how strong Paze was lately, and the fact that he's in the top 5 of the most average kills per game among all these legends that have been playing for so long. Of course, little sample of game. With more games, maybe he wouldn't be placed here in the top 5. But the fact that he's placed among the best players we have in the league right now, for me, is really surprising.
Yeah, I think it's kind of showing how strong his performance has been with Gen.G and how consistent. Even though it's a small time period, a small sample size, it is kind of just insane how he hit the ground running and has continued. Obviously had his first finals, which was super successful, got player of the series for that. And then, you know, maybe people thinking the MSI hangover would be a thing, but he has just not stopped with that momentum.
Yeah, that's the thing. Thinking about this MSI hangover that we saw more on the side of T1 than on the side of Gen.G, when you think about the first series they played against each other, is there any hints, any stuff that we could have seen that was making us think that T1 would be underperforming later on? Any signs during that series?
I think that series against Gen.G, not necessarily, because we knew Gen.G was going to be a good team, and both teams just looked a little bit out of sorts after MSI, as is normal. But whereas with Gen.G, I think after like week 3-4, you started to really see them trend up again. And even with games like the one against Brion, you know, the atmosphere was good. You could sense the players were synced up. They were looking fine, looking confident. For T1, it just got worse and worse and worse, right? And the Nongshim game was the real sign where this wasn't like when they lost to Nongshim in spring, it was with a Twitch support, which, you know, they were having fun. It didn't work. They got outplayed, or they fell behind early and then they lost from there.
Yeah.
But they just actually got straight up outplayed by Nongshim, a team that is basically was a mid-tier challenger team, and outplayed by Jiwoo on Mila, right? And that's something that would have never happened to T1 in spring.
We can take a quick look at predictions, even though I feel like it's going to be rather one-sided here on the cast. And I want you guys to tell me, where is the hope, especially when it comes to the mid lane and Bobby facing against Joby today. We saw him playing Jace and Annie last time. I don't know what you think of the champions that T1 chose to put him on and the drafting decisions around this, but what is the hope for T1 for this young kid to survive the laning phase against Joby?
I think Annie's the sort of pick. Like things like that are fine. Like these pretty neutral lanes that you can just play and go even in most scenarios. Like if you're playing Annie, it's pretty hard to fall behind in a lot of matchups. Because at the end of the day, you know, Chovy is really going to put the pressure on. And if you come out even, I think that's a win for T1.
Yeah, I would also not mind something like the Azir. The only downside of that is that your jungle and top matchup need to be okay, because otherwise if you have zero pressure on the map, as Oaks mentioned before, I think that Peanut and Chovy generally are pretty low-key, but when they get like Vi, Ahri, for example, or Poppy, Annie, Viego, like these kind of combos where they can really run the map in the mid-jungle 2v2, that's when we've seen Gen.G like close out games in like 24 minutes, right? Where they don't need pace, when they can just kind of outmuscle you. And the fact is that Poby is effectively still an academy player, right? Was just barely didn't play at all because they were playing with Bay in spring. And we've seen even Pace when he came in, and you know how good this player is now. When he came in last year in spring in challengers, he was okay, but it really took him until summer to really find his groove and get going. And for Bobby, he didn't even get that opportunity. Yeah,
and we'll also see how the sudden change of coaching staff can impact the team, of course. And if they can come together, we want to see a glimpse of hope here on the side of T1. But that's all for us here. On the side of the space, you have all the keys to enjoy this Saturday showdown. We'll come back right after the first game. Casters, over to you.
이게 T1이라는 이름이군요.
단지 그냥 오늘 딱 하루만 저희가 더 잘하면 되는 거잖아요, T1보다.
제우스의 강림.
잡아냅니다. 페이스 딜라이.
이 바텀 기어는 젠지의 보물 같네요.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2023. It is time for the Saturday Showdown. I am Atlas. I am joined by Wolf. And Wolfman, like, we can't beat around the bush. It's going to be potentially a bit of a rough one here for T1 today.
It could be. With Faker out still for another week and a half, it is going to be Poby once again coming in to try to kind of hold the ship steady, so to speak. And for Genji, they're just off of a completed perfect round robin in terms of series. They went 9-0. They're looking for their 10th tonight here in their first match of the second round robin. And while this matchup looked like it might have been hype on paper a few weeks ago, it isn't today in terms of the situation. But I think one thing we can't say is the gravity of the matchup is still the same. This has historically been a matchup that decides which one of these teams is going to take the win of regular season. And it's really unfortunate for T1 that they're just looking like they probably won't be able to cross the finish line tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be a really difficult one. Let's jump into the standings here. As you were saying, Wolf, Genji finished the first round robin in perfect standing. Plus 15 here as well. KT, of course, on a bit of a tear since week 2, but they did fall to Genji in that first week of play. T1 still in third place, but it really feels like a third place for now situation for the squad. We'll see whether they will be okay up against Genji here. We're not expecting a victory, but what we want to see is an upgrade in performance. What we saw against DRX this week was not fantastic, and if we could see some stability from the core players that are still remaining on this roster, of course, only Faker that's left outside of Bengi as well, I guess. But as far as players on the Rift, these are still world-class players. They did not necessarily look like that against DRX earlier on.
Yeah, it is definitely struggle times for T1 right now. We haven't really felt T1 struggle this much since 2021, and this isn't even that level of struggle. Obviously, that was the 10-man roster era, but it's the situation that hopefully T1 is going to be having only as temporary, as Tom speaking of temporary, will be the interim head coach, but I think this is something that really is name alone more than anything else, because he has been acting as coach for quite some time based on what we've seen. He's the stage coach. He's been the one directing drafts with Faker. So not going to be something that really changes from the last matchup to this matchup. It's just Bengi's decided he's going to resign his position. I think it's a huge change for the organization, but not something I think will actually impact tonight too significantly.
And Poby versus Chovy, the reason we've highlighted BY and VY is that in Korean, they're the same. In English, doesn't really work quite as well, but just understand that it's exactly the same. It's like, why my cat, his name is Vivian, we call him Bibion, which sounds a little bit more like a boy's name. I understand Vivian, not necessarily a very common.
Yeah, both B and V are pronounced B in Korean. There's the B right there.
This is one of the very first times that we've seen a non-fully T1-sided, or at least very, very close, between these two teams' predictions. As the mayor of Seoul is here, Oh Sehun is here as well, and he played a game. He played Gragas earlier on today. Not today, a couple of days ago. But he's also here to promote Asia Games, which is going to be happening pretty soon, as well as Worlds. It's going to be here in Korea. And Flame, as you can see, the very handsome gentleman to his left. And you guys probably recognize it as well.
Yeah, so, you know, coming down to support the potentially big things that could happen for Korea, obviously Worlds, but then the Asia Games competition, which is fitting considering a lot of these players are participating on that roster. Faker is still officially part of the roster even though he's not here, as well as Chovy. So, look, T1 tonight, it's no way to sugarcoat it, as you mentioned. Massive underdogs, but I like Guma's confidence walking out. He's going to get a huge cheer from the crowd with that one. Poby also all smiles. We saw Poby confident in that first game in the series against DRX.
His laning phase looked fantastic, right?
It started off pretty decent, right?
Yeah.
But then, you know, a lot of resources had to be committed. And this team feels like a ship filled with elite players, but no captain. With Faker off the roster, just feels like no one is really turning the wheel, and Keria having to pick up the slack in terms of shot calling so far. And maybe since the DRX series earlier this week, they have been able to solve some of those problems, and I'm hoping that we see a more coordinated T1 tonight, no matter what happens.
Yep, it's like a sports car with no one in the driver's seat, and that's generally the most important part, but we'll see whether they've found someone fitting for that, as Peanut still going to be quarantining at home. We also need to have a big shout out to Score. It's his birthday today. Happy birthday, Score, the 8th of July. We'll see whether he can get a victory on his birthday as well. But Genji, strength to strength here for this squad. The crowd going absolutely ballistic as they walk out to the Lowell Park stage to take a bow. This squad has just looked so incredibly impressive so far this season, this year as well, I have to say. And it really is just KT that you're looking down the barrel of as far as their opposition in the coming round robin.
Yeah, and, you know, this is looking for 10 for 10 in this series, and I look at this Genji squad as a squad that has really changed the narrative of Genji as an organization as well. You know, it felt like it was still reliant on Ruler, but Pays is really just slotted right in. And it's like nothing changed except the player. And Zeus here versus Doran is the key player matchup. What's so interesting about this one is Doran has been trending up. Zeus, I think, has been relatively flat this season. He's had fantastic moments, but he has sometimes choked on engages. Sometimes he has had uncharacteristic mistakes in lane. And normally we'd look at this matchup and say, this is 100% a strong point for T1. But with Doran looking better and better and Peanut playing more towards him, kind of moving into KT's style of playing around topside when Doran gets advantages, this doesn't necessarily feel like that stronghold that you could operate around here as owner necessarily in this series anymore.
It becomes very, very difficult, especially when you don't have that mid lane power that you're so incredibly used to. Changing the dynamic of how a team works on a dime like this is a very, very tough task and would be for any team. Poby, of course, so much now on his plate. You can see looking a little bit nervous there, and he's staring down the barrel of this guy right here. Chovy is pretty good at League of Legends. If you guys have watched any games of the LCK ever, you probably know this. And Poby definitely does. So you can feel a bit of that pressure here for the man. But look at Gumushi. He doesn't look like he feels any pressure at all. He's just chilling, man.
Yeah. We'll see how that changes when we get onto the Rift, but I do like to see the confidence coming in, or maybe perhaps some level of acceptance that this series is going to be one that you probably look forward to as a competitor, right? Players, you know, generally do like to play against the best of the best. That is the match you look forward to because you know you're capable of it. And tonight, I think they still could do it. I want to say it is possible if this team shows that they are still 4 players who are world championship caliber. I mean, they were so close to so many international titles. And Faker's shot calling isn't there, and the team has looked like a husk without him. But that doesn't mean that in these past few days they couldn't come up with a plan, some cool strategies here. Tom's at the helm, and maybe T1 surprise us tonight. That's not the expectation, but I'd love to see it.
It would be cool, of course. Tom stepping in for Bengi. Like, I'm trying to work out which year it is. It's a crazy time to be alive, Wolf. We'll see whether T1 are going to be able to figure this one out. First up, it is going to be the Tristana band as we hop into the draft for our first game. Viego taken away from Ono, trying to take some agency away. Look at that little wry grin on his face there as well.
The Poppy ban, I think, is extremely smart here. And for the Sejuani to match as well from Genji, I think also wise. Just eliminate the ability for Zeus to have an impact here in the top lane with the Sejuani duo, but be it the Renekton or the Jax into Doran. And then, you know, as Genji here, You don't have that strong Poppy that can make an impact in your strong side, which is how Gen G played so much of 2022 Summer, where they also were able to defeat T1 in that incredible run. So nice adaptations here from the side of T1. Now, will we see that Nico make it through? Ooh. I mean, I think if you're Gen G, you're not as worried about it. It is Poby who would be piloting it, and T1 may just simply ignore it.
This is the crazy thing, right? Because if it's Faker, then it has to be banned. His Nico was, like, even before she got buffed up the wazoo.
Yeah.
She is, like, he was incredible at the champion. T1 are going to forego that pick completely. They're going to opt in for the LeBlanc. She has been very, very strong.
But
especially
now,
on this patch with the Static Shiv still being broken.
Gen G can pick up the Kai'Sa, which will operate as a flex here.
Oh, true.
And I think that's why they specifically didn't ban the LeBlanc instead of the Nico. They wanted to leave that open to trade it for the Kai'Sa. I say that, but time is ticking down here, and I think it's a pretty easy lock-in if it is, of course, going to be your plan. And they will lock it here with the Vi. Lee Sin for Owner going back to some comfort here, and the Xayah into the Vi as well. And T1, man. I mean, they are ready to play this single target blow-up composition.
They really are. And now, do Gen G just lock away the Ahri, get that Vi-Ahri combo, or is it some Nico for the mid lane? Chovy, of course, he did have that infamous Nico game where he pretended to be a minion and Faker was like, by the way, there's 4 melees, so let's just walk away. And they did, and then everything was fine. That was the last time Gen G and T1 met up.
We'll probably see some support bans traded here. I think if you're T1, you're a little bit concerned about the Nautilus. If you're Gen G, obviously the Rakan needs a look in terms of what it could do to set up fights here and can really save you in terms of engage. The Alistar ban indicates that they want to also pull a Rel out of T1. Nautilus will go away first. I think that's honestly the bigger concern, especially when we consider how mobile this composition is for T1. But without the Alistar, I do think that the Rel will probably still have to be banned here. And Gen G has so much power at this stage of the draft because T1's comp is so face-up.
Yeah, and you can just, you either ban Rakan or Rel, I guess, if you want to. Probably Rakan. No, they're not going to. So they're going to allow the Lovers Duo to go through, or Delight is just going to play his favorite champion. The Rel is going to be banned here on T1 side, and that gives them a free Rakan.
T1, well, they decide not to ban the Rakan so they can pick it up themselves, and T1, I think, are 100% forced to ban Rel here because Gen G will take it first. They have pick priority, and it doesn't operate as well with T1's composition. The Cassante I do really like here. It feels safe. It's blindable. It's a pick that allows you to front to back a little bit here with this Xayah, but it doesn't necessarily index fully into what this comp's identity is, and it's going to have to be played as a poke if you do it as the Janna. Being hovered here, more of a response we've seen to the Rel that was banned, so I don't know if that one's actually going to end up coming through here. Also, can be great into Nico.
He has been known to cook in the past.
He's quite a chef.
Yeah, but his Thresh has always been absolutely amazing. Can now keep Gumyushi pretty safe if he does decide to go with it. 9 seconds though. Carrier still having a think about exactly what he wants to do. Renata going to come in. Crocodile now for Doran. Very happy to go towards it. Bit of a Shurima battle there towards the top side of the map. Cassante versus Renekton. Not exactly the most inspiring R5. You know, there were years past where we'd be grimacing a lot at an R5 Renekton, but I think we're kind of okay with it here into the Cassante.
I think what Gen G's composition does is a lot of different things because it has the ability to poke with Kai'Sa. That's why she's so incredible, but she also has the follow-up for all of this hard engage with Rakan, Renekton, Vi, Nico. And what T1 have is a little bit of burst damage, right, if you index fully into the LeBlanc Lee Sin to try to blow up a single target, but then you're then going to have to be trying to Shiv poke with LeBlanc. Otherwise, it's a very low-range composition with the Xayah, and the Cassante's role becomes a punching bag in this game because what he's going to have to do is just soak up all the damage while those Shiv procs come in repeatedly, and we see Poby try to find a target, whereas Gen G, they see that LeBlanc go in, they could just lock her down instantly. They can lock down the Cassante and blow him up first, and I think T1 have a lot of pieces of a good idea here, and in isolation, this comp isn't bad, but what Gen G's does is everything else so much better.
Yeah, the problem is, like, if I saw this T1 draft and the nameplates were as expected, I'd be like, oh, we have a game on our hands. But now, I see it and I'm like, Poby's got some big old shoes to fill in this particular game, especially on Faker's most iconic champion. We'll see whether he can. So we jump onto the Rift for Game 1 of our Saturday Showdown. One of the first times here in Lowell Park that, according to me, the fan chant was louder for Gen G, but it might be because we're over this side of the arena. Still, this is a full house today.
It certainly is. I mean, like I said, you could take Faker out of the Rift, but you can't actually change the gravity of what this series is for these two insanely rival teams. Like, the rivalry between these two has built so much.
Oh, yeah.
Ever since Gen G said, you know, Samsung is us now. Like, we're Gen G. We're changing the brand. But even if you go back to the Samsung days, there's a rivalry here between T1 or SK Telecom T1 and Samsung. And, like, that rivalry has built up so much with how many times these two have clashed. That was one of the big things we looked at, of course, going into the pre-show, because there's just such a rich history between these two squads across multiple rosters for both teams. And, you know, it's a tough one for T1 tonight, but that doesn't mean the T1 fans aren't going to be any more hopeful or any more excited to cheer for their favorite team.
Yeah, I mean, between 2013 and 2017, the only world champions were either Samsung or T1, or SKT at the time. So, like you say, this one dates back a real long time. 2016, 2017, trading blows between the two squads, as everyone remembers. Some of the best moments in LoL esports history. Peanut going to be starting on his top side here, fully seen, as that ward did go over. Doran and Zeus just fighting this one out. And I think eyes are going to be glued to what Chovy's going to be able to get done on this Nico, and whether Poby is going to be all right here in this lane. Currently losing a little bit of health, but we know this one as somewhat of a volatile matchup. You know, you get hit by too many of these blooming bursts, things can become an issue.
Yeah, I do think that the Ahri is the right choice here for Chovy this time around, so he could trade aggressively with autos no matter what when Poby decides to get aggressive, and we'll be able to match some of that damage early, and then as these items start to come through, obviously the LeBlanc will have a little bit more agency, can start to deal with the wave clear a little bit better. And as you can see, Chovy decided to spend most of his energy attacking the enemy. This is an insane win rate here for Owner. Yeah. But he spent a lot of his mana and resources attacking Poby, so the wave will push through, but that makes him safe here. And both of these junglers are pathing bottom side, so we will see some action here in this bottom lane very soon. A lot of agency for this Rakan. Handshake here for Keria can be a way to set up an engage or disengage, but it's just so much damage here early for Pays and Delight if this Vi comes down.
Yeah, it could be really scary. I'm very interested to see what Keria is going to be able to get done. He looked very off in their last series, especially on the Alistar. And I'm hoping that we see a bit of a resurgence. He was outspoken saying that he felt like could have performed much better when they were up against DRX. Certainly circumstance does play a part there, but expecting to see something better.
Level 3.
Nice little handshake there under Delight.
Yeah, handshake hits, have these few extra minions, but Peanut's on the Gromp, and we are going to see him come down here just to cover for a moment. As Owner also looking to take this Scuttle, teleports traded in mid, and it's a very quiet early game here. In terms of scaling, you know, it's pretty similar what these two compositions are going to try to achieve, and it's not like either of these teams needed to get something done early.
Yeah, you don't have, like, obvious side lane win conditions. It's not a Jax game. No. It's not like a Camille game or something like that. This is a little bit more, we want a team fight, very short range on both sides. As Owner is going to find Chovy, but he gets snared. Peanut over the side, only level 4. No cease and desist going to come through. And therefore, Owner will be able to wander away.
Yeah. Owner was never really in any danger there because he could ward hop away. Will, of course, cost him his ward totem, but don't think he's too concerned about that. And will be just fine. Because up here on the top side, early game Renekton is going to be able to get some small advantages here into the K'Sante matchup, as you can see. See if Doran can grab an early plate or something like that. And both the Renekton and the K'Sante fall off in big ways in this game because, like you said, neither of them are side lane threats, but also I feel like what Zeus can do in this composition is somewhat less than what you could do with a longer-ranged AD carry or a safer one like the Aphelios that could really be up in the thick of things with the K'Sante. It's a nice chain.
Yeah, very nice trade there from Poby. And yeah, I completely agree. I think more on the team fighting side, and Renekton notoriously going to fall off a little bit more. Zeus always has the ability to take someone out of a fight. And that could certainly be an opportunity here. As Owner's going to come down towards his bottom side, try and get a shove in. Look for a potential dive, but they've ran out of minions. And handshake comes through. All right, Delight's battle dancing around. There's the grand entrance, though. And Owner's taking so much damage. He does have the bailout, but it doesn't work. Delight is going to survive, and Gen G underneath the turret, they have no health.
Pace?
But T1 aren't going to go for it.
He doesn't even have to flash here. Poby
Whoa,
is also down to the minions.
They turn him.
Oh, Atlas, this is not the start you're looking for. If you're
But it almost was.
It almost was, but even with bailout, you don't want to be trying to hard force on a recon like that as Doran. Also, it's level 6.
All right, Zeus doesn't have the all-out, but Doran does have the Dominus. There's level 6, but Zeus not going to be able to get over there. So Doran looking for a little bit of a back time. I hadn't gone back home yet, and so just a shield against a Bramble Vest, not a great sign.
Yeah, that wall could be used by Cassante in multiple ways, obviously when in that situation if he had 6, but because he didn't have it, didn't work out. Now, Owner opts into taking the Sonic Wave here on the Delight, who could just simply battle dance his way back, get the knock-up. Owner takes a ton of damage, so they attempt the bailout, but there's not enough damage. Delight's positioning fantastic. He flashes, Pays does not. They get the turret plate, but ultimately not a win here in any way for T1.
It is a win on the top lane because Doran had to flash, and Zeus ghosted, but it's a lower cooldown. So theoretically, an advantage, but still doesn't really work out. As we're going to see what happened in the mid lane, and this looked so close for Poby.
Yeah, see what happens here. Gets hit by the Q, flash is good. Pobia hits the turret, or he gets hit by turret, and the minions are aggroed to him. The ranged minion will kill him.
And the panic flash there as well from Poby. You can understand exactly why he did it. Still a little bit sad there. Zeus just going on a little bit of a merry jaunt through the enemy jungle. Wandering around, the Crocodile looking for him. Just going to go back to the lane though by the looks of things. As Rift Scuttle going to be taken here by Peanut. Not exactly end of the world as far as gold is concerned, but it's already looking like Gen G are feeling a little bit more confident in this game. The pressure on T1 certainly feels like it is hitting one of the highest
no doubt.
The season so far.
Doran here gonna try to build up some fury and now starting to proxy these minions. This does happen obviously in this lane quite a bit. You proc demolish, as long as you don't aggro the Cassante, you're feeling very good. Now Owner trying to do this again. He does not have level 6. Okay, just hit it. He just hit it, so there's an opportunity. He doesn't have flash, but he could try to go for a kick play here.
Yeah. Oh dear, there's the Hex Flash. The grand entrance comes forward. Delight immediately battle dancing away. The flash has to be used from the Blade Caller, but man, this Gen G bottom lane, they were already good before they played this well.
They just handled that so well. I mean, yes, you lose your flashes, Pays, so still a success on the side of T1 in that regard, but man, just not coming up with anything here, and it's just because this Recon is so slippery. Delight Hex flashes in for the engage, but still has the battle dance to get out, and Pays' flash gives him a wider range of escape. So he flashes, and then the Recon can just join him. Very well played there by the bottom side duo that have built up so much synergy so quickly here. We always have to remind everyone he is a rookie as Peanut. He's going to get this.
Yeah, he will be able to get the eye. I'm not sure how much more he's going to get because Owner's going to turn up as well. That is the first kill for T1. Now lock down Peanut. He does have the Rift Herald, so perhaps some worths in chat. But I imagine T1 pretty happy for taking Peanut off the map.
Yeah, would have liked to get the eye as well. Going to pick up some money, but now, I mean, Pays is starting to threaten this turret here. Look at the zoning from Delight, who also now has level 6. Pays can all in with a follow-up ult if Keria is alone here, so they have to wait for Guma, so that's a free plate. And now there's so many places where you can actually feel good to drop the Herald.
Oh, okay, Keria finds the handshake onto Pays, who does Cathian rain down. Delight now looking for a little bit of cease and desist himself, telling Gumayushi to stop, and he is going to agree for now.
Yeah, not really in any danger there, but the Ignite committed does pull them away, so they won't be able to get any further value. So Peanut is doing this alone here, sweeps the ward. He is able to secure the eye, because obviously Owner is on the other side, and will come over here, and they will secure the kill. Goes over to the Cassante, not feeling too amazing with that one, but Peanut still gets the eye, so they're going to get plate gold wherever they decide to with the amount of control in all 3 lanes that Gen G hold. And it might just simply be for the Kai'Sa, straight up, the Renekton is super easy, but you don't really need to get him further ahead. He's already picked up 2 plates.
Yep, breaking mid lane out of turret, also a really good idea as well. Could have an option to do that as Delight is going to be spotted. Peanut has already put that one down, I believe, yeah. Set it in motion mid, and now Gen G going to use that pressure. Move down towards this bottom side, possibly get a little bit of a shove in. Chovy trying to deal with Chovy here. But as you can see, not going to stop that money from going over to the Nico.
Yeah,
Delight once again. Yeah, Delight.
He's playing so aggressively with this Rakan, and he's getting good vision here. And because he has, the ability to escape so easily, he's just happy to go up here and go deep into the jungle and try to identify, is Owner here? Where is he? What is he looking to do? He's got his flash back up, so flash kick is something you have to be concerned about as you're trying to push this lane. And he's just not afraid. He's getting vision exactly where he needs to have it. He's got it now deep behind the turret, so they know they can continue to push that advantage there. Mid, picking up some plate gold. As you mentioned, trying to remove that really hurts LeBlanc's power. Now Owner's going to go up here for a potential topside play. They have a control ward, Genji do, in that river, so see if he actually gets spotted. It looks like he's going to take the long way around.
Yeah, almost brought a Grump with him. Of course, a kind of cool strategy for Genji because they've got a Nico, as now Zeus getting aggressive onto Doran. Doran not actually going to bite off more than he can chew, which is something that is, difficult for a Renekton because he's got very big jaws. But he's just not going to. He's just going to go home, and it looks like Owner is not going to be able to find too much joy there. No teleport, so Doran's just going to be slithering his way back towards the top side. That is not what lizards do, I know that. But,
Looked like maybe Owner was going to pitch a tent up there on the top side of the map, but I think definitely a good choice to not. We'll back away. So they get the wave more towards the turret here, Zeus does.
I kind of hoped that Peanut would do it because that was kind of Score's thing, pitching a tent in the top lane, it's his birthday today.
It's always Malrong for me, but
no, he pitches a tent in every lane, just never in his own jungle.
That's going to be the Dragon going over to Genji here. It is Chemtech Soul, so good news for T1. These two Drakes, while they are individually going to be impactful here, the Soul itself not going to feel like something that you're forced into fighting over early. As Chovy, he's going to grab another plate. Looks like not off of this wave, but off of the next one, he should be able to pick it up. He's still got 2 minutes to do so. And this LeBlanc has really been put down despite the early Shiv pickup here. This feels like he doesn't have one. I mean, he's getting pushed into his turret, and that wave clear isn't making an impact just yet.
Ooh, Chovy almost landing. Oh, he did actually land the snap. Poby just took it with him. And now looking for some autos as Peanut dives past Carrier here. Owner in position. They do get the hostile takeover. Another flash has to come out, though. This Nico is so scary. Chovy hasn't even pop blossomed yet that we have seen.
Yeah, he has not. That's a flash down on a squishy Renata who also had to ult. You have no ultimate available now either. Should be able to get that one back up before the next team fight, but it's not coming up with anything here, unfortunately. And Pays, he is starting to become a menace here. And the problem with this Kai'Sa is that in this composition, the Kai'Sa follow-up is so much more impactful than what a Xayah is going to offer you early, even with Kraken Slayer, because it requires so much setup, and there's so many threats. As Doran up here is just having a great time as well on the Croc.
Yep.
Chovy potentially wanted to do some trickery. Will not be.
Pretend peanut. How many peanuts are there? There's 3! That's too many peanuts.
Poby, yeah, you better take that. Yeah. Take that dash back.
He is definitely redistorting. Can we agree that redistorting is a thing, going back to the original? Yeah. Can that work? I don't know.
I'm sure I'm down with that.
I was just trying it out. Don't know whether I like it that much. I'll try it again, and then we'll see, and then maybe I'll just retire it forever. As Poby heading up towards this top side, you can see Zeus is going home. Poby can utilize this this static shift great effect. As you can see, already just one-shotting backlines. Having a good time.
Yeah.
There we go.
Doran just going to take this wave and head back. See that the wave that's been sent here in mid is caught by Pace with his Shiv. Shiv just makes it so that minions are just stacks of gold to be claimed.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's just what these teams are going to try to do here in this mid game. As the Herald now has spawned, Carrier's ultimate still on cooldown from that last exchange, but if they could buy a little bit of time here, and T1 do have some prio, maybe this is a fight that Genji just don't want to opt into right now because it gives T1 the opportunity to take a big lead here and get this Kai'Sa ahead. The Cassante getting tankier, and tankier only has the Thorn Mail right now, which isn't going to allow you to front to back as well as he'd like to, but still a big spike here for T1 when they have this much prio. Genji going to think better about committing to this. They're going to push back the sides. They have Demolish on this Renekton. Delight trying to sell it, but I don't think T1 are interested.
Yeah, Chovy going to move back down as well. Another peanut on his way over. Chovy just wandering the fake version in, and it looks like Gen.G not really too interested about
So
this. Rift Herald now taking out a turret.
3 turrets potentially being taken. One down here, one up here, and in mid, and it looks like Chovy's not quite able to get this one. They will stop the mid from going down as well. But Gen.G know, okay, with this much prio, it's problematic to fight into this composition, to try to engage into it, even with this Nico. So we're going to put that Demolish Renekton bottom side, push the mid turret, and massive gold.
How Doran just seemed to be in amongst a whole lot of enemies, and none of them were actually close enough to see him. That is a stealth crocodile right there.
He's sneaky.
Oh yeah. As Chovy, there's the Pop Blossom. He finds the LeBlanc, and poor Poby just gonna be punched by Peanut.
And this is one of the only times with the composition they picked this first pick LeBlanc into, is with Vi open. It's one of the only times LeBlanc is not able to freely side lane. Into a comp like this, you will just be chained to death. And yeah, it took a little bit longer than I was initially expecting, but yes, all 3 turrets will in fact go to Gen.G and trade for second Herald here, and Gen.G's gold lead is really mounting. And watch this again, Peanut's so far up here that it's really easy for Chovy, even at this stage, to commit the ultimate. Distortion isn't going to be enough to get him away. Follow up, Peanut, he presses R. It doesn't get much more elementary than this, but LeBlanc normally with this meta, she wants to be able to freely side because she's got such a great escape, but when it's point and click, the answer is you're not going home.
Nope. Especially not when Chovy has Pop Blossom, and there was nowhere for Poby to go after the Distortion. Didn't even get to re-Distortion.
Nope.
As it turns out. As Poby now into the bottom lane, trying to do the same thing. But right now, game certainly fully in Gen.G's control. Chovy, we remember last time he was in this position. Made a pretty good play, seem to remember, in round 1.
It was pretty big.
It was. Pretty good one.
Very different compositions, but the same threat is definitely real here. As Faker not being on this roster means some of the shot calling is a little bit slow here. T1 grouped up, but not in a position to fight. And while you have prio, it doesn't mean anything if you can't start this straight quickly. And Gen.G are already mounting a flank here with Delight and Peanut. You got to be faster than this.
A lot of crocodiles in this river. It is, I guess, their natural habitat. Kind of makes some sense here. As the Void Seeker going to fly forward, Pace can always turn up as Peanut in position in the back of the pit. There's the flash, the Pop Blossom, and Gumayushi has to use everything to try and escape, but the Grand Entrance was too good from Delight, and no amount of bailing out will afford you an escape in this one. Gen.G just wiped the floor with T1 Poby limping away at the end.
There's just no way to call that flank out if you're not shot calling faster, because Poby's got to be out there making sure that Delight can't get that long con flank, because Guma reacted basically perfectly to the engage. He's able to back off and then use his ultimate to escape most of the engage, but then suddenly a Rakan appears, and then you've used everything you have, and you're still just gonna get blown up here because Gen.G have so much follow-up, and if you could lock the Rakan away on a side, maybe you could stop this from happening. Peanut and Delight both setting up the edge here. Keria is looking for a big ultimate right now, but it doesn't really hit anybody. And the follow-up here from Delight is insane.
Yeah.
That's just the end of that. I mean, if Keria's ult's a little bit better angled, maybe there's hope here. But it just wasn't.
Wasn't to be. And Gen.G, like, I'm often in Gen.G games wondering, like, who's going to get POG? Oh, it's so hard. I mean, right now, Delight is so far out ahead, right? Like, it's nutty how well this guy is playing. And that is without bias. Of course, I voted for him for OPGG Player of the Week for last week. Definitely performing very well here today. So maybe I was just a week early, you know?
I mean, he single-handedly, essentially, with some help from Pace, obviously, some good positioning and some nice flash play, just shut down all the aggression early and just completely made the top side free for Doran. As we're going to see potential long con collapse play here. Peanut's all the way over here. Chovy.
Yeah, Chovy just going to get out of there. There's a Pop Blossom, try and keep himself alive, but he may just... The kick comes through, and Chovy's not going to fall. The Grand Entrance comes down yet again, and Poby's now looking for it. Chovy's even able to pick up the kill. Oh, dear. T1 not able to make that play work.
Just didn't have enough real clear vision of where Gen.G was and how turnable that was, as Guma's not safe either.
No, Vault Breaker going to come forward here, as he does now have the ultimate available. Vault Breaker comes in, and Peanut says, all right, I guess I'll go out.
Didn't have flash, so I respect Peanut's attempt there, despite the lack of ult, because he used it in the last fight. But Chovy hitting that double root was so essential to making sure that they could actually win that follow-up fight. Just handled it so well without a stopwatch, doesn't even care. And now Gen G is going to do Baron on spawn here at 20 minutes. And man, Gen G just looks so clean right now, and T1 looking a little bit lost. It's not a combination you're looking for if you're a T1 fan. The early game deficit is now snowballing. Those 3 turrets go down, and Chovy wants to set up the play here. And Owner and Poby are like, why is he out here? Like, he's actually just stepping forward. This makes this so easy for us. The kick comes through. The double root saves him. And there's just no follow-up here. He just walks away casually. We'll even pick up the kill onto Poby. And I respect the attempt there from Owner. Maybe we can kill this Nico. She's kind of squishy. If she's alone, we blow her up. She's walking out. Oh man, this is free, but she's not alone, and he doesn't have vision of where the rest of Gen G was.
Yeah, and it's one of those situations, right, where you kind of respect it because T1 know that they're incredibly far behind. They just have to go for whatever plays they can find, throw the Hail Marys where they can get them, and realizing that now it's about taking crazy risks, because if you don't, you're definitely going to lose, so you may as well try your hardest. That didn't work, right? But if at first you don't succeed, give it another crack. You know, let's go back and see whether we can sort it out for next time.
With a 10,000 gold lead here, we might be taking another crack in game 2.
Yeah.
That is to say Atlas, but...
And maybe, like, it's kind of interesting, right? Because Gen G, they're difficult to draft into. They have a lot of players that are very, very good at a lot of things. But Chovy on Nico was an experiment that they made last time, and it didn't quite work then. And so maybe we're going to ban that one away once more.
Yeah, I mean, Owner is 2 levels down, unfortunately. He's been spending so much time camping. He lost a lot of control of his jungle, obviously, so that's part of why he's now significantly 60 CS down. But the experience as well is an issue because he spent so much time trying to set up for those plays and camping topside, trying to do something for Zeus, trying to kill Chovy, but it didn't come up successful. And, like, I mean, the game state here just plays itself for Gen G because their comp is so basic. It's so simple to just press R buttons and go in and kill whoever is there. Like, you want to kill Guma, but he's got an R button, but you can, at this point, realistically kill Zeus because he's so far behind. The cleaver is done for Doran. He does so much damage. The Cassante is not going to last, and that's why I said this front-to-back doesn't really work for Guma.
Handbag situation, perhaps, as there are a lot of T1 members down here. Owner looking for it. Doesn't actually find Doran with anything. They just want to grab this turret if they can.
Now they're stuck down here.
Yeah, they're closing in. Killer Instinct from Pays could get him over here as the handshake down onto Doran, but he flashes forward. Gumushi, he has to cleanse. Chovy doesn't find the Xayah, but he does have a stopwatch. And in goes Peanut, he finds the Flash Vault Breaker. Knockups are everywhere because Delight's turn up as well. And Gen G once again just destroy T1 in the bottom lane.
Hard commit to killing the Renekton. He just dashes away. Doesn't even have to flash. He has the flash for the re-engage. But you know what? Not to put salt into the wounds, but this looks like something that would happen with T1 in a lead like this, where Faker looks vulnerable. Like, we gotta catch this guy, and then the rest of T1 shows up. It's Gen G this time, and Peanut, man, he wants to solo kill the LeBlanc.
Oh, the cease and desist comes through, and there it is. The finisher with the Vault Breaker. Of course, Poby's pretty far behind at this point in time, but that adds some insult to the injury. It's gonna be Chemtech Soul, and
Doran, he has his flash still. Guma is kiting away, has to cleanse instantly. Doran does so much here to buy space for Chovy to pop Blossom in, then hits a big Q, and the big ult here from Keria, the one thing that could try to save them and get them away just is a little bit too late and isn't as impactful as you would have liked it to be. And then Poby here just caught farming in mid, and Peanut can ult him over the wall.
Yeah.
He's got a control ward here, and they have been so diligent about getting vision and control vision, especially around this part of the map that we're zooming in on right now, which is why they've been able to make those 2 topside plays so successful. Keria is a Renata?
He is wandering in the top lane for some reason.
He is Renata Glass. That's what he's playing here. I don't think his chances of survival are high.
Yes. Okay, good. Let's just go to the top, this part of the top lane instead. As, well, he's wasting Doran's time. He has the handshake.
Doran can TP
out
of
a
course.
turret. He's going to bail himself out, and he will die.
I mean, he knows, you can see his player cam as well. He's just like, well.
He might have been trying to hold the wave to deny a bit more of the push. But that is me grasping at reasons for a Renata to be just chilling.
Yeah, I mean...
I think we were in a replay, though, so we didn't really get to how he was there in the first place.
He might have also been trying to set up some flank wards, but for Baron, I don't know.
Oh, Delight goes in. That's a nice little double knock up there as he does get some charms. Pays, that's a tank. You're not allowed to do that much damage to Zeus. It's just not fair. It's not how it's supposed to go.
That was very scary for Owner for a moment there. For me, at least, I was like, I don't know if he lives that. But luckily, the minion will take the hit for him.
The minion definitely didn't live that.
No, the minion was not...
instantly exploded.
You know. The minion I'm a little bit less personally concerned for.
Yeah, that's true. There
will be more.
Yeah, there are quite a few of them. It's a bit of a shame, though. We can have a discussion about the welfare of minions.
That minion was a statistic.
Oh, no!
It's one of the 274 that Pace is holding right now.
Well, Carey going to take another one. He doesn't have enough logistics programs to really help him stave these ones off. Pays is very, very big. 3 items now complete. As Peanut has found 2 people. Poby just going to get engaged on the Void Seeker. Doesn't quite work out, but still the CC is going to be there. The Renata once again falls down. The LeBlanc down as well. And I think this one's all over, but the Cryan as Gen G just crushing T1 at every single instance. 18-1 is the kill score here. Zeus goes all out, but I think he's all out of options, to be perfectly honest. And Chovy is just getting work done here in this mid lane. They will get another ace. Gen G will now break open the base and head towards the Nexus.
Just clean play from Gen G here. And T1, they really heavily indexed on making plays on the bottom side, backfired. And then Owner, man, he tried his best to find any sort of angle. And you see him on cam as well here as Carey is going to go down. He's just having a bit of a reality check, you know, in this one. Like, this is not the T1 roster that went undefeated. This is not the T1 roster that went to the finals back-to-back against Gen G. It's a different roster, it's a different night, and Gen G, the undefeated 9-0 team, is halfway to making it 10. And I mean, it was about as basic of a game as it gets in terms of where T1 put their attention. Didn't work out. Gen G punished several attempts to really heavily play around this Lee Sin. And Delight, man, game of a lifetime on this Rakan. This guy he shouldn't be allowed to play it. Yeah, it's not fair.
You don't miss. And he got them the early advantage, and then Gen G, of course, the team that can be relied upon to get things done and get that snowball rolling. They absolutely did so. I think this is another draft that's kind of an example of what Chronicler put forward at the start of the week as like pretty cookie cutter, we're just going to go in team fighting drafts. And Gen G played it to a T. It's just beautifully executed here. Even with an R5 Renekton, it looks like genius, and that is a difficult thing to do. Chovy going to be topping the damage here. It's not often that we see that. Pays is often the guy that's doing so. But this Nico, once again, I don't think Chovy should be allowed to play it if you're their opposition.
Yeah. The draft here for Gen G was fantastic. They had all the S tiers, and they just played it so well. I hope we see some big changes here for T1 in terms of priority in Game 2.
Yeah, see how it goes. Let's go to a short break. When we get back, the Space, game number 2.
펜사 볼게. 이거 와봐. 확 좋아.
일단 르블랑은 잡은 거 없어.
가야 노플이야. 대만 나가. 아 존냐 있어. 쓸래? 끝내자. 자야 저거 빠졌고 그냥 다
내가
잡고
자야를
미드로 와.
잡고
아 이거 가능. 다 잡고 미드로
아이다가
와.
끝내러 갈래 미드?
저 이거 그냥
잡을 수
라크라면서
있어?
W 새끼. 됐고. 우리 팀 화이팅. 나이스.
나 4킬 먹었는데 지윤이 형 나보다 킬이 나도.
나 오늘 킬이네. 아빠.
미드?
미드 가자 미드.
땡 한번 할게.
두개줄 내서.
끝내자.
안돼 이건 내 킬이야. 아니. 아 쏘리.
맞아요?
And welcome back to the space, everyone, as Gen.G crushes a very wounded T1 here in our first game of the Saturday Showdown. And guys, I have to be honest with you, it felt like Gen.G was playing with food by the end of it. It was heartbreaking, honestly.
You know, have you seen Hereditary?
Yeah.
The horror movie?
Yeah.
Basically, the entire movie, there's a lot of build-up, and you can just feel the sense of foreboding doom, and you're just waiting. You're waiting for the anchor to drop, right? And you're just watching, and you're like, oh, it can't be that bad, and then it is, and that's what this game felt like.
Yeah.
Because Gen.G was playing at their top level, and T1 are looking exactly the same as they did against DRX.
Yeah, I think the thing is, I feel like the draft was honestly fine. I think it was a very playable draft. Like they had the LeBlanc, which is a good matchup for the Nico and stuff like that, and that almost makes it worse. Like I like the idea of the Renata as well, when you have a lot of this like dive going into you, but the execution wasn't there at all, and it felt like when it came to those team fights, Gen.G, as expected, were all on the same page.
But to me, it feels like it's not an easy one to execute when you consider the state of T1 right now with the Lee Sin, LeBlanc. You know exactly what these two champions want to do together. It's going to be all about single targeting this champion from Gen.G. And man, I'm sorry, but I don't think Shobi should be allowed to play Nico when you consider what he already did to them the first time they played each other.
Yeah. It's really tough because I also feel like when you play like T1 is playing right now, there are no good answers in draft. Like I don't think that, and I kind of want to echo what Dan was saying, that when plays like this are not executed, when owner doesn't flash or jump out of a Rakan W, when the team doesn't actually go and flash in to ensure that you get the kill so that you get bailed out, right?
Yeah.
Basic plays like this was something that T1 utilized so heavily throughout the early game in spring to build big leads.
Yeah, and I think there's misexecution bot, there's this misexecution mid. At least Proby's trying to look for an opportunity, but rough to watch. And I think that was like the beginning of the end because they started to fall behind there and the gold lead started to mount. I kind of said before the series that there's like a checklist of things against Gen.G where like if you lose the mid jungle, it's just over because they'll take over the map. If Pays gets ahead, he'll just take over when it comes to team fights.
5 minutes in, both things happened.
And I saw that, I'm like, okay, it's just Jova from here.
Mistakes were made, and the attempt that T1 was trying to do did not land in the end, and it's just helped Gen.G just snowball into the game. I'm missing words, honestly, to describe what happened. So I'd rather celebrate what Gen.G did well rather than what T1 did wrong here, because when we take a look at this fight, we know that the early game went horribly wrong, and this is just a nail in the coffin, Ox.
Yeah, I actually really want to highlight Delight's usage of his E here. So he closes the gap, dodges a Renata ult, and then saves the W until the Xayah touches ground again. So great patience there. There's a lot of disengaged tools on the side of T1, but it didn't look like it with how Delight circumnavigated them.
And for Gen.G, a team that, as we know, has gone undefeated, you gotta pass the bar to at least get to the point where you can fight them in team fights. And after this, even before this, I'd argue the game already felt very over. I think Gen.G then realized the position they were in and played it out very leisurely. They were not really under any pressure whatsoever. No. And it's really hard to say something after a game like this because it's just so obvious that we've gone from Carrier being the first support ever to win split MVP, right? Like in spring, was without a shadow of a doubt playing his heart out, to him not hitting people with Renata, or to him bailing out the wrong person in a team fight.
They all feel so lost on the map. And you mentioned Keria. I want to jump onto the other side of the rift and talk about Delight here as we reveal player of the game. I know you guys voted for him. Oh no, it is Chovy, never mind. Okay, let's switch back to mid lane. We know what he did with the champion the first time they played T1. And yet again, I think he popped off during this game.
Well, the Chovy fans will be happy he wasn't robbed like he normally is. He did have some good setups in terms of the engages, like finding these angles like here. Personally, you know, I was a Delight believer, especially for his play in the bot tower and also in this fight as well. But that's one of the things when you have games like this that are so one-sided, there ends up being multiple people who look good enough to go for a POG.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we have a spread of votes here, because you can go for Peanut. I think you can even go for Doran, who had a great game on the Renaxen, although it wasn't really about him. Maybe we'll see some pace votes just because, even though, again, didn't happen at this point. Game was quite over, and I think that Chovy showcases again that if you give too much space, if you can't pass the Chovy is this big barrier, then you are going to not have a good time playing against this team.
And that's two members of this Genji lineup at the top of the POG standing. Looking at the... Okay, it was most of the mid lane votes, honestly. With three not enough appreciation for supports, guys. This angers me a bit. We'll see about game 2 and what can happen, as T1 will be playing on the red side this time around. What do you want to see from them in terms of draft priorities, maybe?
I mean, I think you kind of talked a little bit about how the simpler sort of all go in, engage composition was on the side of Genji. I think T1 should just keep it simple, but I'm going to be real, it's not about draft. It is very much about the gameplay and just some better coordination, better execution in those early setups. Go for the play, share, but it's like, I feel like they're overcomplicating things.
The best advice I can give them here is try to reset your mindset.
Just play better.
Just or that.
Skill issue.
Time for us to send it back to the casters for game 2. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Sad Spaces, for the breakdown of that game number 1. A tough one, definitely, to analyze, mainly because it kind of felt like it was over before it sort of started. Chovy picking up POG. I often like to say not robbed in this situation, but Delight was absolutely robbed. There is no way that wasn't a Delight vote, and I would like to personally protest.
Chovy, he had so much extra agency because of what was going on the bottom side of the map as well. But look, I mean, he did the fancy cool stuff. He set up those plays top side. He got some cool routes.
Yeah. And look, it is Chovy picking up. I'm very torn, right? Because I just like it when Chovy gets POGs. But it's tough life. Anyway, let's jump into the draft here for game number 2. Genji moving over to the blue side this time around as T1 elect to change things up.
They'll ban LeBlanc as well, and I think that's a lack of confidence for Poby because T1 can't repeat the style that Genji did on red side themselves, where they leave the LeBlanc open and then play the Kai'Sa as a potential flex here. And notice that 3 champions are taken away here from Owner by Genji right off the bat here, forcing him to potentially just go comfort on the Lee Sin once again. And we'll see what he has in mind. The Vi could just be first pick here for Genji. They'll take the Annie instead. And now let's see if T1 can draft a Vi composition here. Let's see how good Poby's Ahri is potentially. I believe we played it once in Challengers to take an L. But Kai'Sa's going to get locked in first. You can pick the Vi. So while it's not going to be with Nico here, and it's not going to be versus the LeBlanc, T1 now gets the opportunity. It feels like Genji have just given them this chance to say, well, can you play the comp we played? Like, was it about draft? Let's prove it's not. As T1 will have 2 of those major tools here for the dive.
Yeah, not going to be able to pair it with a Nico, for example, but Genji really are just going into the T1 playbook for this one if the Xayah is going to be locked in.
We're just going to lock in Lee Sin?
I think it could be just Xayah Rakan. You may as well do it. And then save Doran and Peanut's picks for the second round of the draft.
I think that's exactly what they're going to do, Atlas. It's just an easy call to put Delight on this pick again. Could be relatively dangerous to pick it this early, though, when you think about the Rel pick that's still available, of course. So on second thought, maybe it could be risky. They're going to opt into it anyways here because of that pre-baked synergy, and they'll put Poby on the basic Azir here in mid into the Annie. A matchup where you shouldn't have too many struggles and shouldn't require a lot of resources. And has some agency with the Vi. The Ahri was the pick you'd expect to see with Vi a lot of this year, a lot of this meta, but it's a pick that requires finesse, requires a lot of skill, a lot of coordination, and I think that T1 are just not ready to trust on that one.
Not quite yet. I like that they took a long time to lock in the Rakan. You can see Delight's face there as well. He's like, will I be denied another POG if I pick this one up?
Well, they get to just ban the Rel now, so because they chose the Azir over the Rel, it's now less scary here in the bottom lane. Let's take that one away, take away the Gragas. So this also threatens a potential Jax pick here.
That's what I was thinking, and
the Nautilus, I mean, that's the other one I was like, okay, you probably should ban that with what it could do with this Vi Kai'Sa, but they're not too worried about it, and we'll just see Kha'Zix, and will be the Jax. The answer is yes. So Genji's comp, very basic here, and what Peanut will need to do into this Vi is just simply tell all lanes to play safe, play passively, of course, without topside as GP.
That would be an optimistic pick into a Jax, I'd imagine.
Especially with Kha'Zix on the field, because now Kha'Zix could play around topside and then just counter jungle Owner significantly, especially in those early levels.
True. I do think that Gangplank, if played extraordinarily well, can win every matchup ever because Trial by Fire is broken. But Nah is going to be the lock-in here instead. Zeus going back to absolute comfort here on the top side of the map. And this is just a tried and true teamfight comp from T1. Very different to what we saw from the more pick-based early game style that they were going for in game number 1. And that didn't work, and now they're going to try something else.
If you take a look at this T1 composition, you look at who's piloting what. You've got Owner on Vi, you've got Zeus as Gnar, you see Kai'Sa for Guma, Keria is on Nautilus, and you look at that Azir in the mid lane and you go, that's the T1 I know. But you see the name Poby on it and you know that even though T1 has been fantastic as an organization across this year, compositions just as this, as Faker is the face of Azir that fans around the world know. You know, you feel good about it in terms of what the rest of the team should be able to do if they just played like he was there, if the captain was actually driving this ship. But we know it's not, and so these 4 other players know how to play this composition. Can they tell Poby what to do? Can the roles be reversed? That's the question they're going to have to answer if they want to bring this to 3, because you look at Gen G's composition, and once that train starts rolling, it does not stop. There are no breaks.
Nope.
The Gen G composition is absolutely lethal in terms of what it could do inside. The setup they have for Engage with Annie into Rakan, the Xayah Feathers, there is just no room for error with what T1 have put together.
The thing about the Gen G comp is it will require a little bit of getting going. Does snowball extraordinarily well, though. Let's see whether they will as we jump onto the Rift for Game 2. All right, T1 fans, they heard the Gen G chant be so loud in the first game, and they took revenge here in the second one.
Yeah, I mean, Atlas and I were talking about it during the break, but it is actually insane, the fan cheers here for Gen G. I think there's a lot of confidence going into this series, but also just Gen G has become an org that could go for the three-peat, right? This is something that we've talked about in the past where Gen G wins regular season, but they choke in playoffs. They have been notorious for leading us to believe that they are the best team in the LCK, but then have these massive dips. But it's just been nothing but consistency over the last 3 seasons from this roster now that the fans are just also showing up and supporting them, and they're becoming such a big org. They've always been, right, even since the Samsung days, but it's really starting to come to a head now, as it feels like almost Gen G has become the face of the LCK more than T1. It's crazy to say that, but
there's a weird transition going on, you're right. And I think that Gen G were always the team that weren't the fan favorites, but they were often the best team. And it's a difficult thing to deal with as the team of Gen G as well. But now it is certainly starting to feel like that has become less the case, at least in these moments at this stage. Trophy in this mid lane, and we can talk about how these compositions do work. Of course, pretty short range on both sides. What happens when we dip back to the Xayah Kai'Sa meta? How the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Yeah. I mean, look, the way that this comp operates for Gen G is very simple, right? They have an insanely strong 4-1. They also have great disengage into what is a Vi, Gnar engage composition with Nautilus for support and the follow-up from the Kai'Sa. Annie just ults everyone who goes in, and then you re-engage with the Recon. You set up those charms. So it's so complicated to play what T1 is playing. Now, I think it's a fantastic draft. And, you know, we've seen T1 run this exact comp before with Faker on the Azir, and you could trust, like, what he can do in a side lane and the amount of pressure they can put on the map, deal with this Jax, but I don't know if it's going to come to fruition here. But I think it's the greatest test of the 4 drafts we've seen from T1 so far. This is by far the hardest to win with. And, I mean, they are really brave to pull it out here on red side.
I would agree. Last time we saw Zeus on this Nara, I believe, was in the Nongshim series. And it was after we saw Nongshim win the game where they got the Neela for Jiwoo, and we're like, wow, Nongshim, they're super good. And then Zeus actually just picked up T1 and put him on his back. As Peanut, he has isolated Ona, or has Ona isolated Peanut. It looks like the Vi is going to win out on that trade.
Yeah, will win out. His red buffs fade away. Owner coming here to mid. Chovy's way up, but has a stun prep.
Yeah, and not going to be able to flash the Vault Breaker. There is an army of minions, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough, as he's now looking to try and escape. Doesn't have flash, and does have the Molten Shield, but there will be another Vault Breaker, and there is going to be a dead Annie. That is going to be first blood going over to Ona.
An uncharacteristic miscommunication between Peanut and Chovy here, because Peanut absolutely should have conveyed the information that Owner's in the vicinity, even though he's on the other side of the Drake pit, or rather the Herald pit. He's very close by, and Chovy's just way too far up in the lane there against Poby, trying to push his lane advantages against the Azir, and it's very simple for Owner to just come down there. Poby almost looked shocked by the gank, but was able to react quickly enough and do the damage required to take Chovy out there despite the flash.
And of course, I think Peanut just assumed that Owner would head over to his red buff, which is still up and available. But they did have a ward down, and Owner didn't actually start it up. We're going to see it once again as Owner comes over here. We'll be able to pull the Bramble back out of the pit.
Yeah, Peanut's just looking for the smite fight here, and does have the escape, of course. He's a level up, and did take first strike, so just picking some gold up.
Good vision here available as well, as Owner will be able to secure his red buff. Peanut still looking for a little bit more, but only will find a Q. Therefore, nothing too much. Zeus going to crush on top of Doran.
And one thing that you could definitely say about Peanut is he absolutely understands pressure so incredibly well. Every time a lane has an advantage, he is going to be there. He's going to be making an impact.
Oh dear, Owner is going to be discovered. Vault Breaker immediately though, has the passive for the shield as Doran's just going to walk past to support his jungler. There's a counter strike. They get the small stun onto Zeus, but he's going to land some boomerangs. Gen.G going to have to get out of here. T1, they came here to fight in this game. And so far, it is absolutely working. They have a slight advantage. We're going to check in on this bottom side where things pretty even.
Yeah.
Not really going to be game deciding or anything like that, but it is good to see T1 have some fight in him.
And Peanut, he just knows I can contest this red buff because Chovy teleports back to lane. He's got an advantage there. We have Cryo in top and mid, so against Owner, he's a level down. If I steal the smite, he won't hit level 4. I could push the envelope even further, then we can make a play top side. And it doesn't end up working out. They don't end up getting the kill. But this has been Peanut's MO for their last few series, is just use lane prio to the extreme aggressive degree. Now, once again, Chovy just a bit too far up in this lane. Poby will just come over and help secure this kill. Huge minion wave, so it does feel very awkward here, pulling it away from the turret. Chovy, Molten Shields to try to get out, but as the Vault Breaker comes through, that's a kill for Owner and will be first blood. The top side of the map, though, could have backfired in a big way for Gen.G. T1, slight gold advantage, about 100 to their name at the moment.
Yep. That is sort of closing as Chovy continues to zone Poby out of these this minions, at least being able to kill them. This cannon is dangerously low, and it's worrying me that Poby's not going to be able to even be in experience range. He is going to be able to get over, and it isn't going to die. So there we go. Poby's going to be able to secure it. Cannons worry me more than most things here in the LCK, and I think I blame it all entirely on Jonah Strong and the amount of zoom-ins that we get. Thankfully, we did not have to do one there.
Yeah.
Delight taking a lot of damage. Owner's moving down. They have control vision, but Delight not going to be fighting anytime soon, and that wave state not great here for Gen.G in the bottom lane. Will not be getting a crash or anything of that nature. Peanut going to have to come down, I think, try and sort that one out at least, or maybe go for some sort of attempted gank. It does look like Gumayushi just cleared it up. Now going to get themselves out as Chovy getting a stun back.
Yeah, he is ready to just drop a bear on this Azir and take the tempo advantage as Zayas actually gets hit by the counter-strike despite the hop there. Won't end up meaning anything, but Steel Caps does feel nice to have right now. And this early game has been Peanut trying to play around topside and not coming up with big advantages. They did end up losing Chovy early, so Kha'Zix's ability to, for example, solo a Drake early is not going to come into play here. There have been no resources bottom side. So T1 have actually had a pretty nice time of things, all things considered, in this early game. Of course, the CS advantage that Chovy holds is frustrating, but it doesn't mean that Azir isn't going to be as relevant as he normally is on these first few team fights. Oh boy.
All right, Doran. He isn't going to have a leap strike for the next little while as Ona takes a fair bit of damage. There is a Kha'Zix waiting in the wings,
yeah,
but...
trying to bait this so hard.
Yeah, Chovy drops a bear, and there is Peanut. They will be able to secure it. Emperor's Divide does come out as Carrier looks to try and escape from this one as well. From his former teammate of Chovy, does use the dredge line to get up. That should mean Rift Herald goes over to Genji.
Yeah, it's just, you could see the Genji members holding their breaths, just going, all right, are they actually going to step across the line here? They don't have enough vision. We're baiting this super hard. It looks like a mistake or an overextension here and an opportunity for Owner. And then they just jump straight out with the stun prepped for Chovy, and it's an easy pickup here on the kill, and they are going to be able to take the Rift Herald with it. Now, T1 will get this first Drake here, so it's not all roses for Genji, but definitely feeling much better about the Rift Herald pickup right now. Delight has a control ward in here, but he's not going to look for a steal with his Q.
The Gleaming Quills, yes, steal. You love to see it.
About 2 damage.
I think it is the most impressive steal that I've ever seen. A Gleaming Quill Baron steal. That is the best one. I think there was a Death Sentence steal on a Drake as well. Which is when you weren't maxing Q on Thresh. So that was a pretty cool one.
Chovy has stun, and Poby has put himself in this river in a position where if the Kha'Zix is in the jungle, or even if Doran flashes for a leap strike there, he's in no man's land. He just cannot be there, but he wants to help contest the prio there for the Herald, but he's just not aware of how coordinated Genji is, and this is the kind of coordination you won't find in Challengers. It's the kind of coordination you only find at their top teams here in the LCK.
Well, now comes back as, oh man, Doran almost gets the counter-strike, but Zeus going to be able to win out on the trade in the end. Meganar going to be pretty strong there, but as he gets to Mini, it is a little bit dangerous as Peanut just doesn't know that there are 2 people here. The hook is going to come down and carry a bit of a drive-by, as you can see. It says, goodbye, Peanut. I'll lock that one down.
So 2 kills for Owner. Picks up the one onto Chovy. Now he's got Peanut here once again trying to contest this red buff. And I mean, T1 coordination definitely not as it normally is without Faker, but it's not so weak that you could just walk over here without vision and steal a red buff away and force this skirmish. But if a whoopsie there, and T1 will maintain that even gold for a little bit longer at least.
Yeah. You like to see it, and of course, Peanut is a large reason why Genji's composition snowballs effectively. Kha'Zix, when he gets ahead, is a menace to deal with. Kha'Zix from behind is just a bug that you squish. You're not really too worried about it. He's never going to be building tanky, and so will therefore just be free food. And gets towards the brush, and then is in CC hell forever.
In Peanut's defense, of course, Carrier is missing, but he could be anywhere, right? And they don't know he's going to be on this red buff, and I think that this is just great prediction from T1. Peanut's going to make a play for it again, and he protects. Zeus does have his Narbar.
Yeah, that's a flash forward from Doran. The bear comes down, and he can't even get Meganar.
Yeah, I didn't have his ult either. It's just now coming back off of cooldown, and it's just too clean here from Genji. He tried his best, but now he's down a flash. Will be, of course, a trade of flashes here, 2 for 1, advantage T1, but in terms of what you pick up, as Genji, you're more than happy to take that trade.
Yeah, and Chovy now just going to speed his bear up towards this mid lane, and they will be able to collect some plates as well. As Tibbers is going to shake hands with Carrier here just a little bit.
I mean, look at all the plates that Doran's going to pick up here. Man. So they're getting plates top, getting plates mid. One more hit on that one. There he goes. Picks it up.
Only gets the 50 gold. So
there you go.
I would almost say that it's worth.
Plus, he got the gold there on the Herald.
Yeah.
He's 2-0.
Oh, man.
Time to carry.
Gold?
Time to carry, Atlas.
Yeah, well, I mean, honestly, it is. As he's 100% of T1's advantage, to be honest.
Yeah.
As, all right, Emperor's Divide is going to find Chovy. Voltbreaker doesn't, though. Still, he's dead. He's really dead. Cease and desist going to come through. And Poby going to help lock this one down. That is going to be his first kill of the game.
Not going to be in a mad movie, but you'll take it.
Oh, absolutely.
You'll take it. It wasn't that clean, but it's good enough to get the kill as Chovy is flashless from the play topside, and Poby has the wherewithal to know, okay, he's flashless, he made the play topside, we could turn this into something. Owner's a little bit late to the play, but they still link it together. Zeus, man, he's in trouble in this topside, though.
Oh, dear, yeah. Doran Throws down the ultimate. He's getting aggressive as grand entrance towards Carrier. There's a Vault Breaker that's going to bring... Oh no, he misses and he has to flash! But they still will get in there, but Battle Dance is going to get Delight out. Oh no. A little bit of a misplay there from Owner is going to cost him
a flash.
Any sort of advantage.
Yeah, flash there, and also would have maybe been able to turn that into a kill, as you're alluding to there, but fortunately does mess it up. As Doran, man, he's just pushing these advantages. He knows that Narbar is about to expire, and he's using the minions so aggressively here. He's just standing behind them saying, Zeus, if you want to get into range of these minions, I'm going to actually look for a Counter-Strike play. I'm going to zone you out of experience. I'm going to zone you out of these last hits. And even when he's in Mega Gnar, he knows exactly how much he could push the advantage there, and is taking a 20 CS lead into a ranged Gnar. Zeus is Gnar, by the way. And I think we could say Doran, he is back in form here this week.
Oh, absolutely.
This is the double flash committed here. Zeus does not have the ability to pull out the Mega, unfortunately.
In the meantime, Owner is back. The hook is going to connect onto Chovy as well, and Carrier says, you are, once again, food for the Vi. 3-0-1. Yes, he face-planted a Vault Breaker in the bottom lane, but he is the hope for T1 right now.
He really is. And he needs to continue to push these advantages to the rest of the map. He's not going to be able to save Zeus in this game, I don't think, unfortunately, but maybe he can give enough of a gold here to this Azir. Maybe the Kaisa, if he starts to put the attention bottom side here, to maybe something can happen. Poby's going to pick up another plate. And, you know, if they could have set up this dive here bottom side, I mean, I think maybe having a little bit of scared after what happened in game one, not going to commit there to dive onto the recon, but maybe could have gotten some more plate gold there for Guma. They still have Cryo for this Drake, though. We'll see what soul we end up with as Gen G. We're going to contest this with a TP.
Yeah, Delight actually, grand entrance, and T1 just going to get out of there. They see the TP coming through. It was Doran as well. He is the very scary one, and that will mean that Peanut's able to leap over and pick this one up. And it's Earth, Wind, and Fire in order. Love to see it.
So Doran, he will sacrifice a little bit of minions for this to teleport in, but he knew that Zeus, because of that kill earlier, had to, or because of the pressure he put on him earlier, did have to teleport back to lane, so he knew he had TP advantage and Zeus couldn't match. He also knew plates were falling, so Zeus, even though he gets half of this turret, won't pick up any plate gold. So yeah, Doran lost some minions, but he has a big enough advantage. I don't think he really cares. It's not like Zeus is going to equalize it by crashing those minions into the turret. We're going to go back to this shuffle here. And Owner, those are the Vault Breaker. Looks like he just wanted to save his ultimate and potentially have the burst damage to take Chovy out, but does commit it in the end. Timing wasn't perfect, but it's good enough. And then Chovy once again overextending here, and Owner is just pitching a tent here in this mid lane as Chovy is constantly flashless, and Carrier makes the roam happen. And Poby.
Nice.
So, yeah. Okay, keeping it basic.
Thank you very much for taking care of my lane. Perfect stuff. And honestly, you can see Poby is completely even on farm. If you want to nitpick, it is 2 minions in the lead for him. As I said it before, it is going to swing backwards and forth. As Doran fighting with a Mega Gnar, it is going to become mini again pretty shortly.
And they have so much.
It's going to back away.
So much control over this top side now with the Drake gone. They've just pivoted there. They put Annie bot. And with Shiv here for Guma, he can push this wave, and Bapeza is just happy to take it. Now, the prio they have in mid isn't going to turn into a guaranteed Herald take unless they can force a fight. And Owner, once again, just wants to camp Chovy here to get more gold for this Azir. But that means he's not actually contesting Herald, so that prio that they had with Shiv in mid is going to end up being meaningless, and Gen G will stave off the pressure bottom and take the second Herald. So, unfortunately for Owner, coming up empty this time around.
Still going to be fine, though, and you can see that T1 are still neck and neck when it comes to gold. This game is extraordinarily even. I think when these turrets start to fall, that's when Gen G generally makes all of their advantages happen, as Bear comes down towards the bottom side. Poby going to get stunned up eventually, as we've got Zeus falling very low as well. Quickness comes through as Chovy's underneath the turret. Tibbers is going to get mad. Poby is going to escape, but Owner, is he going to be able to make it out? The answer is yes, and now Doran is chasing after Zeus, and he will survive as well. An advantage for T1 as Peanut's moving towards this bottom lane. He will be able to at least see the Vi, but this dive will be tough.
It's not going to be one he wants to commit to. If he flashes into Owner and he gets Vault broken, then he just dies, trades his life for it. Don't want to be giving the Vi further advantages here in this game. Just try to take something else, but Not very clean there, unfortunately, for Gen G on the bottom side of the map. So we'll watch this again. Chovy doesn't have his stun prepped when he drops Tibbers. Does get the stun eventually here, so locks Poby down. But Owner was coming over, and once again, there's no vision here. So Chovy flashes to try to get the kill. Is unsuccessful, and the bear is out of range, and then Owner is able to turn that one around to pick up the gold. So Chovy's 0-4 this game.
He is. And if Owner hadn't have killed Chovy one of those other times, they both die in that situation. So
100%.
Yeah, hats off to the amount of camp that Chovy has had to deal with so far this game. It's working for T1 beautifully. And this could be the strategy, you know? It's just take Chovy out of the game, make sure that Tibbers is not a scary bear, it's just a teddy bear.
And not only that, but Peanut, like you said, he's a bug to be squashed if he encounters Owner. You can see he's actually struggling to even secure his red buff right now.
Goldbreaker is going to miss, though, as there's the grand entrance. Carrier finds a hook, but pays. He will get knocked up, but now he can free hit, and Carrier is most definitely dead. That is going to be Doran diving in and stealing away the kill. And Chovy down to 50% as he had a bit of a scuffle with Poby.
I like the proactivity, let's say, here for T1 to try to push Peanut out of his jungle and push further advantages into this Vi and funnel this massive lead that he has into advantages all over the map, and they commit as a group. But once again, Delight helps turn this one around. But you still have a fed Vi. The Kha'Zix, you know, he has his Eclipse now, and he can push deep vision if they start getting control of the map, because they don't have enough map vision now, or map control rather, to push that vision deeper into T1's jungle. T1 still trying to look for advantages. There's a timer on this, though, because the Gnar is so significantly behind. He's caught up in CS, but this Jax is going to be such a threat in side lanes that T1 need to be doing things like this. They need to be furthering their advantage, because in a side lane, they just simply won't have that same pressure. Missing the Vault Breaker here is really unfortunate. Owner at least will get out with his life. Peria is not so lucky. Delight coming over. Good reaction here from the side of Gen G as they're 5 on the bottom lane. And that's going to link into this Drake here. It spawns in 10 seconds. Zeus going to maybe trade this for a turret. Much needed gold for the Gnar before he could TP in, but I just don't think T1 have enough control to contest.
I don't think they will be able to. Gumushi is a long way away from this one as well, as the outer turret in the mid lane had already been taken. So Zeus, he will be able to secure this, and it is only the second Drake for Gen G. If these start stacking up, it becomes a huge problem. Just one, I think you can probably be okay with giving away, especially if you're able to collect yourself a turret for it. And Zeus just throwing houses around towards his top side. Might be able to get a little bit of damage onto this inner as well, especially with Carrier and Owner in the area. Delight moves down. They're going to focus on the Gromp for the moment. It looks like this turret is going to stay up for now.
They're just roaming around as for T1 here to look for Peanut if they can find him, or any vision clears that Delight is attempting. They're trying to set up some deeper vision here. And Peanut will, of course, come over here. He's got Umberglaive and clear this ward so easily. There it is. But still trying to force mistakes out of Gen G and trying to push these advantages, especially when you have an Azir that's safely side laning right now. Will have his Nashor's Tooth to be an even larger menace there. Feel pretty good about how T1 have taken what was a small advantage and try to turn it into a little bit deeper map control. But you can see the gold lead is faded now. It's actually a deficit here for T1, and this Jax is going to start to be such a huge problem. And in these next 4 minutes, the choices that T1 make will define whether they go to game 3 or not. And I like the idea to just look for picks. Look for picks non-stop. Look for hooks, because you've got to get more than what you have right now, because we go into this next fight, you're not strong enough to just say, I take this easily, Chovy's behind, because they have so many ways to actually out-team fight you here. Pays is on 2 items.
And so it's a teamfight composition as well, right?
Yeah.
Like for T1. So they're very happy to move to that state of the game. Yes, Gen G, they have a similar vibe, but it's not like last game, which was really like do or die. You lose the early game, pack it up. And that's what they did. They moved to game 2 as quickly as possible.
And I think that T1 need to be wary of how much this composition is reliant on Prio and having that vision set up. So we still got 3 minutes to go before this Dragon. I don't think anyone's going to be able to start Baron up just yet. So when we get down to 90 seconds before this Dragon, I want to see T1 doing that 4-man group around bottom. I want to see deep vision around the pit. I want to see Carrier set up to look for a big ult potentially, or threaten Chovy on that flank angle so he doesn't actually get the opportunity to drop a bear, because that's how you're going to win this fight as T1 to even up the Drakes. You lose it or give it up, then soul point goes to Gen G, and you're never going to get Prio again against this Jack. Speaking of, he's left alone in this bottom lane and is going to take out half of this turret while we see T1 contesting around Baron. And Gen G, they have really quickly wrestled back control of this map, and now Peanut can aggressively Umberglaive on the enemy's side of the map and start putting deep vision on the other side of the Drake. And T1, Yeah, they're left a little bit empty-handed here in terms of what they got on top side.
And this is the worst part, right? Like, this is what happens when your top laner falls this far behind. You don't get to play any sort of 1-3-1 situation. You can see T1 have been able to get some vision around the Baron, but both teams investing their resources evenly on the bottom side, but Doran's the one that manages to get the turret. And it's hats off to Doran, man. The fact that he has now become a big pressure point for the team is... Oh, he's going to dive on top of Zeus. The hop does come through, though, as the boomerang comes out. And so Zeus, I'm going to be too worried about it. That was a bit of a cute moment, you could say. Is Peanut going to leap away?
Yeah, definitely very interesting there, as Doran's not going to mess around with it, with the Gnar on top of him like that.
Delight gets the double knock-up. Chovy wants to throw a bear down. He does do so, but the cease and desist comes in. Delight trying to get away. He is going to be able to do so as Tibbers just getting aggressive. That's 50 gold going over to T1. Pace sidesteps the hook.
So they get a flash and a teleport here as Gen G. You feel pretty good about this now. T1 are like, are they going to actually start Baron? I mean, there's enough damage here to do it. It will take a long time, but they actually don't have clear vision control here anymore, and this is where things get scary. So Genji can use the threat of that with this Jax as well to then say, oh, you guys are now focused on getting Baron vision cleared because you're scared we're taking it. We'll just get Prio on Drake. Look at Peanut just continuing to maintain this vision control here. You're going to take the blue buff away. And, you know, we talked about T1, where they need to be focused on 90 seconds before they were not.
Oh, no.
Poby, oh boy.
Yeah, Poby is going to have his crown broken. There is the Emperor's Divide, but Doran is going to avoid it. Shifts the sands, though, and Poby's out of there. Never you mind.
I mean, he lives, but now he's down Flash, now he's down Ult, and two critical tools to potentially get this Drake fight into your favor. And Gen G, I mean, they looked for the play topside. Yeah, they don't get any kills, but they got so much of an advantage. Notice that the wards that T1 have set up on Baron, they put their focus there just in case, but they can't take it themselves, and now there's just no way to set up for Dragon. They're still trying to have this Goon Squad roam around and look for picks onto potentially this Rakan, for example. And maybe they could, with Faker's leadership, have tried to start Baron, you know, like T1 would normally do in a situation like this, but they're just not confident enough. But the Jax side lane is such a problem because he has TP advantage now after Zeus went over there. So if you try to start Baron, he kills a turret and denies you Baron. It's just checkmate here at this point.
And he can also just go over and take the Drake. And so Gen G can stay out on the map. They can two-man this Dragon. That is going to be Soul Point basically for free here. And this is like you've been talking about throughout this game, right? It's just pure vision control for Gen G. Peanut's not only getting vision control, but he's 50 CS ahead of this 4-0 Vi that we said is going to be so pivotal to T1 being able to further what advantages they did have earlier in the game. As Emperor's Divide is up again, and Doran is going to have to go golden. I don't know whether there's a lot of answers, but he is going to flash Leap Strike, and he's fine, never you mind. And now Peanut is going to turn up. There's the flash Tibbers, and the Pigeon is squashed. Zeus is now fighting a bear, looking for an opportunity. The Void Seeker is not going to allow Gumayusi to come over. And Gen G finding even more. Zeus is just going to frustratedly gnaw away Tibbers and doesn't even get the 50G.
And the counter plays that we've seen both games here on the bottom side for Gen G have been so fantastic because they know they have that additional teleport for Chovy. Everything is used onto Doran. He has stopwatch, he breaks it, and then the turn is great as owner. Yeah. This is not a buff that you could take.
No, it is not. Another Leap Strike does come through, though. Counter-Strike going to stun up the Vi. Does he have another? No, he doesn't. Oh. And Doran is going to pick it up. This Jax is just too big.
And that's all that money picked up, all that bounty as well into Doran's hands. He could buy his Zhonya soon. He's going to take a Baron first, it looks like, though, as his Counter-Strike's on cooldown here, but where's the engage? Poby doesn't have ult.
Yeah, Delight just running for Gumayusi, immediately cleanses to get himself out of the way. Carrier trying to deal with Peanut, but now he's by himself, and Gen G will be able to lock him down. It's been a quiet game for Pace, but he grabs himself a kill here, and Gen G now to back off towards this river. They'll clear out all the vision and look to start a Baron. Delight just grand entrance to get out of the way of the Void Seeker.
And this is Baron for this Jax, for this insane 4-1 composition. T1, they're just not willing to give, but there's nothing they can do. No Narbar.
Yeah, grand entrance going to come through. That is going to be a Mega Gnar. So Zeus does get a little bit of a crush out, but that is still a dead Gnar, a dead Baron, and Gen G with a huge advantage now.
Yeah, I mean, so massive here. And this is the kind of plays, I said it before, that you see oftentimes from T1 side lane where everything is committed to kill somebody, and then Stopwatch comes out, TP from Chovy, Peanut is here, and what looks like a one-man pushing too far is actually 3 Gen G players picking up 2 kills. Well, nearly 2 kills. Of course, Zeus will escape here, but watch this play here onto the Vi from Doran, who's 3 levels up. He's asking where Nautilus is.
Yeah.
He's like, guess I'm just going to go for this.
뭐야 이거?
What's he doing?
Oh, some classic Doran there. With a little bit of a ha-ha at the end. And in that bottom lane play, there are so many times, right? And as commentators, we get used to the tendencies of players. Doran has, throughout a lot of his career, had a tendency to die in situations like that. And so I just assume, oh, it's Doran, he's slightly overextended. He'll die, but his team will be able to get vision. This time around, it's like a different Doran plays against T1 half the time.
Yeah.
And we saw it in the finals. That was a Doran just hitting Super Saiyan in a level that we hadn't even seen, especially on the Gragas then. But this is his best Jax performance that I've seen in a really long time.
Yeah, and, you know, okay,
all right.
Owner, you got to get out
Blasco
of here.
and jump scare.
But, you know, the other thing, too, is he had that great performance, albeit against a underperforming Birdall, against Live Sandbox earlier this week.
Yeah.
And this is one thing that has been a liability for Gen G at times, but it just certainly has not been in their last few games. It's actually been a strong point that Peanut can play through. Because that knockup is not going to connect, but that's going to be an inhibitor here at least for Gen G.
And it's like, as the game moves towards a little bit more of that topside meta that we've seen starting to develop, as I'm going to have to hold that thought, in goes Carrier, looks for an opportunity, July taking a lot of damage, and that is going to be Poby collecting that kill. It's a 1-for-1, which is kind of all right here for T1 at this circumstance, but it's not anymore. That's a double kill for Pays as he flashes in, picks up the triple here. Gumayushi now after him. It's Zeus that locks down the kill, but they still will all die. And Gen G, yes, they lose their AD carry. It was an overly aggressive play because Pays has been a bit subdued this game, but the game is still over, Wolf.
It's still over. They've got a minion wave here. They've got Baron buff for 30 seconds, and Doran, he can 2-hit these turrets, it feels like at this point. Being a bit facetious, but he's just so big.
Yeah.
And T1, the expected loss tonight here to Gen G without Faker is just not the same team. And Doran having a big return to form. Sure, against Birdall and a struggling T1, but if you're a Gen G fan, as you crest 10 wins here, you are feeling great about your chances for the three-peat here in LCK, as this team has just never looked this consistent. And for T1, you know, I feel like these losses and the lack of cohesion when Faker's gone really just does tell you everything you need to know about how this team operated. We've always talked about how Faker, he's a shot caller, he's the real coach, he's the one who's doing the drafting, he's the one who's controlling all the moves, he's the one who's making all the calls when he's in the sight lane. And who knows if we may be moving the clock closer to doomsday of this roster, potentially for T1. But man, Faker's legacy gets a big thumbs up, right?
It's actually more intact now, which is like it's almost a sad situation. I want to go back to Gen G just for a second and talk about Doran once more, because the biggest thing that we've got on the horizon is their matchup into KT. I think that Keen is terrifying right now. With Doran's form this week, if that keeps up, oh man, that is so exciting.
He over-indexed, let's say, into that red buff today a little bit, but he's also been so on form that Cuz Keen versus Peanut Doran is such an exciting top lane matchup. Never mind, of course, Chovy into an on-form BDD and the resurgence that we've seen from aiming in a Kaisa meta.
Yeah.
It is just, I mean, it feels like every time Gen G comes up, we have to talk about their matchup against KT that will be coming. But for now, we just enjoy the show. It's just dominant win after dominant win here in the LCK.
And that's the first round robin. Can they make a perfect second round robin is going to be the question, because this game too, it wasn't as clean as game number one. Game one, T1 had a far more early game focused composition, and Gen G just kind of steamrolled them after a couple of mistakes early. This time, it was Owner actually finding Chovy so many times. I don't think it's going to be another Chovy POG angle in this particular game. He still did put on a lot of pressure and things like that, but it was Owner that did get really far ahead. But then Gen G were able to coordinate much better throughout the mid to late game, and even though T1 stayed even for a lot longer, it did turn into this game, where T1 really just didn't have a leg to stand on throughout the later stages.
I tweeted about this earlier, but the T1 fans have been incredibly supportive here in the arena, in Lowell Park, of this squad.
Yeah.
And especially of Poby, they're specifically chanting his name and trying to give him the support he needs. This is just a really trying time, right? And I think people are getting a little ahead of themselves saying that, you know, without Bengi at the helm here and with the T1's, you know, current loss streak that's happening here, which is the biggest they've had in a long time now, by the way, they are struggling, and people are wondering, like, is this team actually going to be able to make a playoffs run? What if they don't win in Worlds qualifiers? And I think it's a legit concern, but I think we need to wait until Faker comes back before we really get too caught up in that. These are the final moments here for Gen G, and it's a hard push as it's just falling like flies.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think that you don't want to go too hard on an unfortunate situation here, and you make any adjustments to a roster and things really do take a lot of getting used to. So I'm not going to count any chickens before they have metaphorically hatched.
I just hope
T1, and we just need to celebrate Gen G continuing their undefeated streak, right? Like, that's what it's about here, and Gen G are really looking fantastic at the end of this game for the Saturday Showdown. Doran especially, man, I am so proud of this guy. It doesn't matter like how many bad games he has, he always has these games to come back to.
Yeah, exactly.
He doesn't get into his own head as much as he used to. It's just fantastic.
It really is true, and I think that is something that T1 is going to have to do themselves, not get into their own heads about these 2 weeks without Faker, right? Because if you can say, okay, this is not forever, let's actually use this as a learning experience, maybe when he comes back, you're even stronger than you were before.
Yep, and trials and tribulations are opportunities to learn. And on that note, let's throw it over to the space to break down that game number 2 and the series win for Gen G.
There's a bit more to break down from this one, I feel, that compared to the previous ones, because, guys, the first game was not competitive at all. It was professional basketball players splitting up kids, and that's not something I want to see ever again. But this early game from the second game on the side of T1 here, I wouldn't call it hope, but at least it was more competitive.
I had to take off my cardigan because there was actually some gameplay in this one. You know, it was getting for like the first 20 minutes, 15 maybe. It was actually a bit of up and down, and this is what I think as a T1 fan is the best you can hope for.
Yeah.
Beating Gen G, given the state of the team, is unrealistic, and I mean, it's better than game 1, I guess.
Copium?
Yeah. The bar was low.
The bar was on the floor. Which,
yeah, you know, they stepped over it.
Well, it depends. Is it limbo? Because then the bar was high.
Yeah, they just walked straight.
It was easy.
Regardless, semantics. Definitely a better performance. I think Owner, we have had some games from him where he's been a bit invisible. Very active in this one and got off to a strong start. But ultimately, you know, it ticks some of the boxes. Kind of what I was saying earlier. It's like, you know, the mid jungle has to go well if you're going to stand a chance against Gen G. It did go well. But then you also need to like maintain that lead, because if it goes late, you just lose team fights because they're so good at team fighting. FaZe is such a strong carry, and that's kind of it came to that point. It's like if you don't constantly keep accruing advantages against Gen G, it's just so hard to win.
Step by step, I think you can be not happy, but okay-ish with the fact that you went toe-to-toe with less sad about the fact that they went toe-to-toe with Gen G in the early game here. Tell me about T1's approach here as they were playing on that side.
I mean, you're hoping to beat Nongshim. That's where you're at right now, right?
Yeah.
You barely won against them last time, and you need to play well enough to get that done because you want to get any win that you can get because you still want to contest for playoffs. Looking at the draft, I think the draft was really good here. Like the prioritization on the Vi, self-explanatory, and the combination and core of specifically Nautilus, Vi, and Kai'Sa, I really like. In previous times when I see Zeus Sonar, I'm like, nice. But now, it really does feel like the Nocturne ban in particular to me kind of stands out. I would have much rather seen a Jax ban, because I think Jax right now is absolutely cracked. And even in the best of times, I don't know if Zeus could stand up to that matchup right now.
Yeah, and I mean, I think if we look at the same matchup, even like just in spring, we'd have been so confident and be like, oh, you know, Zeus and Doran's going to be completely fine. Even earlier this split, I feel like Doran's really gained a lot of confidence. In the last series, obviously, we saw him popping off, and this one having a strong performance as well. Not dying in lane, solo 1v1, which has kind of been a trait of his that's quite common. So I think the team are putting more trust in him, which is why, you know, they went for the Jax and he performed really well.
one of the things I want to say that went wrong in the first game on top of execution was the fact that I feel like Gen.G got vision control really early in the game, and T1 couldn't do anything after this, which did not happen this time around. So how did they work themselves into this early game?
It's very easy. Just camp mid. We kept talking about the mid jungle 2v2 because it is how Gen.G wins and chokes out a lot of their games. And Owner, particularly being on Vi and into Annie, you can just spam gang, right? Annie can be very oppressive in lane when left alone, but she also has 0 escapes outside of some extra movement speed on her E. So what they did was just camp Chovy, and it was the only reason why I think the early game was even remotely close.
It's a good strategy, but it's also, you know, almost a bit painful that obviously they got all these successful ganks off and it still wasn't enough.
It wasn't a gold lead, really.
This is probably as good as you can hope for the early game to go. For the side of T1, I'd say, given their current form. And again, I think it's a good strategy. It's just translating that as like the next step.
I think it's a good confidence boost for now, but you need to be able to translate these early kills into actual map pressure and advantage on the map, which maybe was not enough here. How did Gen.G come back though? Or is it actually a comeback or just...
It's, yeah, I think this is like the kind of the Gen.G comfort zone where they're like, you know, as long as they can remain in relative parity on gold, I think this team is very much like we can win any late game. Like we can always win team fights as long as we have some semblance of fat people, and they had pressure from Doran in side lane, and Pace was completely fine. Like he didn't have a lead, but Pace doesn't really need a lead to pop off later on.
So Gen.G keeps on being undefeated here. T1 unfortunately on a two series lose streak, but anything we can say about Kobe, his debut with T1, hopes for him, and what we see T1 becoming maybe?
I think there's been a bit more confidence. Like, you know, game one, he obviously had that flub, but at least he was trying to go for the play, trying to challenge. And he obviously got a lot of help from Owner here, but there were some moments, some decent shuffles. I don't think it's really on specifically him that lost in this one, but we're kind of just seeing from this replay that it just came to the point where Gen.G were too far ahead. Had built up enough a lead and are just so confident in their fights, they're willing to dive the tower.
Yeah, when Pace is flashing into multiple people with his Feather Storm, you know that the game is pretty over.
I think it's the classic, it was close until it wasn't, really. We have the player of the game ready, so let's reveal and see who got this one. And it's Doran. You guys were talking about him. We know how powerful Jax can be right now. You have things to say.
It really is. Peak Doran is uncomparable to some of the Doran plays that we've seen. The Doran that gets solo killed by Sion, like at level 5.
Yeah.
Contrasted to this player that continuously looks up the peaks and is able to really put a lot of pressure in the side lane.
And if I'm being honest, Doran's had a really good week so far, and obviously T1 on in this sort of form where how good series against them is super significant, but it's still positive to see because even against weaker teams, sometimes Doran would make mistakes, getting solo killed.
Yeah.
And I think when we're looking at the matchup against KT, Keen is obviously a big strength of KT, so Doran performing better and better makes me have a lot of faith for them in that matchup.
That really is what we're building up to, right?
Yeah.
You're building up to the match against KT, and KT's early game I think is really good, and their top side is really strong. So you can't afford dying in a 1v1. So I really like that framing because that matchup's going to be amazing.
I'm really curious to see what it's going to come down to when it comes to strength, lanes, map pressure. What do you foresee for this? It's going to be week 6, so we have a bit of time before this one.
It's still weeks away, but it is, I think, kind of the how well can you keep down Pace, your KT, and how well can you keep down Keen or the top side if you're Gen.G.
It's going to be all mid-jungle, because I think if you get that edge in the mid-jungle, you just spread it to the rest of the map. BDD is super active on like roaming picks, but then Chovy and Pina have been just taking over the map when they've had the chance to.
Story for the future. For now, we have the 2 solo laners from Gen.G being on stage for the interview. Dear, take it away.
LCK Summer Split.
Thank you guys. This is Dear for the POG interview translation. We are here joined by Chovy and Doran on the side of Gen.G. Congratulations.
네, 먼저 초비 선수 오늘 T1전 승리도
Chovy,
하셨고요. 벌써 POG 600점으로
you won against T1 and you're already at 3rd place with 600 POG points. So how do you feel?
받게 되니까 기분이 좋네요.
Upon victory and getting POG, I'm really happy. And Doran, how do you feel?
많이 받는 매치였는데 이렇게 깔끔한
Feel like, yeah, there was a lot of attention for this match today.
맞습니다.
And I'm
오늘
really happy
젠지
that we were
팬분들도
able
너무
to
기분
get
좋으실
a
것
clean
같고요.
victory today.
선수분들도 진심으로 승리 축하드립니다. 도란 선수 벌써 결승에서만
Doran,
3번이나 만났던
and
두 팀이었기
between
때문에 오늘
two
절대
teams
물러설
that
수
met
없는
in the
대결이었는데요.
past 3
오늘 경기
consecutive finals,
준비하면서
I'm sure you had no
가장
intention to
중점적으로
back off.
볼까요?
So what was the main
1라운드
focus
때
when
티어전 때는
preparing for today's
라인전에서
match?
좀 많이 밀렸어서 이번에 라인전 위주로
I
좀
feel
많이
like I was
준비해야
pressured a
해왔습니다.
lot in laning
아,
phase,
탑
so
라인전,
I
그리고 또
made sure that
각각의
I
라인전을 좀
prepare well during
준비하셨다라고
my
이야기를
laning phase.
주셨습니다. 초비 선수, 그럼 1세트에서는
And Chobi,
니코를 픽해 주셨는데요.
In
이번
game
서머
1, you locked
두
Nico
챔피언의
in,
상대 전적을 한번 살펴봤더니
and the result of this
니코가
summer's
르블랑이
Nico versus
이기더라고요.
LeBlanc
니코가 좀
matchup
더 우세한
is
느낌이었는데
5-1.
라인전뿐만 아니라 속박각을
You seem
정말 잘
to find your
보시더라고요.
root
이 니코 대
angles
르블랑
really,
듀오
really well.
어떻게 보고 계신가요?
So what are your thoughts on the Nico LeBlanc matchup?
르블랑이 더 게임하기 편하다고 생각하는데
I feel like as time passes, LeBlanc scales better. And it really depends on the comps for each team. Instead of saying that one champion is better than the other,
누가 더 유리하다 이런 거는 딱히 판정하기 어려운 것 같아요.
there's really no way to decide which champion has a bigger advantage.
아, 네. 자, 그렇다면 17분 대에서 드래곤 한타에서
And at 17 minutes, you had a big win at the Drake team fight. So let's take a look at the replay. And Nico landed a huge pop blossom here. Do you remember this part?
처음에 분신 보낼 때 상대가 별로
Yeah, I sent
대응을 안 하길래 두 번째
my clone.
진짜로 들어가면 공각이 좀 나올 것 같다고 생각했어요.
And I felt like, you know, if I actually went in at this point, that I would be able to land my big ult.
그럼 2세트로 저희가 한번 넘어가 보도록 할게요. 2세트에서는 상대
And Doran, let's move on to game 2. The enemy Vi got pretty big, but all of a sudden it felt like Doran's Jax had a huge power spike. So how do you think that was possible?
그 미드 애니의 그
You know, Mid Annie roamed really well.
뜨거운 눈빛을 받고 이렇게 초비 선수의 공으로 돌려주셨는데 사실 이렇게 테를 타기도 했으니까 네 초비 선수의 좀 역할이 있었던 것
since
같기도
Annie took
하고요.
TP and helped out, seems like you're giving a lot of credit to Chobi. And Doran's Jax has an undefeated 6-0 record in summer with a total of LCK record of 9 wins and 2 losses. So has Jax been a good pick for you this meta? I feel like whenever I do pick Jax, everything goes really well, and I think my practice has really paid off. And Chobi, in the last interview, you mentioned that you are hungry for kills. And although you got your solo kill in game 1, ultimately you got less kills than Rakan. And we heard you shout, "It's my kill" in mic check, but you got it stolen by Pace. So maybe your teammates are the reason you can't get your kills?
그냥 이제 저는 서포터의 포지션인 것 같고요.
You know, I feel like I can consider myself as a support now at this point.
아, 그래도 오늘 초비 선수의 화려한 플레이가 아주 돋보이지 않았나 싶습니다. 자, 그리고 또 오늘 젠지 감독님의
And
배고프다,
today,
먹고 싶다.
it says, "I'm hungry, I want some kills."
자, 오늘도 젠지
We'll look forward to your kills next matches. And it happens to be Score, your head coach Score's birthday today. So would you like to send him a birthday message?
맞이하시는 거 축하드리고 뭐 아까도
Happy
대기실에서
birthday.
생일 축하를 했기 때문에 예, 긴 말
Score.
안 하고
We already told him happy birthday in the dugout, but I'll give you my present later.
감독님 생일
And Doran?
축하드리고요. 좀 집에 가서 좋은
Happy
시간
birthday.
보내셨으면 좋겠습니다.
I hope you have a good day for the rest of your day today after you get off from work. And next week, you will play DRX and Nongshim. And Chobi, in the past you said, "I want to stay strong for a long time and be consistent, and instead of a fancy goal, I want to spend each week by winning 2 matches at a time." I feel like as long as we keep playing the way we are, we'll be able to keep up our momentum.
자, 이어서 도란 선수입니다. 오늘도 도란 선수의
And
초대로
Doran.
쇼트트랙 김아랑 선수가 또 와주셨다고 들었는데요.
So we heard that you invited the short track athlete here.
또 다음 경기 각오 한 말씀 부탁드리고
And you've been winking at the camera as a part of your ceremony lately, so please share your resolution with the fans and give us a wink.
와주셔서 응원해주셔서 이렇게 좋은 경기력
With the support of these famous short track athletes, we were able to win today. And for the rest of our 8 matches, I'll make sure that we do well.
네, 감사합니다. 자, 오늘의 승리 진심으로 축하드립니다.
And this will be the end of the interview with Chobi and Doran, and back to the space.
Smooth. Thank you so much, dear, for this translation. Wonderful birthday gift also for Score, winning against T1 when you consider the amount of time that he lost Telecom Wars when he was playing with KT. You have to say something to say about the standings, maybe, Chronicler.
Yeah, this is all just set up because it means that KT needs a 2-0 to maintain that close distance to the win record of Gen.G. For T1. I don't think the loss streak ends here. We'll see how they can bounce back next week, but a tough ask.
The next matchups are going to be Nongshim again. We know how it went the last time for them, and then followed up by a better performing D+ Kia. It doesn't look great, I want to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think they just have to take it one series at a time. Any series has the potential to be rough, but we saw some positives in Game 2 today, and I think just take it as you can. If you think of them as the T1 that we've seen historically, who've been in the top of the league, who've made like international finals, it's always going to look bad. Think of them from that DRX series. It's only gone uphill since then, and they just have to continue on that trajectory.
It can only get better from this. Any thoughts on the next matchups we have, guys? It's going to be Nongshim versus Live Sandbox. A more competitive series.
It's Clear Day. They announced it, so we can talk about it. We're going to see Clear debut, a player that was super duper good in Challengers on DRX last year, so really excited to see him come in. Even though I am a big Brodel fan, I think the team needs a shake-up.
Fantastic. Looking forward to seeing this one at 5:20 is going to be the start of the next series. Until then, you can watch replay. We'll be back right after this. See you soon.
우리가 자기 PR할 시간이 필요할 것 같다.
아니 시즌 최다 솔로캐
초대 우승.
한때는 상혁이보다 아지를 잘했고
국민대 수학과 교수님.
아,
아나운서 나와서 하시는 분들 중에 가장 괜찮다고 생각하시는
제가 혜진님을 스프링 결승 가서 처음 뵀었거든요.
나와주셨으면 좋겠다 이거네.
나와주세요.
솔직히 오늘 스크림 해보면은 예측 가능하다고.
범인 뽑기한 다음에 범인은 50판 채워오게 하자.
좋은데?
난 무조건 가능해.
40판 하자. 딱 50판 넘어가.
시작할게.
와, 정환이 형 그렇게 잘했는데.
네네 가지로 놓고 일로.
와, 야, 이게 한 방에 죽어?
게임 끝나겠다.
아니야, 너는 왜 잡어? 막으러 오지.
너무 그랩을 잘했어.
맞아.
미안하다,
너무
미안.
그랩을 잘해서.
나 모르겠는데 미안하다. 안녕하세요.
저희가 한 판 져서 판은 빼고 이제 저희끼리 좀 상의를 했어요. 범인이라고 하긴 좀 그런데 이지훈
아니, 저도 사실 그렇게 생각해요. 제가 르블랑 솔랭 한 판 하고 했거든요.
그래도 저희가 한 판 이겼을 때 그쪽 분들 좀 깜짝 놀랐나요?
그러면 저희 총체적 평은 어땠나요?
마리님은 역시 연보를 틀어주면 안 되겠구나.
역시 마야.
그리고 캡틴징님은 킥부터 좀 스킬을 하시는 거 하시잖아요.
요새 바텀 티어가 어떻게 되는지 살짝만 알려주실 수 있나요?
저희는 일단 아필로스를 제일 높게 보고 있고요.
저희 아펠이 안 돼요.
자야도 그렇게 나쁘진 않아서.
저희 자연도 안 돼요.
조금 부족하다 정도. 내 범인은 지훈이라는 거죠?
근데 혹시 하나 궁금한 게 있는데 이분이랑도 스크림을 하시나요?
저희는 합니다.
그러면은 혹시 하위권이랑 1년 3군이랑 어느 정도 실력 차가 나나요?
이분이랑 하면 저희가 이길 때도 꽤나 있습니다. 팀 같은 경우는 저희 몇개 팀은 저희가 이긴 적이 있어서.
학생 팀이었네.
감사합니다.
감독님 오늘 도와주셔서 감사합니다. 감사합니다.
근데 딱 들어보면 원딜이 약간 이길 생각이 없었다고 하는데 이 정도면 원딜도 범인이 아닌가.
형 말대로 저도 프레집은 좀 있었다 생각해요.
그리고 우리 결국엔 다 같이 졌는데 지훈이 혼자 범인 하지 말고 다 같이 30판 하고.
제가
너무 감동적이에요. 벌칙을 그거 주장이야. 바로 그러죠. 그럼 지훈이가 범인.
범인은 지훈이라는 거죠? 농담.
2,500만 원 따야지.
우리 2,500만 원에 노트북 5대 받아요.
거의 5천만 원.
그래.
오케이, 나 지금 이니시 걸 수 있어. 간다. 그래, 나이스. 좋고.
여보, 올랑했어 안 했어?
올해 17판이나 했어.
아니 30판인데 17판밖에 안 했단 말이야 아직?
방금 봐서 되게 기적이다. 우리가 살아봐야겠네.
화이팅! 화이팅!
안녕하세요, 캡잭입니다. 지금 제가 집 있는.
안녕하세요, 마타 조세영입니다. 오늘은 샌드박스 팀과의 경기를 앞두고
이제 곧 스크림을 시작하는데요. 오늘은 이길 수 있는 픽을 해서 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
나 스킨이 없어, 마타야. 가자고. 우리 비틀즈 화이팅!
안녕하세요. 뭐야, 내가 꼴찌 얘기해?
병건아.
네?
병건이 얘기하고 있었어.
왜? 어제 마음이
롤 하다 마음 꺾이고 롤 치다가 또 마음 꺾이고 총 쏘러 가서 안 돌아온 병건이에 대한.
아니, 많이 했잖아요.
많이? 많이는 아니다.
와형됐구나.
병관은 30판이나 검사해야 돼.
얘는 했을걸요? 한 30판 했죠. 마탄 절대 안
30판 했어.
마타는 점수가 높으니까 양아치 해도 돼.
그렇긴 해.
한 20판 했을 것 같은데.
난 40판 좀 넘게 했고 형우도 한 40판 넘게 좋았고.
이제 좀 밤낮을 바꾸려고요. 전 지금 일어나서 왔거든요. 아침이네, 아침.
나 원래 9시, 10시 이때 일어났는데 너네랑 좀 며칠 하다 보니까 맨날 다 6시에 자니까.
앞으로 들었겠지만 내 와이프가 화났어. 이렇게 밤낮 이 밖에 사는 거에 대해.
나 화 짠뜩난 거 이미 다 들렸어.
갑자기 내 방문 부스 그 유리 벽문에 이렇게 서 있는 거야.
야, 우리가 블루래? 근데 왜 쟤네가 정했어?
선조 졌대요.
누가 한 것이다.
주인님이 한 거죠.
중국계 상어 주로 계산.
심판진 임의적인 결정에 따라 그림은 비틀즈 팀, 숫자는 리브 샌드박스 유스 팀으로 결정되었습니다. 숫자의 면이 나옴에 따라 리브 샌드박스 유스가 진영 선택권을 보유하게 되었습니다.
진영 선택권이 리브 샌드박스에 갔어요. 그래서 블루 진영을 선택하셨고 저희는 레드 진영을.
평소 나이가 10살 이상 차이 나는데 포인트가 됐어요?
어떻게 아냐 이거? 쉐? 이정이 형 제일 좀 많이 치고
혹시 긴장하는 거 아니지? 정한이 형 저 떨려요. 오늘도 질 것 같아요.
아 무슨 소리야 저 언제 그랬어?
내가 너네 말한 가지
따역 선수 많이 들어봤는데 게임 재밌게 했으면 좋겠네요. 재밌게 봐요.
구티 선수님 제가 2,500만 원이 걸린 아재로를
자, 빈센조 씨 정글 차이 확실하게 내드리겠습니다. 킬마지오가 바텀 봤어야 되겠습니다.
거의 늙었습니다. 거의 은퇴한 지 한도 있습니다. 하지만 저희가 얻은 거 노련한 게 있습니다. 저희가 왕년에 왜 우승했었는지 알려드린 적 없습니다.
나한테 안 걸렸네.
야 너를 많이 들어봤대.
솔랭에서 만든 거 아니야?
어? 그니까
솔랭에서 못해서 기억에 남았던 거 아니야?
상대로 만날 수도 있고 비슷한데?
오늘 뱀이 어떻게 하기로 했어요?
딱히 생각 안 했는데
아직은 뱀 할 거예요?
나중에 뭔가 상대해보고 일단 11을 맨 럼블 걔네 약간 아이 쳐가지고 제일 첫 번째 나오는 챔피언들 다 배워도 되는 거 아니야? 저 여러분들이 전장에 나가기 앞서서 갑옷을 갖춰야 되지 않겠습니까?
맞죠.
여러분들의 유니폼을 준비했습니다. 나이키 유니폼! 어휴 나온 한번 입어보세요.
하나생명 거랑 비슷한.
나쁘지 않은 것 같기도 하고.
아 근데 비틀즈의 B 이게 로고예요 저희?
뭐야? 일단 로고 설명을 드리자면 로고는 이제 비틀즈의 B를 땄고 저 가운데 화살표 보이시죠?
네.
저게 여러분들의 이제 우리 레전드의 그 시절을 재생하다. 네, 재생하다 재생 표시가 있는 거예요. 괜찮죠? 어때요?
좀 그거긴 하다.
뭔데?
좀그 약간 아니요 그 느낌이 좀 사네.
이제 이거 가지고 다녀야
이거 입고 있으니까 진짜
소속감이 좀 되나?
이거 뭔가 배틀즈 같은데.
배틀즈?
자 저희 길게 말하지 않겠습니다. 저희 왜 레전드인지 알려주도록 하겠습니다. 비틀즈 파이팅!
게임팬 여러분 안녕하십니까. 기대하셨던 빅게임 비틀즈와 리브 샌드박스 유스의 경기로 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. 도움 말씀에 두 분 함께 하십니다. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 자, LCK의 오랜 팬분들께는 정말 가슴이 웅장해지는 그런 경기가 아닐 수 없습니다.
그렇습니다. 먼저 리브 샌드박스 유스의 모습입니다. 지난 최강 혓바닥 때도 한번 롤파크에서 경기를 치른 경험이 있는 따역 구티 선수가 보이는데요.
그때는 2군과 3군이 섞여 있었다면 오늘 경기에선 정예 2군 완전체로 이 경기에 출전했다고 합니다. 다들 기대가 되는 유망주들이에요.
한 선수씩 설명을 드리겠습니다.
네.
차세대 푸차스타를 꿈꾼다는 탑라이너 따혁, 그리고 자칭 미남 정글라이너 빈센조,
다재다능 훈남 미드라이너 구티, 공격적인 원딜러 디아블, 비범한 서포터 플랜 B까지.
그 중에서도 이 따혁 선수는 중학생 때 마린의 럼블 플레이를 보고 정말 프로게이머의 꿈을 키웠다고 하거든요.
그래서 탑인가요?
오늘 경기가 아주 감격스럽고 인상적일 것 같아요. 과연 레전드 선수이자 선배들을 상대로 어떤 플레이를 보여줄지 많이 기대가 됩니다.
네, 리센주스 선수들 일단 마음 편히 경기했을 필요가 있습니다. 지면 예능이고 이기면 리얼 다큐거든요. 저도 잃을 게 없습니다. 승리했을 경우에만 얻을 게 엄청 많은 그런 대결입니다. 다음은 이 맞서는 비틀즈입니다.
네, 정말 반가운 얼굴들이죠. 오랜만에 무대에 서는 만큼 이 감회가 남다를 것 같은데요. 선수들 각자 경력들이 너무 화려해서 이게 읊다가 나를 새할 수도 있습니다.
그래서 그중에서 추격해서 몇 가지만 얘기를 하자면 롤드컵 우승 경력자 3명, LCK 우승에서 총합 10번. 듣기만 해도 정말 화려하죠?
와, 정말 저 우승 경력 중에 몇 개 제 거였던 것 같은데. 네, 탑캐리의 원조 마린, 그리고 최초의 MVP 정글 카카오,
미드의 황제 이지훈, 그리고 책선장 캡틴 잭, 서포터의 우상 마타까지.
근데 은퇴 시기가 좀 오래되긴 해가지고 과연 현역 선수를 상대로 승리할 수 있을지 많은 분들 궁금해하고 계십니다.
그렇죠. 근데 이게 마린 선수 같은 경우 현재까지 챌린저 티어를 유지하고 있으니까 이게 또 좀 엄청난 것 같고요.
네.
다들 또 워낙 한타까리 했던 선수들 아닙니까?
사건 사고 많은 선수들이죠.
맞습니다. 하지만 레전 네버 다이란 노래도 있잖아요. 오늘 이 경기에서 다시 한번 레전드들의 명장면을 만들어줄지 정말 기대가 됩니다.
네. 자, 비틀즈 대 립센 뉴스. 자, 선후배 한치의 양보도 없을 대결. 과연 어떤 승부가 펼쳐질지. 이 선수들. 캡틴잭. 솔직히 제일 불안하죠?
그렇죠. 선수들 정말 기분이 새삼 좋은 것 같아요. 표정 보니까.
네, 비틀즈 선수를 긴장해야 됩니다. 저 자리 노리는 다른 레전드들 엄청 많습니다. 졌을 경우에 감당할 수 없을 겁니다. 자, 그러면 경기 함께 시작하죠.
뭘로 시작할래?
아펠로 하죠? 아펠로.
아펠로 가자.
3벤만 생각하면 될 듯. 뭐 할지.
맞아.
바이 벤 하면은 애니50 쪽으로 얘기하긴 했어. 우리 1, 2픽.
가렌 박았는데?
노벤 이슈 뭐야?
특급 예우야?
잘못 빼냈다. 아니 레이트 못 찾았어.
방금 이지훈 형이랑 눈 마주쳤잖아.
아니 근데
뭐 벤을 못해. 니코 벤 하자. 니코
잘라.
바이 좀 까다로울라나? 근데 원데일 입장에서 까다롭긴 하겠다. 애쉬 할 거면 베나
바이 베네.
좋아요.
세주 박았다.
이러면 쟤네가 애니를 안 해. 애니를 고를 필요가 없어 이러면.
그래도 그냥 박는 게 낫지 않아 우리?
뭐 애니50?
애니50 그냥.
너는 그러니까 그게 편한 거지 서포터 맞아? 애니50 박아 그러면. 박을게.
3픽에 형 레넥 박는 거는 별로면은 내가 나가든지 형우 형이 나가든지 할게요. 렐. 마형 안 뽑을 거죠?
뭐 하고 싶은 거 있어?
나는 그냥 하면 라칸 박.
라칸 하자 이거. 이게 조합에 라칸이 좋아. 그리고 여기서 신드라 잘라줘 신드라.
미드 잘라줘.
미드벤 다 써도 돼.
형 크스한테도 그거 있긴 해요. 우리 얘기한 거는.
아리는 쫄지 말자 지은아. 아리 뭐 쫄지 마요. 좋아.
그러면 크스한테 벤 하죠. 원래 벤 그거 하던 거는 크스한테인데.
그 상태로 해. 애니아리 하지 뭐.
잭스 할 확률 좀 높은 거 같아. 상대.
나 원딜 애쉬 아니면 11인데 11을 하면 좀 자생하기 되게 편할 것 같고
상대 탑 잭스일 확률이 난 높은 거 같아. 일단 생각하고 뽑아. 미드는 아지르 아리.
미드는 아지르 맞아 정확해.
나 애쉬 11을 골라줘. 뭐 했으면 좋겠어.
형 애쉬 아님? 우리 애쉬 많이
애쉬 해줘? 알았어. 애쉬 할게.
원래 하던 거 하는 거지.
나 정화 들게. 유채화 못 들 듯.
레넥스 아일.
와 나 너무 편해 이러면? 캐넨 했을 때 우리 앞라인 충분하지?
괜찮을 것 같아.
오케이 그걸로 할게.
우리 베스트 픽 뽑았는데? 쟤네도 조합 근데 좋아 쟤네도.
하기 나름이야 하기 나름 진짜. 근데 확실한 건 우리 용싸움 우리가 무조건 좋거든? 용을 무조건 컨트롤하는 마인드로 가자 병건아.
초반 미드 2대2는 쉬울 듯. 네 용싸움 쟤네도 일단 좋긴 해가지고 우리 애쉬궁이나 이런 거 성공권 이용하는 게 좀 더 좋을 듯.
성공권이랑 미드 그 라인전 딜교환 주도권을 근거로 시작해야 돼 무조건.
오케이 형이 오더해.
내가 오더해줄게. 어차피 내가 만들면 되는 거 내가 못 만들면 안 되는 거야.
이길 수 있지?
나? 열심히 해볼게. 열심히 해볼게. (07년생이면) 몇 살이냐? 17이지.
17이야?
예.
그럼 나 쟤랑 나이가 2배 차이네?
세동갑도 넘어버림.
형 위쪽으로 많이 할 거죠?
근데 바텀 너네가 쓰는 거 문제 없어.
근데 우리는 막 저 킬각 잡고 막 이런 거 아니야. 우리 조합.
자 근데 정글 빠르게 먹고 그러면은
탑미드 위주로 해봐. 형우 형이랑 나랑 알아서 해볼게.
저 유령 시작이요. 저쪽도 아마 유령 시작일 거예요. 오케이.
들고 해야 돼. 쫄지 마 형. 쫄리면 안 돼 형이.
나가 앞으로 나갈게.
지금 세주 잡골이에요. 세주 여기 붙었을 수도 있어.
오케이. 형 와드 박아줘야 돼.
세주 블루 쪽.
나 레드 먹고 미드 한번 눌러줄 수 있고 바텀 갱이나.
나 라인 당겨지고 미드. 애니 입 빠졌고.
세주 두꺼비 쪽 한번 날라봐요 그러면. 세주 위. 나 풀 썼어. 야 세주 아래서 나왔다 병건아. 그러면 블루 시작이었나 보다.
노플 여기까지 나와.
너무 쉽게 빠지긴 한다. 이거 안 죽어.
내렸어.
저막 앞에 거 쳐. 이거 보다이브 칠 수도 있는데
전 못 봐줘요.
우리 다이브 안 당해 우리. 나 탈진도 있거든.
나 전멸 있어.
다이브 치면은 그냥 스펠로 빨면 돼 이거.
이런 다이브 가능? 맞을게.
오케이. 얘네 이거 다이브 안 돼 이거. 맞고 이거 봤다. 오케이 잡았어. 이득이다.
까비. 이게 바로 안 되냐?
나이스 이거.
킬 내가 먹어서 돈 차이 안 나.
형 내가 미드 밀어주러 갈게요. 나 이번에 바로 공 쓴다 병건아. 오케이.
얘 노텔이고 나한테 있어 병원아. 이거 어떻게 할래?
용 한번 칠까요?
진짜 한번 치자.
용도 쳐도 돼.
용
용 쳐도 돼. 용 쳐도 돼. 오면 싸움각 보는 거야. 일단 먹자 이거. 일단 먹자.
나만 가.
빠졌다.
싸워도 돼. 나만 가.
연다?
열어도 돼. 저거 열어도 돼.
레부터.
잡았고.
라칸
위.
라칸 노플. 예, 카이사 온다. 카이사 노플. 카이사 노플. 빼면 돼. 아, 라인 게이득 봤어. 바텀 이득 봤어.
이거 진짜 게이득 봤어 진짜로.
나이스.
집간 병원아 내가 잘했지.
기가 막혔죠. 이거 전령 바로 칠 수도 있겠다. 쳤다. 야, 근데 카이사 붙었다. 형 바텀 쳐야 돼. 바텀
칠게 그러면 이거.
형 우리끼리 해보자.
우리 시간만 끌어볼게.
아니 해보자. 사일 위주로 봐야 돼 근데. 형 조심해.
싸움각만 볼 거야.
일단 나 궁 쐈어. 내 궁 봐.
빼면서.
와 나 녹았어. 쏘리.
앉아 이거.
아니요 내가 정했다 이거. 쏘리. 빼. 내가 세종 맞았어 미안.
그거는 맞을 수밖에 없다.
아니야 내가 이거 무조건 피할 수 있었는데.
아니 전령 줘야겠다. 괜찮은데?
용산 바로 할래? 우리가 궁 다 있는데 이번 턴. 아 나밖에 없구나.
자 늑대 먹고 한번 쳐볼게 그럼.
이거 내가 이번 턴 주도권이라서 될 듯?
나 궁 10초.
렐 W 빠졌고 일단. 이거 싸움 봐야 돼. 아래 싸움 봐줘야 돼.
갈게.
어디든 봐봐.
빨리 가.
이러면 아래로 가야 돼.
아래로 내려와.
카이사 봐야 돼. 카이사.
카이사 노궁이야.
내 치고 있어요.
오케이.
얘를 못 보냐? 병건이 공 없거든 일단. 네, 공 30초. 천천히 해봐.
형우 기다려.
나 왔어. 궁 왔어.
보는 게 좋아 형. 왼쪽 보자.
나이스. 세주.
별로 안 좋고.
오케이.
망한 거 같아. 망한 듯.
망한다.
냈나 이거?
아우씨. 아 이게 맞았어? 헤르메스여가지고 빨리 풀리네.
잘 열었는데. 깨졌어.
그냥 우리 좀 많이 눕자. 나도 어차피 룬 누웠는 걸로 들어서.
네.
오케이 누워보자.
코어템 하나 뜨니?
나 떴어요.
나 200원 모자라.
이거 전령 싸움 절대 못 이길 것 같은데?
전력 싸움 못 이겨.
200원이 떠야 되거든 최소한. 한 앱을 더 먹을게.
지금 아랫바에게 싸움 어떠? 나 미드 뒤에.
미드 쭉 빼야 돼.
네.
빼야 돼. 미드 싸우지 마. 빼야 돼. 미드 싸우지 마.
오케이.
어지간하면 쭉 빼봐. 뺄만 할 거야.
아니 저 심판 타이밍에 이렇게 빠지면 안 좋긴 함. 얘네 보다이브까지 온다 이거네.
바텀에 텔 하나 박아줘. 뒤텔.
오케이 해놨어. 저 지금 궁 없어요.
병원이 미드 먹어. 나 미드 직선
친다 이거 형. 텔 볼래?
형 타봐.
나도 탔어.
원딜 볼래? 원딜?
카이사만 봐봐.
카이사 높을. 사이바. 오야 왼쪽 봐.
나 아래 볼게 나는.
빨리 잡아야 돼. 오케이, 나이스. 나이스. 카이사 높을.
탑 내가 다시 탑 갈게.
오케이.
이용까지는 줄 생각해야 될 것 같아.
그럼 내가 다시 바텀 가.
공 다 빠져가지고. 자 이거 가져. 나 가. 초시계. 형 초시계 있어. 모뱅정. 얘도 초시계. 얘풀은? 있어. 얘도 초시계 일단. 불정도 뺄 듯.
쭉 가볼래? 나 평 키우는데. 오케이.
텔.
이거 나 막아줘야 돼. 살려줘.
네. 일단 레드는 받긴 했어. 못 잡아.
라인으로 붙고 있어.
CC 없잖아. CC 없잖아. 오케이.
축하 얘 2 없어 병건아.
나도 가는 중. 얘 풀은?
따라갈게. 이거 슬로우 붙었어.
노플.
아이고. 나랑 교환했어.
병건아 그냥 이거 뭐 할 때 확실하게 그냥 해줘라. 너 말고는 이인시가 제대로 없다.
예. 근데 제가 궁이 없었음 방금.
용 버려야 돼 이번에. 용 버리고 탑 타워 깨는 게 베스트 같거든.
이거 바텀 밀고 그냥 바텀 포기하고 그냥 올라갈게 바로. 변수 만들자 이거.
이거 레넥스 잡아야 되거든 이번 턴에.
형우가 그거 먹고
미드 맞게.
내가 탑을 한번 볼게. 형 얘 내 위치 아예 모름.
나 더블 쿨. 얘 노플임. 얘이 빠졌다 형. 이거 보자. 노플. 이 없어.
야야 레넥만 봐.
레넥부터. 예.
잡았어. 일단 잡아야 돼. 못 잡고. 노플. 얘 선열이야.
이 선열이라 저만 없으면 힘들다.
카이사 미드.
형원 조심 형원 좀.
아 나 죽었다. 아 내 쪽으로 왔네.
공 못 빠졌어? 그냥 들어오는 거 받아쳐야 될 듯.
최대한 너네가 잘 빨면 내가 어떻게 해볼게. 이거 레넥톤은 노텔이거든 이번 턴.
그럼 이거 형 보자 이번에.
이거 안에서 봐봐.
잠깐만 좀.
야 우고 빠져야 돼. 빼.
이거 걸리겠다. 이거 걸렸다 이거.
플래시 뜨면서 빼봐. 야 이거 디텔 탔어. 싸우자. 카이사 봐봐. H0 카이사.
카이사 정화예요 형.
카이사만 봐봐.
렐 로플. 카이사 못 잡아주나?
나이스. 네,
사일 위에.
앞에부터.
사일 로플인 것 같아. 사일 로플.
쌀 보고 있어.
나 끝이다.
나 버려야 돼. 나 죽었어 이거. 일단 먹혔고. 야 미드는 포기해야 될 듯. 근데 다 못 막을 듯.
쭉 가봐.
애쉬공 5초.
쐈어.
빨면서 해야 돼.
빨면서. 사일러스 조심해.
나 그냥
레넥톤 봐줄게. 아 근데 딜이 안 나온다 우리가.
이거 딜 안 나와 이러면. 까비. 개비.
아 까비.
이번 10분에 나왔긴 했을 거예요. 8분이 사실 제일 크긴 했어요. 그럼 만약에 여기서 세주 공 썼을 때 50이나 여기 넣어줬으면 또 어때? 제가 막아준다. 네가 들어가주면은 쟤네 어그로 갈리잖아.
내가 계속 저기 병건이한테 하는 말이 우리 물리잖아.
여기 니시 바로.
오늘 LCK 단합대회 바로 탑편이 준비되어 있습니다. 반갑습니다.
이 자리에 오니까 막 끌어오르는 사회성 제로의 남탓 장난 아니라는데? 합신병자 이런 말 좀 해명할 게 있어요. 가장 괜찮은 사람이 많지 않나. 한 대를 맞으면 두 대를 때려야 되고 두 대를 맞으면 세 대를 때려야 되고.
이게 탑이거든요 사실.
이게 탑이지.
의정글 뭐 하는 거야? 야
탑번지도 대박이다.
Sure, it was heroic sacrificing myself for the team like that. But does that make me a hero? Maybe. Who can really say?
Yeah, for sure, man. So where is this legendary Maxbot?
What's left of him is right over there. Nice catch, mate. He's a good little Mimbot now. Do you like that?
Yeah, I get it.
Oh, come on, Gecko.
Hilarious.
begin. Yo, it's filthy in it. KJ, Raze, what happened to your robo cleaner?
What? That's not important. Get to the bottle room. Now.
Yeah, I'm on my way. Damn, you couldn't even wait for me.
This should be fun. Greetings, agents. I am Maxbot, your host. Welcome to the Danger Dome. Choose your weapons and set your sights, agents.
I hit the ground running. Now look what I am becoming. I do not wait for the summons. They happens all of a sudden. I got the eyes of a lion. I got the heart of a tiger. Standing the height of a giant.
This is gonna hurt, agents, but remember, I am the effect, not a cause.
I hit the scene like a meteorite.
See ya.
Pass me the torch and I'm here to ignite. Believe in myself, I ain't leaving this fight.
Sorry, bro.
Ooh. I hit the ground running.
Embarrassing.
You had your fun, now it's my turn. I'm gonna watch you fight. I'm gonna watch you die.
You can't take what I got, and I ain't gonna stop.
Shall we go again?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf. And Wolf, do cool kids really boil noodles?
I
you
think
would know this.
I mean, I'd say the answer is yes. I also think that sign is very respectful to both teams. Like, clearly cheering for Liv Sandbox, but also saying that, like, Nongshim's got some pretty good ramyun there. So,
or they're going to boil them. Not entirely sure. I'm in a hope that it is exactly as you say. We're just supporting both sides of this matchup. Nongshim versus Liv Sandbox. Two teams on a slight decline, one could say. Not a whole lot of victories for either of these squads, but round two could be looking up for both sides. It looks like Nongshim found some form with Jiwoo there on the bottom side of the map, their old challenger roster back together, and now Clear is making his debut.
Yeah, and I as much as you say decline for both, I'd say it's really a decline for the Sandbox. I think Nongshim has not had a great record, but I do think they're slightly trending upwards, like you were saying, you know, moving into the second round, having that pretty successful game against T1. Liv Sandbox, on the other hand, it has been a different story. Now, it's already been announced we are going to be seeing a different top laner for them. We'll, you know, talk about that a little bit more in depth later on. But both of these teams are on a pretty significant loss streak, as Nongshim is on 8 games in a row after that win, and the Liv Sandbox on a 6-game losing streak. So it hasn't been great, but Clear is starting here, and he's a player that we've seen in the LCK as well already when he did emergency sub in for DRX in the top lane during COVID. So it's going to be a second time, but he was one of the players we were really looking forward to in Challengers, potentially making it into the LCK. Liv Sandbox picked him up here for round 2, and he'll have an opportunity to show what he's made of.
Yeah, and him and Peach together on the DRX Challenger roster were two of the biggest prospects. Of course, Peach has left, but Clear is certainly someone to keep your eye on, and we've been calling for a lot of these players to make their way up into the LCK, and Clear being definitely one of them. Him and Thanatos were by far the best top laners in the league, and now that Clear's gone, Thanatos is just completely demolishing absolutely everyone. Gonna have a look at the first matchup between Jiwoo and Teddy here as well, of course. Yeah, there's a difference in experience between these two, but I do like that Jiwoo is a player that is not afraid to pick anything on that bottom side. I imagine that's still the case into Teddy. Let's jump into an interview, though, and hear from Clear.
된 거고, 이번에는 느낌이 다르게 온 거기 때문에 설레기도 하고 긴장도 좀 되는 것 같습니다. 이제 든든 선수가 라인전에서 킬각을 좀 매섭게 보는데 그걸 잘 회피하는 게 좀 포인트가 아닐까 싶습니다. 어찌됐든 경기하러 오게 됐으니까 열심히 해서 꼭 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
All right, Clear. Definitely seeming a little bit nervous, a little bit anxious on the eve of his real debut, especially his first debut on Liv Sandbox as well. The first time he hasn't been on the DRX roster outside of playing in the Kesper Cup for Ulsan.
Yeah, that's true. Look, for Nongshim here, they come in tonight as, I would still say, slight underdogs, but in terms of predictions, a lot of people after that T1 performance really thinking they could do it tonight. Now, of course, they didn't know that Clear would be starting, and Bertel also had a weaker performance at the beginning of the week, so you wouldn't be blamed if you said you thought Nongshim was going to take tonight's match. I think they absolutely still could. This matchup is so important for both of these teams who are trying so hard to secure potentially a playoff spot here as we put the focus back on Clear and Liv Sandbox. He looked a little nervous in that interview, I think partially because he was not used to that much camera attention, right? But the fact that he gets his own interview is proof enough that everyone knows this guy's potential. He was so impressive on DRX. It's been a while since we've seen him play professionally in Challengers because he was on this roster but wasn't registered in time for round 2. So we don't know what his current form is, but what his past will tell you is that this guy is absolutely a terror on the Rift. And with Bertel's trending downwards again here, performances we saw at the end, I think it's the right time here. And, you know, I think this is actually something that Liv Sandbox planned before Bertel was trending downward. because this is the first match for them for round 2. So this is the first time he is eligible, and he's playing right away.
Bit of a Chronicler fan there as well, and that is the Cool Kids Boiled Noodles guy.
Yeah.
So congratulations, Chronicler. Your biggest fan is currently in the audience. I'm really glad that he's a Live Sandbox fan as well, because Chronicler was the leader of the Croco fan club when Croco was on the team, and he has since rescinded his role there. So it does sort of make a little bit of sense. We're going to have a look at our key player matchup, though, Jiwoo versus Teddy. And first in kill participation is an interesting stat. It just shows that, Jiwoo, they rely on him a lot.
At 7%, the difference between 1st and 7th, but also Jiwoo, he plays champions where he can engage, for example, like the Neela. So your kill participation better be high if you're playing a lot of Neela. And he is 1st in the league. They rely on him a lot. His champion pool is massive. The fact that he and Teddy both have almost the same damage per gold showcases that even though Teddy is a strong late game player, he hasn't really been set up for success because he's been playing more scaling picks, he's been playing the Varus a lot. Whereas Jiwoo, he played the Neela, he hasn't been in winning games, but he's still doing about as much damage per gold as Teddy is because Live Sandbox's coordination doesn't allow for Teddy to pop off. And I think a lot of people have misidentified that Teddy has been weak this season. I don't think that's really true. I just think that the team as a whole hasn't been good enough to give him that full push where he can actually be the fountain laser we know and love.
Yeah, exactly. And Teddy has been on his fair share of underdog rosters in his time, of course, coming from the king of underdog rosters in Jin Air Green Wings. When he was on T1, though, there were a few too many chefs in that team in 2019. It did work out domestically. They were extraordinarily dominant, weren't able to transition that into an international victory in that point in time. And since then, sort of petered out when he went towards the Kwangdong Freaks and things like that, and hopefully can find his footing here with the cool kids, doing a bit of a Steve Buscemi, but it's working out. I think that if Clear is going to mesh well with this squad, they could be absolutely amazing because there is so much talent on this team.
Once he was announced, everyone was really looking forward to seeing what he was going to do, and Bertel has shared time with strong players before across his career, and he's been a player that everyone's been waiting for him to reach his potential. He hasn't yet, and now he's got competition on this roster as well in Clear. And because of the timing of the signing, he couldn't get to show it until now. And my hope is that even though he hasn't been part of this main roster, he's been integrated significantly in scrims so that he does have at least some background playing with this 5-man team. And might also explain some of the performances of Bertel if they are splitting scrim time.
Yeah, that is actually a really good point. And it also can play on the mind as well. If you are splitting time with a rookie that is likely to take your place as well, can certainly be rough. Hopefully, this version of Live Sandbox is going to work out, because I'm very interested. Like, this guy played Nasus on purpose, Wolf. I absolutely love watching Clear play. We'll see whether it is going to be good. Up against Dundun, a player who, knocked him out of playoffs in summer. He can take some revenge against the full team that beat them in their underdog run for the title in summer last year.
That's the poetic story of this, is that while Clear is making his first official debut, not as an emergency sub here in the LCK, he is playing against one of the Challengers teams he faced back then in its entirety. So, he gets one little appetizer, so to speak, before he gets in. As we will obviously see this ban against you.
The Jiwoo tax, yep.
You have to pay it, and it's Nongshim's best composition is playing around this pick, and obviously Rel is very strong in this meta too, so I think it's very warranted. The Tristana and the Sejuani are gone here too. The Sejuani going to weaken any topside picks here for Clear the Renekton or the Jax if you wanted to play it. We'll see the Annie as the final ban, and we'll see what the last ban's going to be here for Live Sandbox. We're not seeing as much first pick Kai'Sa as I expected to see this week.
Yeah, not so much. She's always first pick, but on red side.
Yeah.
Never actually taking that first spot. Interesting. LeBlanc is sticking out. That is going to be banned away here by Live Sandbox, as we can see.
And Fiesta's been, he likes to play LeBlanc. It's been one of the picks he's turned to even in non-LeBlanc metas. It's a bit of a comfort pick for him too. So fitting that they would take that away. Dundan's going to keep it a secret.
Yep. He likes to hover some Nunu in his time, but it looks like Fiesta's going to go towards his Azir, which has been his most successful champion thus far. Since he re-debuted, of course, taking the place of Quad, who was supposed to come in and take over. Instead, Nongshim decided to go back to what worked in Challenger.
And Clear is going to get the Renekton priority. This is not really against the MO of what Liv Sandbox have been doing, even with Birdall, is prioritizing either the Renekton or the Jax to the top side. The Maokai, however, will come in. Now, this is with a Tristana ban, so they may be looking for the Yone angle here. And Nongshim, I mean, this is a matchup where you can outplay the Azir if you play it well. Closer, a known Yone player. And with all these mid bans, it feels like a really nice way to actually kind of figure out where you're putting Closer with the Azir priority here for Nongshim. I actually like this from Liv Sandbox quite a bit.
I like it as well. I'd like it especially if Liv Sandbox just third pick Kai'Sa. Because then Teddy has a lot of AP, and we know that Closer plays almost every melee assassin in the game. Fiesta knows. He's like, I'm just going to hover all the things that I know you are going to play. He doesn't have enough time to hover all of them for Closer, I don't think. I think Closer pretty happy to play whatever he would like. A very obvious Shuriman lock-in here of the Cassante for Dundun. Clear and Dundun going to have an honest matchup towards the top side of the map as Closer, he's going to have his turn at hovering it. We'll see whether it is actually going to be locked in. It will mean that things like the Kai'Sa should be banned.
The Poppy here makes us a little bit trickier, though, to be honest. You know, I really like this Poppy pick. Obviously,
there it is.
Yone will get locked in here. But into Poppy, you can run into issues as the Yone. So actually, Yone right now, very niche. You could see sitting on a 80% win rate with only 5 games. Really specifically played when Tristana is banned and you want to grab that Maokai. A lot of strong 80 carry champions for Teddy here. Specifically, the Varus needs a look here because Maokai makes it fish in a barrel for him to actually do so much free damage. And this is also just, you know that Teddy is very likely to play Varus in general, but you've empowered this pick for him. So now the ban, I think, has to come through. But it's not the only thing he can play in this composition. There's a lot of other follow-up champions you could see. Even the Jhin gets stronger in a draft like this. Not saying that I recommend it, but there's a lot of ways to back this up. And they're actually going to ban the Nautilus here.
It's really interesting, right? Because, like you say, Varus, pretty strong in this composition, although Lethality Varus isn't as good as it used to be, which would be the optimal choice alongside the Maokai for that big burst damage with the poke. But the AP Varus variant that Teddy has already played is also just really good at rounding out this composition. Kai'Sa, very similar vein. You can also play Ezreal AP if you'd like to. So Felios is going to be the ban from Liv Sandbox.
The Kai'Sa is so strong here too that Teddy's just like, well, thank you for giving me Varus. And the Nautilus ban, we're going to have to zoom back in on that in a little bit here to see if it ends up being worth it for what Nongshim have locked in. This is not a Zeri game. This is not a LeBlanc game. As actually another angle you could take this, we were going to talk about this earlier, but with the Kai'Sa ban and the Varus being over, I thought we'd see Varus 100%. But Ashe also sets this composition up very well with her arrow. And it's actually going to be Ju now saying, we're taking the Varus here.
And is it going to be...
Or Samira Rel.
Yeah, you could just go Samira Rel if you'd like to.
Ali's up, though.
Playing Rel into Heimerdinger Ashe, though, sounds really rough if they are going to be able to do that. And Kyle is in a great position to counterpick because it can also be Ashe support if you'd like to. Probably not, because I wouldn't want to play double 80 carry into potential hard engage like this.
I would, you know what? I was thinking just in my simple brain, I'm like, I'm a simple man, I'll take Alistar here. But the Heimerdinger is actually the big brain play that you mentioned, and it does so well for similar reasons, but it is just so impactful in lane.
Oh, not going to be the case. It's the more subdued, give him the door strategy.
It is going to...
I would have liked the Heimer.
It is going to give them a stronger front line and can block a lot of Varus' damage in neutral fights, and that is going to be very helpful, obviously, in what can be somewhat of a poke war between the Maokai and the Varus on objective setup.
And if you max Q, you can do a bit more damage with Q as well, which is cool.
And it makes Ox very angry. I'm going to go out on a limb and say I think the Heimerdinger was absolutely the right choice to me. I mean, you either play Heimerdinger or you play Alistar here. Ashe Alistar is not the lane that you're looking for. It's not a strong lane, but it gives you the disengage right into the Rel.
And the engage with Arrow into Headbutt Pole. You've got a lot of setup there. And the Heimerdinger just giving you the extra magic damage is the other thing that I really liked about the pick, because you've got Yone Renekton on the top side of the map. Still, Liv Sandbox are wanting to get a snowball rolling. Maokai will do a fair bit of magic damage, I guess, as well. And this is a comp that doesn't really care about what you're going to build third or fourth item on the opposing team, because it's not a composition that's built to really go that far without having a big lead.
The Nongshim's composition here is pretty straightforward. You have a huge front line for the Varus. You've got Engage with the Cassante and the Azir here. The Poppy can also turn fights into 5v4. I overall like their draft better here, but Liv Sandbox, let's see if the execution lives up to Closer's name.
Exactly, but also, let's see what Clear's going to be able to do. He's got the Renekton. It's a pretty cookie-cutter chill matchup to start this one off. Eyes are going to be glued to him. Let's jump onto the Rift for game one. All right, here we are. And he has taken out back Renekton. My boy.
He's a man after your heart.
Oh, absolutely. He's just showing that he's a saltwater croc, you know, and he's ready to get in there and get aggressive. As if you're an Australian, you know they're pretty aggressive. Also, if you're not an Australian, you've just watched a documentary, you know that they're pretty aggressive. Not all of them wear hats, though.
Or capes.
Or capes. Not a lot of that. In fact, clothing in general, not a thing that a crocodile generally wears a lot of. That's just a crocodile fact.
Yeah, I mean, for anyone trying to clothe them, good luck.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to be that guy. I wouldn't want to be the crocodile wardrobe specialist myself.
No, you would not want to be that guy. You need a lot of insurance for a gig like that, I would say.
Hazards of the gig.
Oh, Willer has gone all in on the I'm going to do some magic damage as Maokai.
He is. He went for the red smite, and I mean, I think this composition does call for it to a certain extent, but
I would have preferred a lot of other things.
I mean, there were a lot.
It does make sense, though.
There were a lot of things that Liv Sandbox could have done to make this draft, I feel like, so strong. Teddy could have picked Varus, right? They left it open. And Nongshim did pick it up, obviously, but he could have just played Varus here, would have solved a lot of the problems of their damage profile, would have been fine for lane, and there aren't any real direct counters that Nongshim can play. Now, they've given over Rel Varus here. It's not going to be a lane you could dominate as much without Heimerdinger here. The Braum is just going to have to sit back and try to look for opportunity. And this lane isn't as strong as it could have been. Maybe just Teddy decides he wants to have a little bit more safety and a little bit more engage opportunity in this draft. And that's why they end up going for this. You can see Ju's played 3 games of the Varus this season.
Yeah, not a lot of success necessarily, but I do want to go back to what you were talking about, because we've seen great players default to Ashe when they want to be in control. And like Prey is a perfect example of someone that does like to initiate fights and things like that. And was able to jump on the Ashe pick to really say, like, I will decide when we're going in. And if you want to be a leader and be an AD carry at the same time, Ashe is a decent option, especially if your game sense is good, because you can keep your eye on exactly where Sylvie is in the jungle, like what Teddy just did.
We've seen a lot of players pick up the Ashe to great success. Deft's Ashe, you know, while it's not that flashy of an AD carry pick, like his intelligent plays and his, you know, shot calling, etc., like you're leading into, allows you to be an AD carry who also is initiation. And that's very rare. Obviously, most AD carry kits don't allow for that. So I like it in that sense, and maybe Teddy here will be able to have some great arrows and will be able to turn the tides. You can even make an impact in the mid and top lanes, as Cassante has been struggling, and I think this is in part due to the rise of Renekton and Jax in this meta, who have just been so dominant in Renekton's early game especially, but also in Jax's side lane power that Cassante just isn't matching for. And I think the meta has moved a little bit more away from straight up front to back, where Cassante is going to be at his strongest.
Yeah, and it's almost like the compositions that benefited from when Cassante was strong just aren't good anymore. Or as good anymore, right? And it's like the end of mid game is where you're like, oh, Cassante, like 2.5 items or something like that. You're like, man, this Cassante's ridiculous. It's like so broken, and you're spamming the thing that Showmaker did and all that sort of stuff. Like, and it does look really insane, but hasn't really been the case more recently.
Yeah, I agree. But Cassante, when he was on release and in his early patches, okay, hold up, Closer.
Yeah, we got a bit of a 2v2 here in this mid lane, but we're binding the soul once again, and Closer is going to back away. Still, Fiesta in a bit of trouble. Kitty Cat chasing after him. As Kyle going to turn up here. And Teddy not going to be able to find the passive proc onto Peter. Peter will be okay for the moment.
Yeah, and I think this is a really interesting discussion point too, because it really does showcase a change in how the meta has shifted, because we moved away from picks like the Aphelios and the Zeri that get so much from the Cassante. And what Cassante was after he was nerfed so much after release was just a big tanky champion that has some knockups, right, and has some great frontline. He can engage, but that's not really his function anymore, whereas before he was like an assassin and an engaged champion and a tank.
He was everything, yeah.
And after he's been hit with a few nerfs and the meta has moved away from straight up front to back, and also the early game for Renekton is just so strong right now, he feels like a safe pick you could lock in and a comfort pick for Dundun especially, but the power level just isn't going to be there after he's been hit with a nerf hammer just one too many times, and it wasn't the 1 extra second like on his charge that really did him in. It's just that on top of all the other nerfs, on top of the meta shifts, and I still think he has a place, and we'll see if they can utilize him well here and break that loss streak with the Varus pick.
Yeah, Dundun doing okay here in this lane. Clear is dodging third Qs very effectively, and Dundun, pretty sadly, not going to be able to stop him from going home, as Clear is going to successfully get his first teleport off of the year in the LCK. Love to see that. Closer doing a fair bit of damage here, as he will just go back. Emperor's Divide comes out, and there's the ult forward. Closer misses kind of everything, and the Q, and now going to have to flash to get out of the way of the heroic charge. Kyle comes over, says, what was just going on there, Closer? That was a very strange series of events. And Closer says yes, but they are going to all be safe.
That was we've seen some Yones this week. We saw Zeka's Yone.
Yes, we did.
And now we're seeing this, and like I said, will he live up to the name? Because Closer is very good at melee champions and AD champions.
Oh, he's passed the test, because we know Zeka is the best player of melee champions, outside of maybe Chovy in his heyday. We all remember Chovy versus B2D in that match. But Zeka is the guy, right? And he had a performance that was very similar to that series of events in his last time he went onto the Rift. So I'd say passing the test.
Closer was able to unbind correctly.
Yeah, honestly, dodging the ult, beautifully done. Everything after that,
yeah. Oh, I was really hopeful until I really wasn't. But look, Teddy didn't have level 6. Teddy has level 6. He sets it up with the arrow, you know, but Teddy, just get a little bit more XP down there, man. Help out your mid laner.
Do you know what we have to say? We have to say Fiesta, extraordinary sidesteps.
Sure.
His movement and positioning, amazing.
This is why we need replays for when people don't die, so we could like actually delve into this a little bit deeper. Get really into the weeds of exactly what went down there. And
where Fiesta clicked to avoid all of the abilities.
Yeah, or where he simply stood as the ult was a little bit short. But look, hey, it's early game. It's early game. He could have some big impactful ults later.
Exactly right. And look, did Zeka lose? No, he didn't.
Nope, he didn't. He alone didn't get it done, but his team helped out. You know
exactly. And now Closer once again going to dive forward. Doesn't quite find the Qs. The sweep, thankfully, is going to be fine. As Twisted advance, there's Nature's Grasp used actually, as Clear's making his way down. Sylvie just going to press his W, and he will wander away. So, the Crocodile leaving lane, Arrow flying majestically by Jiwoo. He had cleanse.
Just a miss of a game, isn't it?
It is not quite hitting, is it?
The accuracy, numbers we won't display, but yeah, just not.
It's calibration.
Spot.
We're doing some calibration at the beginning of this one, getting our eye in, making sure it all works out. I mean, Teddy was, I guess, assuming that. Okay, never mind. Closer is once again going to.
Things are gonna miss.
Ult forward, and the keeper's verdict did nothing. But that's fine. Sylvie going to keep himself safe. Dundun might be in trouble, but he goes all out. He just collects Willa, who's going to be smashed to the other side of the pit. And now Liv Sandbox in a really rough position. Emperor's Divide's fantastic. 2 dead, as Nongshim will lose Dundun, but I think he might have done his job. The Steadfast Presence coming down. Peter getting stuns left and right, but Closer, he'll land that one. It's a double kill for Clear, who is still at full health, wondering who to eat next. Look at this Crocodile, and man, he doesn't miss, right? Because there's not very many abilities that you can miss.
Yeah,
he looks like a god at the end of that.
He can only miss if he's not standing on top of people, which he was in that fight. And I was going to make the joke right before this fight broke out that the only person who isn't missing so far here is Clear, who's winning lane super hard, so they have prio. But this ult misses, then obviously the keeper's verdict is irrelevant. But Fiesta comes over here with a big Emperor's Divide, and Cassante is both zoning Clear out. So look at Dundun zoning Clear out and then getting the prio target here on this Maokai. So Wheeler's taken out, but they still haven't dealt with Clear. And as this Emperor's Divide goes in, Clear gets a massive set of Fury, gets a second Fury bar as well. With his Dominus ticking through, he's doing massive amounts of damage, and Closer will buy enough time for him to do big things here.
Oh, imagine if he had a Sunfire cape. He was just standing on top of 4 people for that entire team fight.
Give it to me, production. Give me that total damage dealt.
Oh,
give it to me, because I know they're thinking about it. That clear damage is going to be high. I know they're thinking about pulling up the tab.
He's looking pretty good. And this is clear also. Did he blind pick Renekton in this game?
He did.
He did.
He did.
Oh, it's almost rude considering what just happened to Bertle in their last series. Stun onto Sylvie. There's the arrow, but not a lot of follow-up here. And Sylvie's just going to say, all right, cool arrow, liked that. That was great. Smites away their blue buff and walks away.
Willer going to go ahead and drop down this Herald, because even though the fight went a little bit awkward and he was picked there by Dindin, they still get the Herald charge. However, it will not be any money picked up for Closer here. Unfortunately, is zoned away. They knew Poppy was on the river, and there's control vision for Sylvie, so they were just not going to mess with that. So a very messy game here to start things off, but this is exactly what I came here to see tonight.
That's it. I wanted to say it. I love to see it.
Yeah, and like the one part that hasn't been messy has been clear, and we were hoping for that too.
Yeah, right? Oh, man.
It's
delivering.
just exactly what we thought so far.
Uh-huh. And now it's about the surprises. The other thing that is going surprisingly well is the fact that Dindin, he started that fight off absolutely gorgeously, getting in on the right foot to begin the series. Always fantastic for a player like Dindin.
Yeah.
And throwing that Q somewhere. But Clear just wants to get a Demolish Proc, wants to take the plates away, and he will be able to do so. And now wanders past the turret. Jiwoo in trouble, though. Oh, dear. Peter with the Magnet Storm, though, and Sylvie is going to make his way in. Teddy's just flashing. Kyle going to flash away also, and they'll accept it. They'll take those 2 Summoner spells and be okay with it. As Teddy hits a ward, maybe accidentally, but cross shot going to slow down Peter, but won't be able to kill him. Ash is moving into the brush.
Ash is such a weird champion because she's vulnerable, then she's like, okay, I've used both of my summoners and I'm half health, however, I'm Ash, so you guys need to leave now. As Clear actually pushed Dindin completely out of lane. He doesn't want to commit his teleport here. He's going to try to rely on this Cannon. It looks like his TP may have just come back up, but we'll lose a lot of CS. Look at that gold diff.
Oh dear, Peter in trouble, as that is a heroic charge. Decent one there. Sylvie gives him the thumbs up. Oh, he misses, but it doesn't matter. Teddy is still dead. He survives for a long time, but Willa, he twists and advances the ultimate, and that is going to kill the Azir. Sylvie could be in trouble, but he's also Poppy, so he's actually going to be totally fine. Clear comes down, but it's not actually going to result in anything. Still, the Sandbox, they move over towards this Drake. And they will be able to secure the first one.
Yeah, let's see where Varus goes. He's going to stay down here is the question.
Oh.
Is he going to steal? No.
He went for it. He gave it a red hot.
Nice try. Nice try. As it looks like we're just going to send the top layers back up. Thought maybe Clear would try to push for a plate down here and force Varus to stay, which would have been very awkward as Teddy's respawning. But they don't go for that. It's just going to be the Dragon that is picked up. Both top laners committed their teleport, so very important that Dindin actually did not use his to return in that last moment where he ended up losing those minions there. It would not have been able to join the fight and make that impact. Closer here, just getting a zoom in on him, but the fight was very messy, and it was very difficult for Teddy without summoner spells to actually live through. So yeah,
it's hard to hit a Q on Yone, is what I'm learning.
Yeah, it's not always going to happen, let's just say. Teddy is backing, and then he decides, okay, I'm going to commit. Peter's walking in here, but the teleport behind them is unknown. So Fiesta gets in here. Teddy has no summoners. There's just no way out of the situation. Look at how much time he had there as well as a sliver of health. If he has a flash there, he might actually be able to get out easily there behind Clear, and then it just prevents the chase. So Teddy goes down. Still, though, win for Live Sandbox. They're up 2 Drakes, and Clear's advantages continue to mount on the top side of the map.
Yeah, he's up 2 levels. That's a very big crocodile. Yeah, Dindin is, of course, Cassante, so he will still have all of those things, as we know. But so far, so good here for Clear, who is pretty used to beating Dindin in 1v1s. Even in games that he loses against Dindin, he normally beats him in the lane.
It's true.
It's not really the Dindin way. Will immediately flashes away from Peter here. Doesn't want to mess around with this Rel whatsoever. As Clear is now going to get all out it. He does Dominus, but he might be biting off more than he can chew. And he can chew a lot because he's a crocodile. As Cassante almost dies, but Clear trying to go for it does not work out. 1 versus 4 probably not going to happen as the arrow is going to sail through. Fiesta could be caught out. as he does get himself over the wall. The unbound souls can have to be returned to, but it is exactly when he wants it to, as there's Chains of Corruption landing onto Willa. This game is chaotic as all heck, and I am here for it. Peter.
I think Atlas, I think it's going to get more chaotic than this. Now, I think Liv Sandbox end up winning this exchange because Closer is able to pick up that really critical kill and all of the assist gold. He's also able to take out this turret, so he's pushing towards his first item here now. Teddy got half of this turret down here, fortunately with no plates to grab, so he's not going to pick up a ton of money, but still significant time spent there solo in the lane. Tried to make his arrow have a global impact topside, didn't work out, but despite what was very aggressive plays here for Nongshim, does backfire a little bit. Now Gale Force is done for Closer. He also is able to pick up that Scepter, so he's got a lot of money from that last exchange. Is to really understand this moment, you have to really zoom out quite significantly on the map, because this is Sylvie and Ju trying to lane swap here and catching Willer, who wanted to come up and cover from Clear. So he has to ult here super early in this fight, and yes, it buys a lot of time for Clear, but he's not going to have that tool in a few moments here. Clear does in fact buy a ton of time. Look at Teddy also pushing during this, as this... Oh,
it's another one of those clever ultimates from Closer to bait Fiesta in.
Yeah, also the clever ult from Kyle, the Fiesta ult. There was a lot of things that happened there. But anyway, Closer got the kill, and that's what we're going to talk about, because that's where the money goes. And yeah, Willer, he has a target on his back this game. I don't know, he is playing very aggressively without vision, and he is getting engaged on a lot.
Do you know what's crazy to me? I'm pretty sure out of all of the ultimates, Chains of Corruption has the highest accuracy. And if you told me about that was going to be the case, when never mind, just going to hold that thought for a moment. Dindin going all out. They are going to be able to take down the Yone very comfortably here. And Sylvie kind of running the map on his Poppy today.
Yeah, I'm just going to have to... I'm going to have to actually start the petition for banning replays in this first game, because I want to see what's happening. And like, if we watch these replays of these really long, messy fights, I don't know if we'll ever know what's happening in this game. You
just have to make sure that you're always paying attention to whether it says replay on the screen or not.
Well, I mean, beyond that, like...
Here we go.
It says replay here, so we know this happened already. As I mean, this is just a really nice setup here. Dindin pulls him towards the Poppy. Steadfast Presence goes through. Nothing the Yone could do. And in this case, we talked about how it's not great for Cassante right now in terms of his win rate, but stuff like this where you're paired with the Poppy, you have a lot of power in the side actually against the Yone at this point in time, because you're so tanky. And you see the gold difference here diminishing quite a lot. It's almost even now, still 500 between the two.
And the Mountain Soul is going to be what Liv Sandbox are now going to be focusing on, because that is a large portion of their win condition. They will become very, very tanky if that is available to them. As Nongshim looking to get some control in this mid lane, but top outer turret will fall down. That is the second here for Liv Sandbox.
Yeah, Liv Sandbox don't have their Crocodile here. Clear is going to have to teleport to this fight, but there's not a great ward. Okay, there's one to the left of the Drake pit maybe if he wants to flank, but that's really risky. He's thinking about it.
Yeah, Closer is spotted as well. He's making his way in. There's an arrow. It will be able to land onto Jiwoo, who just takes it, presses the cleanse button, is now Nature's Grasp going to come through. Clear has already Dominus, and he's now looking for that flank angle. Oh man, this could be the Crocodile's moment. As now Fiesta, he does have Emperor's Divide to get rid of him, but Clear's Dominus is actually going to wear off. He does dive forward, and there's the ult from the Yone, but it's not as good as the incredible ult from Sylvie, who just gets rid of everyone. He's going to secure the Drake. They take down Teddy. That blew up my brain.
Yeah, well, I mean, there is a lot of things to talk about for this one, and I'm sure it will probably cause us to miss the next crazy kill in this 12-kill game so far. So far. It's just like, Bart Sims like, the most kill in my life. Homer's going to have to tell him so far. As Clear gets the teleport ward up, we talked about that ward here. They have no idea until now that he is there. And then he decides he's going to flash in onto Fiesta. The follow-up Yone ult comes through. But look at Dindin. He's actually able to get insane work done here through the Yone ultimate. And as you mentioned, the Poppy ult pushes Clear and Willer away, so there's just no chase. There's no follow-up. So great moment there from Dindin, who's playing, despite low resources, a fantastic game of League of Legends here.
Yeah, no one was left. It looked like the perfect wombo for Liv Sandbox, but then it was the perfect moment for the Keeper's verdict to say no. And then that guaranteed the Drake. It just was absolutely stunning here for Sylvie, who's front runner for POG on the Nongshim side of things for me right now. Poppy looking absolutely fantastic as Willa going to get jumped on top of. Heroic Charge going to push him into the wall, and he will need to flash. There is the Nature's Grasp as well, as Kyle not going to be able to offer anything to this tree. Willa trying desperately to stay alive, but it's not going to work out. Now Closer diving onto Jiwoo here, but he's just going to get pushed away. The defensive play not quite good enough, though, as Closer will be able to get on top of the Varus in the end. So jungler for 80 carry. Sandbox going to have to be all right with that.
Would you say, Atlas, that Maokai has great self-peel? You know, would you say that he's got a strong escape if he's caught? Because Willer, he says his ultimate is going to be good enough for the job, because it feels like every time he's used it this game, it's because he's way overextended trying to clear vision. And without his ultimate, Liv Sandbox's comp just doesn't function that well. He's chased down a little bit too far here, unfortunately for Nongshim, so Teddy is going to be able to get a flash here with the arrow, and they are going to be able to trade a kill back here because it's just so chaotic. But obviously, Kyle is going to have to flash the wall too. But at the end of the day, imagine this fight if they actually had Nature's Grasp to set Teddy up and for the Yone ult to be a combo. It just keeps getting caught, and I feel like Liv Sandbox would be having a much easier time if Willer wasn't using his ult to save his own skin.
Somehow Dundun's done the most damage in the game. Sort of surprises me. He doesn't even have a Sunfire Cave.
Yeah, after we were talking smack about Cassante earlier, he was like, well, let me show you.
Yeah.
Cassante one trick in the LCK, and I actually have a different opinion.
Uh-huh.
Nerf it again, I'll still play it.
Yeah, he's like, I'm down 50 CS. Doesn't matter. I still do way more than everybody else in this game.
Remember,
you know what? We can't debate it.
Remember in spring when Cassante got really nerfed and all the LCK tops for like a week were like, no, this champion is terrible. And Dundun was playing it anyways and ridiculed him. And then in summer started, everyone was like, oh wait, actually this champion is still really broken.
Yeah.
But now he's despite a 1,250 gold deficit to clear, making such a huge impact in this game. And that is, I think, a testament to how strong Dundun is as a player. I mean, it's not a 0-7 Jax angle, but the guy is really doing a lot with very little, similar to how Doran has had many games earlier in the season. And yeah, I mean, the CS difference is massive, but he's on 2 items. And if he can continue to be a frontline for this Varus, for this Azir, who's about to have Nashor's Tooth, this Sandbox, you know, it's not over till it's over. 2,000 gold lead here, but these fights have been anything but clean. And I think this is the closest game we've watched in a while in the LCK.
Oh, yeah. It's close, but it's also just a lot of stuff happening all the time. It has slowed down just a little bit for the moment. Does mean we can take a little bit of stock, as I say that. Arrow is just going to pierce the side of the map there, and we'll continue to sail around Runeterra. See whether Teddy can get it when it returns.
He's just trying to take the attention away from what you see beyond the alcove that Valdez and I recently discovered. There's a whole other world out there if you go to the alcove.
Yeah,
and look
there
away.
is. I mean, we're on a huge mountain, you know?
Teddy's just trying to keep that a secret. He's like, look over here where it looks like there's just the edge of the rift and a small mountain. There's definitely nothing behind that Riot Games sign up there.
I mean, Teddy is the oldest on the team, so he's probably like, clear. Look over there. All of that could be yours. Apart from the elephant graveyard in the distance.
Everything the light touches, or that my arrow points out,
is your kingdom. It may not be, because Dundun, like you were saying, has been playing very well with the resources that he's got, which is not very many. Sylvie is certainly front runner as far as the man doing the most work on Nongshim. Fiesta also having a great game despite the 4 deaths. I think that he has found some moments in these team fights, but Drake is now live.
Yes, it is.
Looking at the Mountain Soul possibility for
Willer,
either team.
he is alone on this angle trying to set up for a Nature's Grasp, but if they turn on him and he has to use it defensively again, I might get upset.
Yeah.
Okay, he's just going to walk back to his team. Clear is on the flank, and they're actually going to turn towards Baron.
Let's just say that Teddy is not taking Willa over there to talk about everything. Okay?
No.
Yeah. As Nongshim, they are going to start this one off. There are saplings to throw around, and Willa is going to be able to use them, try and get some control. They have also, I mean, there's a lot of vision control options here.
Kyle is about to get his flash up. If they Nature's Grasp and Kyle flashes the wall to engage, I think that's what maybe Liv Sandbox had in mind here, but Liv Sandbox pushed them away now. Nongshim still near Baron, but someone, looks like Closer, I was going to say, you just send someone over here to take this Drake slowly, and one of the 2 soul laners has teleport. Now Nongshim are going to identify this and start up the Baron, but this is so greedy from Nongshim. Peter looking for that engage over the wall, but look at the split here for Liv Sandbox, and Closer can just TP in to that control ward to the north of the fight.
He can, but there is a keeper's verdict that they have to pay attention to. And now, there it is. It's being charged up. Nature's Grasp is too good. They dive on in there, but the Baron is going to be secured by Jiwoo. The tree is going to go down. Emperor's Divide is decent. As Clear's in the bouncy castle, but he goes golden. He's trying to stay alive. Closer whiffs the ultimate yet again. Clear is still up. He's going to get smashed into the wall, though. He should be taken down. Teddy's dead as well. Nongshim, they'll take the Baron. They won't keep their Varus alive, but I think otherwise it's looking pretty good. Also, the Drake wasn't secured by Closer.
No, he didn't take it. I want to see where he TP'd to, because he decided to teleport, but then he wasn't there for the fight. Like, even a little bit. He teleported to mid. He could have teleported that control ward to the north and had a cross angle with Clear. Look at that ward to the top.
Yeah.
He didn't finish Drake and TP mid, and look, he's still out in the fight. They needed him so badly. And then this ult just hits nothing. Closer, my man.
Jiwoo did flash, so there is at least that. But I agree with you, Wolf. I think it is somewhat of a mistake for how that one was done, as he's now back into the Drake pit and dead.
All right,
his soul is very unbound.
We are revoking his Yone license. We're revoking it. I'm actually calling the department. Oh, I mean, I don't know exactly the context of this when it came out of a replay, but maybe looking for a deep steal, let's say.
I'm going to guess that Nongshim started the Drake, and Closer didn't enjoy that.
Yeah.
Decided he wanted to do something about it, but was unable to do something about it.
It's really sad if you're a Closer fan too, because he's so good at this champion. He's so good at the Aurelia that he also kind of botched a little bit earlier this season. Maybe his confidence a little bit hurt with how the performance of the team is looking at the moment, but I don't know.
Maybe Yone has just gotten more difficult over the last few weeks. For everyone, just in general, it's just more difficult. I don't know, I can't explain it.
No, I mean, we
does look more
but
difficult.
It is looking a little bit more challenging. That is, I'll give you the appearance is true of what you say.
Yeah.
Looks can be deceiving, but hey, maybe you're onto something.
Well, Din is just wandering into his jungle. Right now, Liv Sandbox losing control completely. 6,000 gold Baron power play. That is massive.
I mean, it's huge. They won the team fight, bottom side. They took several turrets off of the map, and Liv Sandbox here grasping at straws, and this Ash Pick has led to virtually nothing this game, and it doesn't mean that the Heimerdinger was what would have saved it, but I think if Teddy picked Varus and they front to back a little bit more concisely, things would have been very different. But Willer having an uncharacteristically off game, speaking of.
Yeah, there's the crash down from Peter. The ulti goes completely wide from Kyle, and that means yet again, in the same position, the tree will fall.
It just keeps happening. Willer was a top 3 jungler in spring. Liv Sandbox was once with basically this roster. I mean, Teddy and Clear have now subbed in, right? But the core of this roster was the same when they were top 3, as he just gets steadfast presence tier, and then they chain him to death as he tries to unbind. Really greedy call there. I mean, where's the follow-up? Even if he does end up hitting a big ult there, I don't know if he.
Yeah,
I don't know about that.
I don't quite have the answer for what he might be attempting.
This is like, there's no Baron in there. What are we clearing vision for?
Yeah.
Well,
and
Peter's also confused. He doesn't understand either.
What he just said was, what? That was it. He just said, what? And look, honestly, I'm really glad that Peter is on the same page as us. Because if there is, a very clear and understandable thing that's going on here for Liv Sandbox, I'm unaware of it.
I feel like this team is obviously capable of way more than what they're showing us here, and this is it's one of those series where if you're a Nongshim fan, you know your team is playing pretty well, right? And for Liv Sandbox, you're watching going, oh man, Nongshim is actually giving us trouble, but again, it feels like some confidence issues here. Some things go slightly wide, right? Some decisions are not exactly as they should be, but then suddenly you've lost your gold lead, you've lost control of the map. And now, like, we're stacking Mountain Drakes for Nongshim, and you can't break through with this comp anymore. The Renekton is losing its power very quickly, as Clear had a massive lead, so he still has GA, but unless he gets on top of that Varus, he still has to get through the Poppy, the Azir, the Rel, and the Cassante in order to get on top of said Varus, and he's probably going to die trying if he does.
Yeah.
Maybe twice, with the GA.
Jiwoo's also got 3 items now complete. Teddy still yet to finish Lord Doms that he's trying to put together. Honestly, Teddy been pretty invisible this game. He's done less damage than Sylvie last time we checked. on that graph.
And it's not just about the Sunfire, unfortunately, as much as we love to meme it.
Yep. You're going to get knocked up. Arrow going to connect onto Peter. A lot of skill shots landing onto the Rel. But
there's
still
no follow-up.
not going to find the follow-up angle. Exactly right.
And like the arrow hitting him is as he's getting hit by Nature's Grasp, so he just blocks everything. He's like, I'll block this part of the Nature's Grasp so you guys can walk away. I'll eat the arrow, and then nothing comes of it. He has Knight's Vow completed now. He has even shrouded Knight's Vow. He also had Merc Tread, so he wasn't even caught up all that long. And he's extremely problematic for Live Sandbox because you add the Knight's Vow build into 2 Mountain Drakes, soon to be potentially 3, and suddenly you can't kill the Varus ever, no matter what.
Yeah. And there's also,
there's also a Poppy with Randuin's.
There's a lot of things that could be an issue here as Fiesta is just getting himself out of the way of Live Sandbox as Sylvie just happily running towards the squad. They are grouping up though. Live Sandbox looking to find an opportunity here. Emperor's Divide out very early in this fight. Could be an opportunity. Nongshim have a lot of money now. Clear is teleported in and the Baron is spawning. Okay. Sandbox wanting to try and get themselves back into this game.
Jiwu's going to
be
push
the avenue.
mid. I mean, he has Runins. He's going to use it to clear his way very quickly. Look at Peter's positioning. The follow-up is definitely in position here.
Sylvie, just keep your eye on that helicopter. The Keeper's Verdict is available still as Baron's going down extraordinarily quickly. They need to keep the Poppy out of the pit. Clear is pretty massive with Sandbox a little bit split, but there's the ulti from Closer. Not a whole lot of value, but his soul is unbound. He goes back. The GA is going to keep him alive as Clear is going to return to the fight now. Peter looking for that flank angle. But Nongshim now they don't have the Keeper's Verdict.
Yeah, they do not, but this Baron is... I don't think
oh
you can take
no,
this.
Closer is going to get caught out. Peter's just going to jump on top of him. Teddy is free hitting, but he's not doing a massive amount of damage. And Cassante is Cassanteing. It's gigantic amounts of work here for Denden.
You can't hold that Baron, Live Sandbox. You just can't do it. You're fishing a barrel against this Varus, who's massively ahead, as you mentioned. He's also got Runin, so he's just going to rip through those health bars. And yeah, Keeper's Verdict's on cooldown. But I mean, I don't know if that was a Live Sandbox fan or
yeah, I don't know. It could be neither. It could be
really
neither.
Sums up the state of the game, doesn't it? And,
oh dear. Well, Clear
that's
is
a GA probably.
Yeah, going to try and fight Fiesta here as Jiwu's going to come over, and unfortunately, Clear. Sometimes you want the popcorn chicken. He's going to flash on top of Jiwu, and it's not going to do anything there. He fully charged up his Rage Blade, and he was pretty angry.
That's it, right? Like that, I think that's actually just the game. I mean, they may survive a little bit longer, but you've lost both GAs.
He didn't even have a Rage Blade.
No,
but he was just so angry that I assumed he had one.
No, he went Gale Force because he wants to be able to get away from that pesky Yone, but it hasn't really been a threat for him this entire game. And you have now 3 Mountain Drakes on this Poppy and Cassante composition. 1 death between the 2 of them. I think that might be the last one we see this game. As look at this, Live Sandbox trying so desperately to set up this Baron as Dundun goes in the front. Look at how much he tanks. This is with 2 Mountain Drakes alone. And then Closer gets caught here, bursts down, so now he's out of the fight. And then Live Sandbox's call here, as Clear is also out of Dominus, is to hold the Baron and start this one back up here. Look at how much damage even the Baron adds to this fight. Fiesta is free hitting. Sylvie flashes in and kills this Yone who has no GA. It's so clean. And look at Jiwu just ripping through everything that's left, which isn't a whole lot. And man, the front line of this team tonight.
I tell you what, do you remember Sylvie's game on Viego where he did basically nothing?
Yes, unfortunately.
That is not the same player that we're seeing here today. This guy on this Poppy is everywhere, doing everything that Nongshim need him to do.
야, 불까지 뺐어.
And that's a very happy Peter right there.
집 찍고 해야 돼.
Man,
I don't know, Live Sandbox, they're going to go for it again. The answer is more fighting, as Emperor's Divide is going to be used onto Closer. Asterix pops, but it's just not going to work. Jiwu stays alive, he's kiting, he's trying to make it work. In goes Fiesta, just takes down Peter. Clear diving into the backline, but he doesn't have GA anymore. He has to try and slice and dice his way to freedom, but Dundun, the angry bee, is after him. There's the flash forward. He finds no buttons that are going to land, but you know what he's doing? He's making sure that the Renekton can't do anything. He's going to give him the old thumbs up. And yeah, now the minions are going to block him. This is a very strange situation. Meanwhile, the game is ending.
It's ending.
Oh, that was cute from Clear though.
Yoink!
As now Jonah Strong is going to have to go back to the Nexus falling down. And Nongshim, they will take game one. I want another one like that, though, Wolf. That was a lot of fun.
Man, it is such a hard vote for me, but I think I'm going to go with Sylvie. I think I'm going to go with Sylvie. Between him and Dundun, though, the two of them just looked god tier. I mean, Fiesta also had some really great moments.
But I have to say, like, even Peter having some good times as well. Didn't die on the rel. Massive amounts of assists. Honestly, there is no player on Nongshim that you're like, oh, you didn't play really well.
No, exactly. And even the positioning of Jiwoo was fantastic in most of those fights. And, like, Liv Sandbox, they had a decent lead going into the end of the laning phase. But once we got to objectives, it was just like, it felt like I was watching challenges again on their side.
Yeah.
And for Nongshim, they were actually making the proactive plays, making the great setups, and this was not even close. Like, if you paused it at, like, you know, look at the goal difference here. You paused it at like 13, 15 minutes. You're like, okay, Liv Sandbox are crushing this one, right? You fast forward a few team fights, and then you're like, oh, man, like, they must have been really crushed in the early game, right? Not actually. It's just that the front-to-back team fights for the side of Nongshim here were so clean. Sylvie was always proactive. Willer, he had the most damage on his team with that red smite because he ended up getting the early burn damage from the demonic embrace.
The amount of ults that he did by himself as well.
Yeah.
There was a lot of people there, so they hit a lot of people as well.
It was not his game. It was not his game, Alice.
It was not. However, it is a best of three. Liv Sandbox have the ability to try and get back into this one. We'll see how they do. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space will break down that game to the best of their ability, and we'll head to game number 2.
눈에 공정은 내가 커버 쳐줄게.
커피가 제일 앞에 서주면 좋고요.
야, 딜러드 떨어졌어.
야, 붙어.
기다려, 천천히 해. 나 가는 중.
나 가야 되긴 해.
날라갔고.
천천히.
얘네부터.
애쉬 노플이야.
레인 튕겼어.
애쉬. 잡았어. 레넥.
아직 킬래?
노플이야. 나이스. 나도 야, 라인 하자.
한 명이 따라가줘.
미드 가자. 근데 바로 때 승복이 형 너무 좋았다. 형이 잘해서 이겼다. 끝.
나이스.
간판 잘해보자, 얘들아.
미안하다.
얘 안
나 뭐 해보려다가 망했어.
팔이 안 닿아.
잘했어.
될 줄 알았는데 안 되네. 까비.
잘했다.
그지? 나이스.
오늘 LCK 단합대에 바로 탑편이 준비되어 있습니다.
이 자리에 오니까 막 끌어올르는
사회성 제로의 남탓 장난 아니라는데? 합신병자 이런 말
해명할 게 있어요. 가장 괜찮은 사람이 많지 않나. 한 대를 맞으면 두 대를 때려야 되고, 두 대를 맞으면 세 대를 때려야 되고.
이게 탑이거든요, 사실.
이게 탑이지.
우리 정글 뭐 하는 거야?
탑 대박이다.
At one point in time, you were the only region to have ever won Worlds.
True. Yeah,
With
no
Fixed
one can take this away from
Absolutely.
us. Yeah.
True. I still use that
The
Janna
first
skin.
ones.
All right.
Well, that makes one of us.
You play Janna?
Yeah, I was going to say, no one's picking
The
up on
only
the fact
Janna
that I
player.
never play Janna.
Yeah.
If I was to play Janna, though, or like, that
can
I
A-Rap
do
Janna.
like the Gragas. It wasn't the Suche Gragas.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah,
his
that
skin.
was-
There's a lot of
And
good
Karthus.
skins.
I know, but like, if you want to mix it up,
What's
it's
your-
got a good belly on it.
Yep.
You know?
I think Scuba and Hillbilly are my
I love Scuba Gragas, man.
Thanks.
It's so great because it's such a rare skin.
No one uses
And
it.
then when you use it, it's terrible.
It's
Yeah.
so goofy.
Walk through the fire. Walk through the fire. Into the night.
Welcome back to the space, everybody. After this game of League of Legends, we'll call it that for now. That was entertaining, at least. I don't know what you guys thought at home, and I do want to know what you guys thought at the desk.
If you like this, you are gonna love challengers. That's basically what this game boiled down to, because the mechanical execution of a lot of the plays was questionable, but it was fun. There was a lot of stuff going on,
And they were trying.
and they were trying
yeah.
their very best.
Everyone was trying.
That's
their
the
best.
important thing, you know, and one team did try a bit harder than the other, and that resulted in them winning. We can have a look at the draft. Honestly, I think the Poppy got so much value here.
Yeah.
When you have this composition trying to dive in, the Renekton, the Yone really got shut down by it heavily, but also seeing the value of the Cassante as well, be able to really disrupt in these team fights. And I think Nongshim had a solid comp. It's not that I think the composition from the sandbox was like drastically worse, but I definitely would have given them the edge coming out of this stage.
How do you theoretically want to play against this? Because as you said, you have the Poppy, the Rel also, who had a huge impact, and both these champions together work quite well. And as we said, Cassante, who has like a huge value later on. What do you want to do?
I think you're looking at early to mid game, right? Because in your early skirmishes, I do think that the Braum Ashe lane actually should have a decent amount of pressure. And when it comes to like Renekton and Yone and Braum, if you can get ahead early, then you can very quickly take away any agency that Sandbox might have. Because I think late game, you're always going to struggle because of how versatile Nongshim's comp is with the amount of both engage and disengage that they have available. Whereas your engage having Maokai is okay, but not when there's Poppy, when there's Cassandra, when there's Azir. You really need more. And the Braum didn't really provide that. So if you lose control of the game in mid to early, even though I think the champions theoretically scale well, things get a little dire.
That's the thing. No one really lost control in the early to mid game. No one had to. No one had control. It was a constant back and forth. It was hard to define who was getting the edge here, and it took us quite a while to define the first highlight that we're gonna watch now. As it came down to Baron, it makes sense in a game like this.
Yeah, and I just love the confidence from Nongshim starting this Baron up. We get the situation where the Live Sandbox are forced to engage, and then a bit of an oopsie from Willa with the blast cone, then flashes in only to lose it. And Nongshim do a pretty fantastic job of peeling backwards, and look how frustrating this is for the Renekton, who kind of just gets bounced around, turns golden, and then ends up getting bullied a bit more.
And great flashes from Jiwoo in this game. This one does end up killing him, but it buys the time that he needs for the rest of his team. Then think he had a great game on the Varus.
Yeah.
And it also highlighted some of the disjointedness, and I think that Clear individually actually had a really good game and really gave it his all. But you could see there was also a dragon fight earlier where he popped his dominance early, and he isn't quite on the same page of the rest of his team yet. And I also think in game number 2, Wheeler needs to step it up, because this is a guy that has set very high expectations for himself. He was the main part of why Sandbox was such a surprise in spring, and right now we're not seeing it.
Was there an opportunity for Sandbox to come back, though, after this, when you think of it? Whether it's through map control, vision control, or just playing more careful and not clicking on every champion on the map, maybe?
I think if you find a good angle where you're connecting on like a Yone, you have Ashara as well, you get the Renekton in the right position, it's possible, it just becomes very hard, because all you have to do as Nongshim is like set up on an objective, have your backline covered, don't allow any flanks to come in, and we saw the Renekton trying to run through the front line, just struggled so much. You need to kind of approach it from multiple angles. We see here, they're the ones on the Baron starting this up. It's actually pretty unfortunate what happens to the extended play, because we see Closer go in here, the stopwatch is pretty fantastic, and then they end up actually forcing him into the GA with a great slam into the wall. And then after he comes out from his GA, it's actually the Baron Tentacle that knocks him up, and Sylvie completely capitalizes.
And Sylvie on the Poppy. This is the type of pick where you need to play very far forward and aggressive if you want to have value. And right here, yeah, as Closer gets hit, looks a bit wonky because he doesn't get knocked up and knocked into the wall, but it doesn't matter. It's all the momentum that they need. And that is, for better or worse, I think one of the reasons why Nongshim is able to drag out wins like this. It's not the cleanest. The macro is really nowhere to be seen, right? They just ball up and run around the map.
Yeah.
But they have a lot of experience playing with this roster. They have a lot of experience in trying to setting up these fights. And as long as Jiwoo gets to play the game, you can lose fights against them in the later stages of especially a messy game like this.
And Cassante, as Max said during the cast.
Oh, yeah.
Let's reveal player of the game here and see who was the best one here.
Aww.
From this Nongshim lineup. Yeah, it makes sense with the Poppy, especially because it came down to these team fights and these setups.
I think honestly, Poppy, you could always have pretty solid impact if you're good with your W and controlling dashes and stuff like that. But the amount of times in fights that he'd find great angles to get headbutts into the wall really just suffocated the Yone in particular. But there was like the good early presence that came out here, this one where they just didn't let Closer play the game, and then some fantastic ults as well to really break up the fight.
Now, I do fully expect this to go to 3 games, because even here, like, Varus got that first Baron. You know, if Sandbox gets that Baron, the game might be completely different. They might be the one that actually pick up control. And it is, to me, going to come down to this jungle matchup. If Sylvie gets to run the map and Nongshim gets to actually go in on even footing, I think that they actually have an edge over Sandbox. As I actually respect the Jiwoo votes, though I was expecting it to be Peter votes.
Yeah, Peter had a really good game. You know, I feel like Dundun as well towards the end had some good moments. So I think there's
Cassante, though.
Yeah, that's fair. Not voting for Cassante is pretty based.
I think it's fair to say that we're not going to get clean League of Legends for this series. I think it's also fair to say that we're going to get 3 games of this. That's all I'm in for, honestly. But when it comes to Nongshim, given the improvements that we saw from them lately, getting cleaner early games maybe, what do we want to see from them here?
I mean, I think just keep playing with confidence, in all honesty. For Nongshim, I think that they should really just be looking to constantly challenging these plays. Sylvie's been leading the jungle quite effectively. I think continue that momentum. Draft compositions have a lot of engaged tools, and yeah, just play to your strengths in those team fights.
And Willer needs to bounce back. If the even with Closer obviously having a really tough position, trying to play Yone into that comp, had a couple of almost moments, didn't quite pan out. And I think if Willer was having a better game, might have been more space for that.
We'll see if blue side favors them later as we will go into the second game now. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Astronauts, for the breakdown of game number 1. Yes, it was weird, it was wonderful, and it was definitely chaotic, but in the end, Nongshim were the team that came out ahead. Sylvie, well-deserved POG as well.
Yeah, I agree. Also love that Heiji was able to make that scoreboard appear with her fingers in the background. Did you see that?
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
She did a magic trick where suddenly it just became the Nongshim 1-0 scoreboard there. That was wild. I feel like we're in for 3, though. I think Liv Sandbox can bounce back. They will have side selection, obviously, going into this one, and they can change the draft. I really liked what they did with the first half of their draft. We didn't like the Braum as much, and the execution was not what it needed to be, as Willer is doing a little bit of a faker reboot here, because it's been an uncharacteristically weak performance from him so far in Game 1, but I really do think this team has the players, has the coaching staff to turn it around.
I would agree. You can see pretty quiet here on the Liv Sandbox side of things, probably wanting to just get in there and get themselves back on a better footing. See whether Nongshim are going to be able to take that 2-0 or whether Liv Sandbox will make a series of it. Definitely difficult, especially when you're playing with a new selection of 5 players that haven't played together before. There are a lot of things that you've got to work out. Well, one thing you don't have to work out is whether or not to ban Neela from Jiwoo. That is something that is set in stone.
Yeah, that much we know for sure. And I don't mind Renekton being highly prioritized here for Liv Sandbox again for Clear, his laning phase. And some of those early fights went very well for him, but obviously he fell off as the team couldn't stay coordinated. They lost a lot of momentum. We'll see the Azir is banned, so that is not going to be a safe first pick rotation here. So the focus has been on the mid lane here for Nongshim, as the LeBlanc could be an interesting one. Closer has been historically pretty good at the champion.
Yep.
Tristana is still up, so Ivern is going to get banned here instead, interestingly.
Yeah, very strange. Especially because Liv Sandbox could just first pick that one away.
Yeah, that's a bit weird. Could have been thinking between LeBlanc and Tristana here and feeling very good on blue side, and now you've weakened the Tristana pick, and maybe they're hoping that they can still play it and have some great success if Nongshim ban the LeBlanc here, but okay, Tristana's banned, so it's probably just Closer LeBlanc. Have to imagine.
Yep, should theoretically be. Of course, Closer has had mixed success on the static ship LeBlanc, but certainly something that he has been known to play many, many times in the past.
Yeah, and the first one to play it this season, so at least he's been aware of the strategy and has been working towards improving it. As this, I mean, it would be very Jiwoo to just play Ezreal here with no context, but I don't think they're going to do it.
Oh, if it was Ezreal, though, it would have been Fiesta, 100%, right? You would just, like, Shiv the Shiv. That's how you do it. Battle the Shiv.
They're just going to pick Annie instead of the Kai'Sa here, which is interesting. That doesn't mean they're necessarily not going to play Kai'Sa, but Liv Sandbox have the opportunity to deny it now. As Willer is going to move to a little bit more comfort here on the Viego this time around. They're not running AD mid. It's not going to be a Maokai game for him.
But it is once again the Poppy. And I thought that perhaps Liv Sandbox would look into that. Of course, Nongshim have been practicing the Ivern strategies for quite some time. That's why that ban does make a fair bit of sense. But outside of that, I think the Poppy deserved a little bit more of a look. Like, if you've got Sylvie running around on Sejuani, I think I'm even feeling okay about it. But there is the Kai'Sa that you were mentioning.
They get LeBlanc and the Kai'Sa, so they have Wave Clear in spades. They have Insane Poke as well as Hard Engage. To get LeBlanc and Kai'Sa on the same team is quite rare. Nongshim now will see what they want to lock in if they're going to prioritize a bot lane pick. As the Akshan Hover will come through. I do not recommend this pick in this part of the draft, but it's just because it's the same character, where Aphelios is, that it will be hovered. And Aphelios is going to come in as the response here. Now they need to pick a team composition that can front to back once again. And based on what they did in Game 1, I trust that if they're given the Cassante pick again, it's just going to be business as usual here for Nongshim. I think you want to ban the Rel here and take that one away from Liv Sandbox. There it goes.
Yep, some bottom lane bans probably going to come through. I wouldn't mind a Rakan ban on one of these sides as well. Of course, Peter absolutely loving the champion and certainly fits into what Nongshim are trying to do. Rakan alongside the Poppy and the Annie going to feel fantastic. For Liv Sandbox, a little bit less so because Steadfast Presence makes your whole life just feel the worst.
It's really awkward here for Liv Sandbox, though, because no ban feels very strong, right? Like, you could ban Cassante, and I feel like that would feel pretty decent, but there's still other frontline that Dindin can play. I mean, the Renekton is still a viable option here, too. And then the support pool for what Aphelios can play with right now in this meta is also wide open, and they could just take away the Rel. They're going to also take away the Alistar here, interestingly enough. And we'll see if Liv Sandbox just wants to ban Nautilus, but I think a Cassante ban is where I'd be looking right now. It just feels so easy here for Nongshim to lock that one away and play straight up front to back, just like they did in the previous game.
Yeah, I guess so. Because I was thinking that the Rakan is sort of standing out like a sore thumb, but they banned Braum instead. It's just, it's very interesting how this all come to pass.
I mean, Renekton was the other pick that I thought would be great here for Nongshim, but I mean, since they banned Braum, they couldn't ban both, and so I think it will be Cassante here for Dundun, the resident Cassante player here in the LCK. They want to take away this Nautilus first because it's so good into LeBlanc, and if it's Nautilus and Renekton here, or if it's the Cassante Renekton, I really like the bans for Liv Sandbox, but the Nautilus to get through, it's going to be Leona that's picked up. Will they take the Cassante themselves is the question.
Yeah, that could be Clear's option.
But it doesn't really suit the comp all that well. They may want to just play Jax. Oh man, this feels like a denial pick for Clear rather than a powerhouse pick to round out the composition.
Still Clear, he is very, very good. On the top side of the map, we saw that already with his Renekton. Was probably the best player in the Rift for Liv Sandbox in the last game. As now...
Is Poppy top? Yeah, he's just going to play Poppy top. He's actually so smart. Dindin is like, yeah, I can play this. I can do this. And, I mean, you're flexing the jungle. It's going to be Kha'Zix to come through. I actually suddenly came to the realization you can still front to back. That Poppy can still be a tank just with actually more money than he had in game one. I think like Nongshim and I just both mind-linked because suddenly I'm like, wait, no, it's actually really good into Cassante. Wait, it's actually a strong matchup. Now you can actually play the Kha'Zix and run circles around the Viego. Nongshim with a really cool draft adaptation here. Yeah, and you almost never see this from teams at the bottom of the standings. It's usually teams like D plus Kia that are ones to pull it out. Sometimes you see it from teams like T1 or Gen G, but we're going to flex this to the top side here for Dindin. I think the Liv Sandbox composition started off pretty well here, but the Leona fits the bill in terms of the engage. I just wonder what the identity of the Cassante is going to be when you're trying to blow things up. We could use him to buy time to then proc static shiv repeatedly, let him stand to the front while Void Seekers come through once the Kai'Sa gets on 2 items. But overall, I'm going to have to lean towards liking Nongshim's comp better here in the second game.
I would agree. I do think that having Poppy in the jungle means you get to move it around a little bit more. You can get more value out of, Steadfast Presence, Denial, and things like that across the map. Feels a little bit more isolated towards the top side. And so some of the early dragon fights, for example, after level 6 is hit, there's not as much access to the Poppy Copter, but that would be the only negative that I could see. Not to mention the fact that Sylvie was just so good, right, in their last game. But now they're going to have the Annie Kha'Zix combo that we saw already in Gen G's hands look pretty powerful, even though there was some happy gaming by players like Peanut. Still, definitely fun stuff here from Nongshim. See whether they can take it 2-0 as we hop onto the Rift. All right, fans in full voice, as you can see, an angry bee from Dindin as he marches up the top lane. Peter standing in wait towards the top side, as that is not what you do for... No, Nongshim. You don't try to gank Clear.
Nah.
Dindin and Clear need to just emote next to each other over and over again. Yeah, there we go. You see Dindin, he's doing it. He's doing the thing he's supposed to do.
Sylvie, would have loved if Willer just came over there to ward. It's very common for the LeBlanc to come ward in the level 1 position because she can distort back. And I think that's what they were banking on, is maybe we actually stun her, get some of her health down, she has to back, and then we feel really good about that exchange. But they're actually not playing that game. Not going to be committing to it. His closer does not go for the ward. Could go for a delayed ward, but he is backed up here by Willer. So if he decided to go for it, would have been all right. But they know what's going on. They won't being able to place the ward, but the Kha'Zix is there, and they're very aware of it.
Yep. Clear going to move down and help with a little bit of a leash for Willa before heading towards that top side. We'll see how the Poppy is going to go nullifying the value of the Cassante. Of course, you don't necessarily win lanes as Poppy, but you do very well at stopping people from having a good time, as that is a Zenith Blade to land already onto Jiwoo, taken down below half health from that one ability. That is a pretty high value E there from Kyle, who was always a fantastic Leona player. This is going back to some serious comfort here for the guy.
Oh, absolutely. He's a very strong Leona player. A lot of our support players have a history on Leona, especially if you go back to 2021, where she was the blind support. You could first pick her, and it was actually fine.
These were the two, right? It was just Leona Nautilus every game. It's going to find another one. That is a hook to interrupt. Still a fair bit of value here, as level 2 already gained by Live Sandbox. Kyle getting the news that there was a ward in that brush.
Good block there from Peter on the Void Seeker, but this is definitely a win here, as they will hit level 2 in just a minion or two more, and then they'll be able to put some of that pressure back. But fortunately for Jiwoo, just not respecting the Leona, really losing a lot of power in this lane, because at level 1 you're just a Calibrum P shooter, and you're not going to be able to trade damage back even with the Glacial Augment here from Peter on this Nautilus, even with the Root. You're just not going to be able to have efficient trading there, so you've got to make sure you don't get hit by those. Great play from Kyle, but also a bit of a lack of awareness here for Nongshim.
Yep. Not going to be end of the world. No. Severum should be able to help you get that health bar back up to relative healthiness.
Yeah, he's also got Doran's Blade, so a little bit helpful.
Dundun having a somewhat rough time, as we can see. Clear just dashing after him. Doesn't find that Q, though. So therefore, Dundun's going to be able to make his way back. Buckler can be thrown, and it is.
Ooh, recovering it, though.
Yeah.
How about that?
Not going to happen. Dante is going to miss a Q on a minion, but it doesn't matter.
How do you think the Buckler gets from the ground back to Poppy later? How does it actually return to her?
It is an interesting thing, because it's like, same thing can be said for all of the little like boomerang things that Siva throws, because she like all the pizzas, for example, she's using the sneaky skin.
Yeah, how does that work?
Yeah, because like the boomerang comes back when you press Q, but when you auto attack, you also throw
you throw it out and it like goes into the opponent, and then it just doesn't return. Like, it's very strange, you know.
Where does she keep them?
I just don't know if this was ever really explained in the League of Legends lore, Atlas. I just don't.
Yeah,
I'm just not satisfied with the question of where that Buckler was. It sink into the ground, and then somehow Poppy summons it forth later.
Yeah,
and then she's ready to throw it again. I don't know.
I don't have an answer for you, Wolf. I'm sorry. I
thought you'd be the one person to know, you know?
Yeah.
I'm a little bit disappointed with you.
That makes sense. I'm disappointed with me as well. I just never got to the bottom of it. I've been studying for many years and have just never found out where Poppy manages to pull extra bucklers from. Yeah. Maybe she's got a deal with Boris to like send her items like bucklers.
Willer is coming over here, and Jiwoo and Peter might look for... Okay, hold up.
All right, and we're going for a bit of an engage, but Kyle, he's got Eclipse. Jiwoo is burning down, and he should still die. There it is. The last tick is going to do it, and Kyle grabs first blood.
All right, just walking straight up in the middle of the lane there with no vision in the tri-brush, and Kyle, he doesn't miss, and that's good enough to secure the kill. Both summoners down for Jiwoo now as well. And this is a disastrous start to this lane. It all started with that first Zenith Blade from Kyle, and then the follow-up here is immaculate. And once again, it's just Nongshim not respecting this Leona, and it hasn't been meta for a while, and for Jiwoo and Peter's careers, for the most part, it has not been that prominent, although Peter lived through a little bit of the Leona meta. But I'm just really grasping at straws here for that one, because everyone knows what Leona does.
Oh, that's the flash heroic charge! He's looking for the kill on the clear, but he is going to be able to flash away. Still, that is a big old trade towards the top side of the map. And no flash for clear could mean that Sylvie might be able to get something done. He's in the bottom side of the map, though. Going to be starting off this Drake. Man, that was very close to clear just dying.
Drake doesn't have any friends with him, and you can clear this very quickly in the early levels of the Kha'Zix because of how his kit works. And Peter and Jiwoo are going to come help out. He's going to make quick work of this, so it's not all bad news here for Nongshim with the reset timing. They are able to take this first objective. No kill for Dindin on the top side of the map, just a trade of flashes. And this game is, I don't think it could be less... I'm scared here for a second, Jiwoo.
Yeah,
we're doing it again.
Going aggressive, Kyle. That Eclipse is getting so much value. Jiwoo is just dead. Teddy's going to grab that kill. Over the wall goes Sylvie. Peter is going to follow him with his flash. And Liv Sandbox, I think they took the last game pretty personally, Wolf.
Yeah. I'm at a bit of a loss for words. I mean, I was in the middle of making a joke about how this game is way less action than the last one, but it's starting to ramp up very quickly as Jiwoo is once again, for the third time, found by Kyle. And this time it's going to be his second death here as it's mounting now a 20 CS deficit for this Aphelios. And I mean, that Zenith Blade just went straight through Peter, basically threaded the needle. And I think Peter definitely has to flash if he gets caught by that, but at least they get the kill this time because Aphelios didn't have one. And then committing here straight into the Leona.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit puzzling here as you have your jungler nearby, but you don't know where theirs is. They have a control ward in that tri-brush. Gotta be more respectful.
It's just like, I swear when Leona isn't just top of the meta, people forget that Eclipse gives you a billion stats.
Yeah, she can't get hurt. It's crazy.
Yeah, no, it's just like, yeah, you just can't do anything. It's almost like you've got a W that is Alistair's ultimate, which is not very fair.
Let's bring back Sunfire Leona. Just
just
let her.
It does
let
make
her get
sense,
on top,
right?
you know,
Because,
and
you know she's the Sun champion.
Yeah.
I think that you should just build Sunfire. But I honestly think that you should build Sunfire on everything. I've been hanging out with Dan too much.
I've been kind of thinking about Kercheses, and how like it doesn't really make sense that it's an arrowhead for Static Shiv, but when you consider it goes with the Noon Quiver, look at these inventories right now.
Yeah, see?
It's all starting to make a little bit more sense.
Yeah.
When you see them side by side like that,
and
hold up.
Do you know what the worst part is? It doesn't explain. Oh, actually, we know where the buckler comes from. It's the Doran shield. Dundon's got a buckler.
Oh, that's it.
Kyle's back again, looking for more action. Gonna have to flash away from this one, though, because Sylvie's going to turn up still. Fiesta able to limp away from it. Willa getting to work on Shelly. We'll be able to secure that one with so many people in the mid lane. Fiesta is going to be moving up, but Shelly's going to have her eye poked, and it looks like Willa should be able to slink into the mist. Able to Heartbreaker his way up, but does have to use the ultimate.
Yeah, I think he'll take it, though. Definitely a dire situation, but he knew he had his ult and was flashless, so just going to commit that to make sure he gets away no matter what. And we'll pick up the Eye of the Herald, and now can pick up some gold here additionally, anywhere they choose really on the map, as the Viego is not massively ahead or anything like that, but I mean there are 3 lanes where you have an opportune moment to turn a gank into a big cash-in. Namely mid and bottom are where you're definitely focused right now as the Cassante is pushed in. Could actually try to go for a gank and get him those plates, but he's going to be arguably the least value for that gold being picked up. Whereas your Shiv champions in mid and bottom would love to have the money as Peter. Nice try.
Yeah, sometimes you just want to press Hex Flash, and I respect it. You just put that fear into your opposition.
Okay, Sylvia's down here, but he is seen on this ward. Yeah. And this is going to allow Willer to come down here for a counter gank and potentially that drop of the Herald. So let's see if Nongshim respect this possibility. They don't have any vision of the Viego whatsoever. Cleared that tri-brush at least.
And this is where they want that money to go. I think Closer in a side lane will definitely later on be able to get work done, as the Jackie skin being employed by Teddy actually irks me a fair bit considering the tournament that he won it in and what happened. But
Shiv check?
I don't really want to go into it. Willa getting to work on his Brambleback.
Look at that Shiv synergy between Closer and Teddy. They
Yeah.
both got their Noon Quivers and their Kuchizis at the same time. Then they both got the Shiv at the same time, coming back to lane. And at this point, Willer's like, man, which Shiv champion am I going to give my Rift Herald to?
Of course, mid lane going to be a pretty good option.
It's great for LeBlanc if he can kill it early.
Yeah, and just getting that extra map control could be fantastic. Looks like that is what Will is going to do. Kind of thought that they were going to give it to Teddy. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, just an easy opportunity here with the Shiv clearing this wave so quickly. Fiesta's just hard-pressed to deal with it, and that's going to be all of that plate money going over.
Yep.
And, I mean, look, this is a lead that's compounding very quickly here for Liv Sandbox without a whole lot of additional violence. They're just taking control of the map.
That's Kyle's Hex flashing in. Finds himself a Zenith Blade as Teddy, he's got that killer instinct. That is not the Solar Flare we were looking for. However, Willer is still here. It doesn't even really seem to matter. However, Kyle is going to step a little bit too close to the sun, as we like to say here. And there's the flash forward from Jiwoo. He's not done yet. There is a cleanse available. Supercharger is going to come through as Teddy just says, no, you do not step up to me. As Sylvie's going to dive in and says no to Teddy, but it looked pretty cool as Fiesta is flashing out of the way, had to break those chains.
I mean, I think
cuffs.
Yeah, that's what we say here at the LCK, especially on the Challengers broadcast. But look, down on the bottom side of the map, he dropped Rift Herald, picked up the plate gold, Willer, and then went down there. And if the dive is a little bit cleaner there from Kyle, I think you absolutely get those kills. Is Clear?
Clear could be in a little bit of trouble here as he's going to try and eat some honey fruit, and hopefully things will be K. He's going to flash. There is the blast cone.
Based on what I just saw, I mean, he would be great at Pac-Man versus for sure.
You got all of those things, and then you avoided the ghosties. Absolutely fine. No worries there at all. Beautiful play. This is League of Legends, though, Wolf, which does make things more difficult.
But, like, I want to talk about this play here because Willer drops the Herald mid, and then there's a false sense of security down here in the bottom lane of like, okay, well, he dropped it Herald mid, we're safe, we can actually push up, and then Willer comes in here, and Kyle, Solar Flare is not great. They do hard commit anyways here, but the problem is diving a Nautilus is really tough. He has ult, he has roots, and it just was not the right call. Teddy is going to quite literally have the killer instinct here to actually take out Jiwoo, and that is that, but 1v2 with Sylvie arriving a little bit later, he will get taken out. Sylvie picking up a lot of money. But at the end of the day, I thought it was a great timing for Willer to come down there. If the execution is a little bit crisper there, maybe they end up getting the kills. They could have also backed away and taken their advantage. But Willer, I think my main point is he's turned it around quite a bit after game one.
I would agree. And he definitely needed to, because some of those moments there were not his greatest, as Jiwoo does have red-white, so Clear is going to vacate the area. Peter, not going to look for any hooks or anything like that. Of course, Cassante makes it really difficult for you to make any sort of CC mean anything, which is sad for Nautilus.
Yeah.
His whole job
is to make it mean
CC.
things,
Yeah.
But he might make it mean something here.
Yeah, Willer's looking to make his way up. There's an all-out here for Clear, as Jiwoo just stands his ground and probably will just kill him. Yeah, it's a 1-for-1 in the end, as Willer is now going to turn into the Aphelios, but not the greatest of moments there for Clear, you could say.
Stat checked by the Aphelios with red-white.
Yeah, you also need to hit more buttons than that, I think.
Yeah. He was like,
those things that went wide.
He's like, if he misses me, do I have the damage to kill the Cassante? Showmaker's like, don't try it! But he does end up killing him in the end and trading as Kyle.
Oh, Sylvie learned. See? If we just earlier in the game, they would have just kept chasing into the Eclipse, and then it would have been a problem.
You know that Winnie the Pooh meme where the first one he's just sitting there, but then the second one he's wearing a tuxedo and a mustache? I thought that was like what this series was looking like. Winnie Pooh's game 1 and game 2 was like, ooh, a little bit less action, a little bit more macro. No, we're just going back to game 1. We're going back to fighting all the time. As unfortunately for Peter here, he also is unable to hit Clear, but the ultimate is good enough. And yeah, some Q not connecting action going on up here, unfortunately, but Willer's got his back. And he's going
very close. It was very close to Clear actually being able to actually come out on top. Because, you know, the buffering, of the ignoring of the CC and things like that, denying Peter, worked out pretty well. Then that pesky Q.
Pesky Q, you know. Well, Clear is going to get a teleport, actually, which is pretty crazy. Side lane value for the Cassante. When your laning gets a Poppy, sometimes it happens. Sometimes you can get a little bit of extra free time with a turret.
Yeah. Also able to land that third Q onto Dindin, who basically ignores it. He's got his Sunfire Cape. He is chilling, having a really good time.
I am looking at this game state, trying to make head or tail of where we are, and I think I'm still pretty...
Summoner's Rift.
True, yeah, okay. Where we are in terms of who's ahead.
Ah!
But yes, also Summer's Rift, thanks.
400 gold.
400 gold ahead. Wait, no.
They have...
they're 600 gold behind.
Oh. It must have changed in the last second.
Yeah, I think some stuff went down.
Yes, nothing about me not being able to read a number. There is also the fact that Nongshim have a Mountain Drake instead of
a Chemtech Drake,
which does put it. It changes the number, and so therefore the gold was correct.
Now,
as I've got G-Sun saying OCE math.
Yeah.
It's upside down. That's what I did. So
That's
it's,
what
it's
Twitch
just
chat's
down
gonna
up.
say now.
Yeah, that's how it goes. So
There
I
you
just, we do it differently. Actually, that's rude.
She also said LCO math.
Yeah,
like,
the guys at the LCO, they are much better at math than I am.
Skimmy would have gotten it right.
He would have.
But
you know that. It's old mate of yours.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think Liv Sandbox are actually still in the lead here because their composition has a lot of power from ahead. Like, and like, gold lead aside, I think they have quite a significant amount of deep map control and vision here. And when you start to take out this mid turret, as they have been able to consistently chip away at, LeBlanc also on the side, a big problem here. These shivs are actually winning the game, basically, with the wave clear and how much pressure they've had now in all 3 lanes. Once these turrets start going down, LeBlanc could do a lot of things that are not good for Nongshim. At least this Herald is going to come through. First brick, though, for Liv Sandbox. And you need to turn this into the first Hextech Drake now as the cross map, because the charge isn't that significant.
Yeah.
Are we backing?
Well, I mean, Closer might take an inner, which I think would be worth it.
So a second turret going down and him almost getting the inner for 1 Hextech Drake. Somebody get out the trade deal guy.
Yeah.
The trade deal.jpg, because I think this one is definitely a ripoff. I don't think Nongshim should have accepted this deal. Fiesta at least came back here, but he still lost the turret.
Yeah, the we get you get is certainly seeming like Liv Sandbox are the ones that are pretty happy about the whole scenario.
They were the top receivers.
Yeah, it is the long con game though for Nongshim, right? Because if you do get a 3-stack Hextech Soul, you're feeling like you probably can't lose.
Yeah, so let's see what happens on the next Drake fight, because the gold that LeBlanc has, pushing her towards her second item here, the Night Harvester, is quite significant, I would say. You know, she's going to be hitting the 2-item spike around the time that we do have a next fight in 4 minutes' time. So, a little bit concerned, especially considering the Aphelios is a little bit behind.
Yeah, this is the thing, though. It's Nongshim. Killer Instinct! Sylvie! He's going to have to flash. He does ult as well. And now he's going to get onto his popcorn chickens, clear in the area. You don't have another Killer Instinct, so Teddy can't actually get there. But now...
Look at that Shiv value, man, all the way back to Sylvie.
Yeah.
he's doing a lot.
Yeah, he's going to be able to deny this. The Wolves...
I mean, straight up, unironically, Atlas, this is a Shiv diff game, because the Shivs are actually winning the wave clear war, the Shivs are winning the poke war, and Nongshim, unfortunately, without any sort of control, can't really punish, they can't really engage. And straight up, Teddy, he was poking... Okay, Dindin.
Yeah, he's taking a bit of damage here. He's just going to give an angry B.
But Teddy was poking with his W, and then he was like, wait, I killed it. I hit Sylvie. I think I can kill him. And then he ulted in and was able to get his flash. And, I mean, that's the power of Kai'Sa. She both chips away, but she also can deal the finishing blow if there's no support.
Do you know what I just realized?
Go on.
Nongshim's name, the acronym is NS.
Nice shiv?
Means no shivs.
Oh, no shivs. Oh, okay.
That's a bit of a shame.
Oh, I missed it. I was like, I think I know. I think I know this.
Nice shivs, guys. But no shivs.
No shivs, yeah.
It's either nice shivs or no shivs, and this game.
And Liv Sandbox is.
It's not good.
Let's shiv, boys.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what they're doing. The cool kids never panic, and they're shiving, having a really good time. As Dindin, possibly not going to be having such a good time. Heroic Charge is pretty good, though, and he's very, very tanky. Don't spend too much time around him. He doesn't find the ultimate, though. And Willa just going to get out the Blade of the Ruin King, and will just stab the Poppy. It is taking a really long time to kill him, as Closer does eventually take him down. Nongshim with a fair bit of space now on the map, but...
Let's see if they can punish here. Like, they're hoping to catch Teddy, but I just don't see it happening. There's too much vision. And they are unable to dive a Cassante, obviously, who has a turret. And if Dindin had a turret, he probably can at least consider flashing and backing away there, and maybe he gets alive, or maybe he gets out alive. Maybe they can commit, like Fiesta could TP to go save him. But without any of that, because of the infrastructure that was taken away by this LeBlanc earlier on, it's not just the gold she picked up, but it means that she could push so hard and so deep. And look at all the minions that are being deleted by an inhibitor turret at 20 minutes. Like, so many minions are being wasted. Nongshim are losing so much money. It's only 5 to 3 kills here, but you add the turret gold and all those lost minions, and it's just 30 CS diff in the bot lane, 30 CS diff in the mid matchup. And there's just so much going wrong here for Nongshim. They need to win these next 2 Herald fights, or excuse me, Drake fights for the Hextech Soul.
That might be their way back in, but if you lose control of the map this hard, like, you can see these turrets have taken no damage. on Liv Sandbox's side.
Like 0.
Yeah, that's why we've got a 4,000 gold lead, and the kill score is basically the same. These Void Seekers starting to hurt as well as Teddy is getting closer and closer to that Rage Blade for item number 3. But already, so many of his evolutions are under his belt.
58 seconds until we get this Drake up, and as you mentioned, there's just no vision, there's no setup here because they have no map control. This final outer is under threat here from Closer on this next wave, and he's got backup. Like, he's got Kyle here, he's got Willer here, so no one can defend this turret, and this Drake is surely lost because you've got no legs to stand on here. And Dunan's, he's alone in the top lane, finally pushing the lane back to neutral, and he's like, I'm going to hit the turret, but I'm like, you're Poppy, man, you're not going to really hurt that turret, and if you get turret gold as Poppy, what does it even mean?
And Closer is just still pushing. He's in another side lane, taking another inner turret. Fiesta will turn up, but that is 50% of it taken down.
They're just
very
playing tennis.
obnoxious.
They're playing tennis with Nongshim right now, like, but Nongshim with the ball.
Yeah. And they're being bounced around 3 different lanes. I don't know what the game is. There's no real ball game that I know that has a reference to the shape that is happening here. Yeah. But Nongshim, we'll have to ask them later on.
Yeah, it's almost like 4 square, but it's 3 square?
Yeah. But it's all like laney. It's very strange.
Very strange.
Don't know about it.
3 line.
Yeah.
The famous game.
Yes, the famous game, 3 line. And the lines are a bit bendy. As Dindin gonna look for a little bit of an engage option, and Clear says cool. He's now looking for even more though. Doesn't find the last Q, but still gets the flash.
Fiesta is, he's just
being zapped.
Yeah, he can't even deal with this. Like,
ow!
He might die.
Yeah, chains are gonna connect. Oh, he's holding on to it.
No. Oh, he doesn't flash for it.
Closer respects the stun. And I think that was the right thing to do.
Yeah. I got excited.
No, that's okay.
He was fine. He has stun prep. He's got flash.
You need to wait until tomorrow to get excited, Wolf, because that is when
KT Pro Part 2?
Yeah, exactly. It's the end of the epic best of 7.
Okay, this is desperation with a capital D. Let's see if it works out. Jiu does not have his red gun just yet. He's trying to hit that Calibrum.
Yeah, this will deny side lane play though, and there is no Willa, so they just burn it down, and it is going to be taken. Now Clear is in trouble. Tib is trying to get aggressive as Dindin. Oh no, he's going to be the sacrificial Poppy, but he throws them all away. He's trying to teleport Teddy. He can't kill him. He can kill him in time. Never you mind. The passive should never be underestimated. And that was almost the greatest escape ever.
Oh man, it was so close. It was so close. Oh, it would have been, you could make a heist movie out of that.
Oh, that would have been so cool if it had happened. I kind of wish Teddy had to let him live.
I guess Dindin's actually just the tragic death, even though it has a slightly happy ending for the heist kids. They're trying to steal like the SAT questions or whatever.
Yeah. That is a flash out of the Solar Flare, as Kyle is pretty mad about the fact that Nongshim just stole a Baron out from under them. Closer looking to try and squash the bug like we were talking about in our previous series, but it's not going to be squashed.
It's so weird now, the game state. As watching back, like, Gio is like hitting this with Calibrum to switch his gun for a lot of this and doesn't actually do the maximum damage he could. And then, like, as soon as Clear comes, he's like, I'm just out. I'm going to flash out. No further explanations required.
Yeah.
Aphelios, I'm going to get out of here. I don't want to fight this. It may have actually been a winnable fight here, especially when you consider the Poppy ultimate was so huge.
The fact that Teddy hits the Void Seeker is the biggest problem.
Yeah.
Because he was almost a
Close
genius. And look at it, just having to giggle about it. I love Dindin so much, man.
No ult, no flash.
He's like, Kaiser, no ult.
Yeah.
Perfect.
No ult, no flash. Okay.
Oh, man. Never change.
That's what you're supposed to do as a professional. You got to keep it together and read those summer spells. Just keep it together and read those summer spells.
He definitely didn't keep it together, though, because he was 100% just laughing the whole time. It's perfect. He doesn't have a Baron, but Jiwoo does.
Yeah, this game is still looking pretty good for Liv Sandbox, but this Baron buff, let's see how much they get from it.
That's a Gale Force. And Jiwoo is just going to exit.
Yeah. Zenith Blade not going to connect this time for Kyle as they're seeking. It's not going to matter too much, but Nongshim just can't get much with this Baron because the lack of map control they have and all the wave clear is just so oppressive that Liv Sandbox like, yeah, you guys can get top outer, I guess. We'll trade turrets during your Baron buff. That's how much map control we have and how much these shivs can allow us to push through. They're going to 4-1 And look at this Cassante and bottom lane also. So 2 turrets for one during the Baron buff potentially here. Okay, they're not going to commit with Hextech Gates. Very scary. But yeah, the power play is very small.
It is, but it exists. You know,
it's a thing.
That is what we need to pay the most attention to. The fact that Nongshim still are making some use of said Baron. Closer maybe doesn't want to fight Jiwoo that much. 2.5 items. But Teddy has 3. Closer's still going to dash forward. Hook just barely missing. Very close for Peter as Nongshim will be able to take the outer turret in mid lane.
So momentum getting definitely built together here for Nongshim. It feels like with the pickups of both of those turrets and the gold injection they're going to grab for this Aphelios is going to get closer to that critical 3rd item. And with the Annie build, where, you know, it's very rare to see Leandries and Shadowflame, but it actually feels like Annie's the only champion we're building. This kind of makes sense because you both want to have your Tibbers do all that extra burn damage, but you also want some extra burst with your engage as well. You know, I mean, this is a winnable game here for Nongshim if they can win fights on these upcoming Drakes, right? That's always been the question. And finally, they got a little bit of map control back. It's not enough to say they can get Prio, but if they win a fight for Prio and get that Drake and get Soul Point, that's the first major step forward the lab. I wouldn't even count that Baron heist, but winning a Drake fight, winning a team fight, that's what they need so desperately right now because the window is closing, I think, in a big way because of the side lane threats of this, what can be both a 4-1 and a 1-3-1.
Yeah, Nongshim need to find ways to convince Liv Sandbox to 5v5 because that's what their composition wants to do. If they split and have to side lane, it just does not work as we've been seeing.
And Liv Sandbox are just grouped here to make sure that Nongshim don't get that fight they want. This is the one time where they're like, all right, we'll stop side laning just to make sure we have full control of these chokes. Look at the control of the wards. 2 trinkets there, left side, a zombie ward, a control ward here in this brush, 1 on the try. And Nongshim just have no entry point here. At least the Glaive can help clear this up, but it's going to take a long time.
Yeah, Jiwoo just trying to stand in the safest position possible. This ward over the wall will get swept.
Look at that poke.
Yeah, Fiesta just get zapped over and over again. Closer. You get queued by Sylvie, but that is about it.
Clear just keeps defending this control ward as well. Finally, Dun Dun gets it. Now, eventually, they will have to start the Drake.
Oh, Peter. Oh, dear. Looks for the hook. Doesn't find Teddy there as Liv Sandbox a little bit split as Fiesta teleports back in, but once again, another zap.
Yeah, and one more. I mean, he keeps hitting Fiesta.
Oh my goodness, he finds Closer! Closer's going to be able to dash away, but man, that was really cool from Peter.
He
finds the angle.
He's going to have to rush back.
Yeah, Clear has to flash to get himself out of the way as well as Fiesta's going to get ulted on. And there's the explosion. Sometimes he just rains down a Cathian, and you cannot help but die.
This is actually like the one time where it's actually legit a Kaisa POG. Like if Teddy wins this game, I mean, his aim, he just keeps locking down that Annie every time. Now they're trapped.
Yeah, now Jiwoo as well. Suboptimal guns for the fight at the same time. More zaps fly through, but the heroic charge is good. Will is going to go golden though, and into the backline goes Clear. Just executes the Aphelios. Peter's going to be chained to death as well, and Nongshim, I mean, it was a valiant effort. They knew they had to try something, but it is not going to work. And Liv Sandbox, they'll also take an inner turret before taking whatever else the heck they want.
Oh man, this is just, it's immaculate. Watch Teddy here just continue to thread the needle. He's happy with hitting any target here, but they turn this turn onto Closer into an opportunity as everyone then funnels onto taking out Clear, and then bam, gets caught here. He is slowed by the Glacial Augment, and Teddy just ults him and presses Q. And then now it's just, again, further pot shots for this Kaisa. And I mean, Willard just coming over here to try to lock them in. He will, of course, come in and get turned onto him. We'll have to stopwatch, but it's absolutely worth it as Clear comes into the back line, and it's just a shooting gallery once again. Teddy doing so much work here with the front line he has.
Yeah, Closer as well, just massive. Willa going to be able to take the Baron off the back end of that. They decided to forego any attempt on the Drake. Nongshim will be able to now claim some vision in the area, but Liv Sandbox with Baron and all of that side lane pressure, I don't even think this soul point even matters. They are still going to fight for it because they're pretty strong. Void Seeker going to connect onto Dun Dun. There's a heroic charge though into the wall. They take down Closer this time. And Clear losing most of his health bar. Sylvie going to get to work. They do manage to take down the Drake.
I mean, that Leandres is getting some work done here too for Fiesta. I mean, this is real damage here. They can win this fight.
Oh, they definitely will. And that is Kyle going down as their next victim. Liv Sandbox scattering to the hills.
Deleting so many of these Baron buffs as well, and now starting to get back map control. And this is what I was talking about. Nongshim needed to win a dragon fight, and they could not have won this one harder, really, considering the game state and the lockdown onto LeBlanc, who's been the target now twice.
Apparently giving up Baron is actually, that was part of their win condition.
I guess so.
I just didn't really understand. That was in the question marks part of the before the profit.
Well, the answer really is that giving up Baron was the only thing they could do to allow them to have Drake Prio. It was the only way they were ever going to get it in this game, is if Liv Sandbox grouped up on an objective elsewhere. They group up on Baron, they get that Prio, they have to set up to blow up Closer. And Nongshim, they took a calculated risk here, and Liv Sandbox could have just, as you said, ignored the third Drake here for them and not tried to force the fight, but Liv Sandbox got greedy, and this is the first time Nongshim had Prio on an objective since the early game, and to watch Closer just disappear here. Now you don't have one of your shivs anymore, and Teddy can't front to back this anymore, and Leandres takes out 2/3 of Clear's health bar here. You get the Drake, and it's a one-team fight. Liv Sandbox have to evacuate.
And now with Soul Point, they could go from no shivs to nicest shiv. And that would definitely be good. As Peter, you can see.
He said sorry.
He said sorry, but not exactly like feeling the worst. You know, there is optimism in those eyes. But he did accidentally steal the kill.
Yeah.
It's the second time that he's done it. But he's 100% kill contribution. You're not going to be too upset about how Peter has played out this game. Nongshim on defensive duty. Getting any turret outside of the inners is going to be tough for this composition without, you know, winning a big fight. That might be one thing for Nongshim to hold on to here. They do their very best, but bottom lane, not actually in the best working order for Liv Sandbox.
The problem here for Nongshim, I mean, they could survive the next 20 seconds of this without losing any inhibs. Looks like they'll lose this turret. Probably.
Oh! Flash Tibbers! Teddy is going to be able to get out. Does have the superchargers now. Jiwoo's trying to get these auto attacks over, and he will find them. It's a double kill already in Nongshim.
Oh no!
I don't know how it's happening, Wolf, but it's happening.
It's happening, but like, oh, okay,
oh,
that
man.
was. Whoo.
You need to put a little bit of extra fuel in those Void Seekers.
Yeah. Okay, so this is Fiesta's play. Over the wall here, they go to clear this ward, and it's a double stun with the Tibbers coming through. Teddy is down so low, he actually ults back in, but guess what? He's ulted by the Nautilus. He cannot re-engage here, and the front to back is just so clean here with the Aphelios. Even though he doesn't have the right guns, the Leandres damage comes through. It's that Shadow Flame Leandres we were talking about at work here. But I was going to say, the problem for Nongshim is even if they save their inhibitors, how will they ever get that Drake Prio again? I don't think Liv Sandbox are going to go, well, you could have Hextech, so we'll take Baron. So they need to now be very diligent at setting up deep vision here, which they are doing exactly that right now. Sobi still has this Umberglaive, clear vision, take those jungle camps away, set up a lot of wards here. They bought a bunch of control wards. They're going to need to use them to hold on to this for the next 90 seconds, take this turret out, because they still need to win one more team fight if they're going to win this game. Yep. Lose one, Liv Sandbox 100% win it. So they've fought their way back in, but that alone isn't enough. The vision game has to be strong, and so far, good job at that.
It is working. There was a closer towards the top side of the map. He's going to teleport back to the rest of his team.
They're going to just try to hard force this on Inhib. I actually like this. There's enough time before the Drake spawns for them to be able to do this. Sylvie's in a side. He's going to have to back here. I think Liv Sandbox should be able to take this inhibitor down. No flash for Fiesta to do the miracle engage this time.
Yeah, still going to be a back coming through from Sylvie, so it should be an honest 5v5 as the minion wave is eradicated. So Liv Sandbox not quite able to get there, but does push Nongshim all the way back. And now they have them in the position that they want them. You can see control wards are down towards this bottom side.
I mean, look at the stopwatches here for Nongshim. They know this is the fight they need to win this game. And they had Prio for a moment, but they lose it because of this push in mid.
Oh,
the Seekers are coming.
Yeah, Teddy looking for his opportunities here as Dindin. He's the one that's capable of just tanking up all of these pokes,
and they need to
maybe not that capable.
Okay, all right, that's going to stop it for a moment. They need to get onto this Drake though. 20 seconds to go.
Yes, Dindin going to be pushed back. There's a steadfast presence. Clear Mave overextended. He does get snared up a little bit. Void Seeker is going to miss.
Every miss is so huge because it means that Teddy can't just drop another one instantly. He'll have it in a second here, but this is it. the fight to decide this game.
This is so neck and
tense.
neck. It just comes down to this.
Closer!
And in goes Sylvie. Looks for Closer there. He loses half of his health bar. So much harder to poke now. But Teddy. Oh dear, there's a killer instinct and Sylvie's going to go golden. Teddy now trying to find his space and he will force Sylvie away.
Sylvie's going to have to back here, so no smite for this fight. Nongshim might have to give this up, but that basically means us losing the game. They have to somehow win this without a jungler.
Yeah,
good luck.
All they need to do is keep them busy until he comes back. There are Hex Gates available, remember, guys.
Okay, he's coming down. He's in the portal. Closer needs to be wary of this.
All right, they're going to push Dun Dun in. He's going to flash, looks for heroic charge, but doesn't actually get it. Hook lands onto Willa. Teddy's going to get knocked up as Clear gets into the backline. Jiwoo is trying to fight him. He flashes. Clear doesn't find the Q. And it's the Aphelios that wins out 200 years versus Cassante. I didn't know it was the 200 years that was going to win. And now Severum's getting work done. Willa's trying to escape. The Drake is being ignored completely. And Dun Dun gets the last laugh as Closer thinks that he just wants to try and kill the base.
Yeah, he just wants to do what he can to actually push through here and actually set up some minions to be cleared, but there's no jungler here still for Nongshim to actually take the Drake itself. They're going to try to rush this down. Now, we could see maybe a snipe here from Teddy. Oh, so close, actually.
That was
so
really scary.
So scary.
Because he has 6 items.
I know.
Like, that Void Seeker does so much damage, but thankfully not enough to completely ruin Nongshim's day. So now they are nice as shivs.
Closer pushed away here by Sylvie, but then Teddy pushes Sylvie out, and he is just so extremely low. But this fight is just straight up about the front line here of Live Sandbox getting deleted by Geo, because look at how split this one is. Closer here trying to catch this returning jungler is... Oh, I'm so scared about what's happening live because Baron is up.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, I'm just going to look at picture-in-picture, but yeah. Geo obviously does kill Clear here, and the front line is evaporated by Leandres. Here's the Baron.
Yep, Kyle off to the backside of this one is Teddy standing near the Hex Gate. There's the Baron. It's going to go to Nongshim, and now they are just tearing them apart. Closer's dead. There goes Clear. And now Live Sandbox, they are just going to rush the base, I guess, because there is no other option. They are otherwise just going to lose the game as Sylvie almost dies. But he's going to survive the Acathian Rain this time. Teddy he's on 6 items. He is just gigantic.
Okay, Peter.
But it doesn't seem to mean anything.
Peter blocks Sylvie here. They're just going to push mid. Unfortunately for Live Sandbox, they just don't have the answers just yet. But
wait.
Okay,
wait.
Hold on. There's 30 seconds to go on Closer. Kyle can buy some time here.
There are 2 Nexus turrets.
Yeah, 2 Nexus turrets.
So a backdoor is not really a possibility. Tibbers is trying to block as many Void Seekers as possible. Hook gonna connect, engaging onto Leona's dangerous unless you have a bajillion damage.
Teddy does a lot.
And they have exactly that. Willer is just getting ripped apart. Jiwoo is a monster, a raid boss, and Teddy will be just clipped. That's going to be Jiwoo taking the triple kill, and the Nexus will go down. Nongshim, they take the 2-0. They had to work for the second one, but man, what an entertaining game.
Oh, man. It's the kind of game that leaves you speechless, truly, as Nongshim end up being more clutch than veteran Live Sandbox here. Sure, you've got Clear coming in as his official debut game, but otherwise, this is a team that's core has been together, whose core was a top 3 team. I mean, let me list off the players we were talking about. Kyle, who was for most of his career top 3 support. Closer, the man who played behind Faker, who was hyped up like crazy, is now a veteran of the LCK. And Teddy.
Yeah.
Teddy. And this team just can't do it together.
But
one clutch play from Fiesta is the first domino that falls.
This is the issue, though, Wolf. They were up against Peter, has his own super cool emote. They're up against Dun Dun, the god of the top lane, the untiltable monster himself. Sylvie, the man who has just turned around his performance incredibly. Fiesta, who we were memeing quite often and has since had amazing performances, and Jiwoo needs no introduction. And honestly, Jiwoo today, please, yeah, deserved thumbs up. Gets one from Peter as well.
His spacing, his positioning was great. He killed Clear twice in those critical moments where the first time was Clear's issue, the second time was just 200 years, but also great
yeah.
spacing and kiting.
200 years versus Riot, I guess, is probably how it goes.
And, I mean, this is the kind of happy ending for Nongshim that we've seen before, where we see upset wins. And this one, you know, it's hard to argue whether it's an upset or not because Nongshim is on the up and up. Live Sandbox seem to be struggle streak right now. We thought Clear would maybe turn things around, and his laning phase wasn't a problem, but the coordination around these objectives certainly was. And that flash engage from Fiesta literally saved the game. Then they're able to group up onto the Drake, and they kept locking down closers LeBlanc, which is so hard to do, but you have the Nautilus, which is why I think that maybe should have seen a look in the draft. I think you could vote for Peter here, you could vote for Jiwoo, you could vote for Fiesta. It's just a team effort, and they were able to stop the shivening. They were able to stop the oppressive side laning, the hard pushing. They defended their inhibitors. And I mean, it's hard to actually think of a game that was earned harder than what Nongshim did here. They never gave up. They were resilient. They knew exactly how they could fish for win conditions. And I mean, Sylvie on the Kha'Zix to flex the Poppy, he survived so many of these crazy scenarios as things did not start off well here versus the Leona.
No, it didn't. And I felt like Kyle had a great start to the game, but this is so much the problem for a lot of our less practiced teams with one another on stage. It's that as the game goes on, they're less capable of making choices together. This is an issue that Nongshim have never had. Never. Not like it's not even a thing. The reason that they haven't strung together as many wins is because they're not quite as good as the other teams that are here in the LCK. That is starting to change.
It is changing, yeah, it absolutely is. They took that game off of T1, and then now we have a permaban onto
the Neela,
Jiwoo's Neela, and then games like this where you just outclutched them, you just outplayed them, you just made the right calls when they froze, when they couldn't actually be decisive, you capitalized, and you were never afraid, and that's the real story of Nongshim, like you said, a team that never doubts itself.
Yep.
And sometimes to their detriment, but not recently.
Gonna have a listen to the team here as well as they take down the Baron, and then they know there is not going to be a chance for Nongshim, because if they grab themselves a minion wave, they will win the game. And you can see Dundun immediately teleports to it just to make sure that they cannot have that one taken away from them.
Yeah, and also, you know, see Teddy almost executes Sylvie, but Peter blocks for him as well. Then they make the call to push as a 5-man unit here. And if they could have bought 35 seconds of time for closer to respawn here, clear to respawn, maybe there's a team fight you could take, but they just rushed it so quickly. Kyle is awkwardly trying to decide, like, can I defend this with Teddy here? Can we do anything? But he just doesn't have the power. Everyone's at full health. There's no great target, and then once Kyle is caught here, that's the end of the story. Teddy alone cannot 1v5 this Willer, trying to walk forward.
And you can see that Jiwoo is still feeling a little bit worried, and now finally the big smile on his face. Not until the Nexus turrets were basically dead did he look like he was in a position to win. And I just want to say as well, immediately after the camera panned to Nongshim, Dundun stands up, Sylvie starts to celebrate, and Dundun says, no, we've got to shake the hands of our opposition. And that is what Nongshim are. You know, also, it's sportsmanship all the time.
When we had, I think it was the Fiesta camera shot as well, Irene went over to cheer him on, but he was having his ceremony moment, and Irene realized and he just stepped out of frame.
Yeah,
he was
really
like, this
cute.
is not about me. This is about my team getting a 2-0 over Live Sandbox tonight. It wasn't a clean 2-0, but they earned it for real.
Absolutely, and it was so much fun as well. Now it is time for the Spaces to have some fun breaking down the Nongshim victory. Take it away.
Yeah, who cares if it's clean or not? They just take the 2-0 for 73 minutes of fun. That's what this series was. Man, these guys just don't give up.
Yeah.
I admire the attitude.
Actually looked up some stats.
Come on.
The time
Yeah, he does.
to cook Nongshim noodles is 3 minutes. The time to cook Live Sandbox, 73 minutes as it turns out, because man, I can't believe they got the 2-0.
That was amazing.
They were down like 5k gold.
And you know what? I feel like Sandbox had the power of Static Shiv, but Nongshim had the power of friendship.
Based.
And friendship wins out in the end.
Yeah.
It was very hectic, but yeah, I just think a lot of fun following all that. And this is the sort of League of Legends that you love to watch when it's all about the team fights, all about the engages, all about these flashy moments. A lot of tools on their side to make things happen with the Nautilus and the Annie, and also the Aphelios, which has dropped a bit in priority on this patch, but Jiwoo Shona can still do some fantastic stuff.
And I actually really like the angle in draft here. And again, I don't think this is down to Sandbox draft, because if you look at it, you get incredible side laning pressure. You have a 1-for-1 setup that you can also very reliably try and hard force through with the Kai'Sa, right? Especially post level 11. If someone gets caught in the side lane, both with LeBlanc and with Cassante, you can activate the plasma, so the killer instinct comes in. And you saw as well that Sandbox was very aware of this, but then at some point, the Nongshim effect kicked in, and this is something that got the team a challenger with. They just don't give up. Even when they should, even when the odds are down, they're just like...
No, but at the end of the day, that's what I like about weaker team or bottom of the standings team, is the fact that they know that the odds are not for them anyway, and unless they fight, they're never gonna pick up these wins. And that's what they did today, because when you look at the early game and how the early stages of the game played out, the poke was not on their side, because I think that Leaf Sandbox reached some important items before that, and the static shift factor was really important here.
I think that's the thing, is Wolf talked about it on the cast as well, is it snowballs so heavily because you get those items and then suddenly like you're just trying to catch waves, and anytime you try and make a move on the map, the waves are stacked against you, so you're losing out in terms of farm and gold if you're trying to respond to the enemy. And if you don't respond to the enemy, then they just take towers in return. So they were trying to juggle these things, and you just saw this gold lead build up higher and higher and higher, which is why really Sandbox managed to find that significant lead.
And it makes it also all the more egregious that with how much tempo you can effectively cheat out and how little turns your opponents get in a situation like this, that Nongshim was able to like get a random Baron, right?
Yeah.
Or was able to actually get first to an objective, get first to the Baron or the Dragon Pit to set up like Soul Point fight.
That's the thing, like it's never gonna come to macro per se. It comes to clutch objectives like this.
Yeah, and I mean this fight was so hectic. Honestly, I feel like a lot of them ended up being in this game, but I think a big thing is the fact that Peter's really leading the charge on this one, and they're just able to chase down targets and keep looking for those engage opportunities. And I think part of the issue is the composition of Live Sandbox doesn't do great in like direct fights. You want to land a poke and harass down, and when you have these frontliners willing to block it, it just ends up not really working.
And with the LeBlanc as well, you see between the Poppy on top and the power of the Nautilus piloted by Peter, there actually were a ton of situations where Closer, he has to go in to try and make plays, and he would just get punished.
I think it's also a matter of Wheeler not having the best series today, and we've talked about this. When Teddy doesn't find this opportunity, it's usually hard for Live Sandbox to come back and thrive in these fights.
Yeah, it's really hard because I feel like everyone on the team just looks, except Claire, who, you know, that's a real monkey paw for me, because individually he did well, but he was not very well linked up with the rest of his team. And more importantly, around the mid to late game, the team fighting, which is something that Sandbox and Spring did perfectly fine with, just isn't there.
I gotta say, I got scared of during the last fight that we can roll now, maybe. The second Helder, I appreciate the job that Kha'Zix did here, trying to chunk the rest of the team, but then stopwatch this, it feels.
Yeah, and you know, I said the clip before was highlight hectic, but this was the one I was thinking of. This one ends up getting super chaotic, just surviving lots of moments where Sylvie played super aggressive, nearly got taken out as a result, but in terms of nearly getting taken out, Jiwoo here ends up getting jumped on and uses basically every tool at his disposal to not only survive, but to be able to duel the Cassante. And we actually looked up, went down to 34 HP on the back end of this player that you can see coming out here. Gets so close, and the Morph on Multi Shield isn't doing much against the Cassante.
And then crucially, does actually have the Severum, right? And but to me, even with Jiwoo dying here, they would be winning this fight, right? Then the only thing they couldn't go for Drake, and we would have a continuation of this game. But to me, it's very telling that Nongshim is able to win fights this late into the game against a team that, if you'd asked me in spring, like the gap between these teams was humongous. And Kael and Wheeler, to me, were what made them good. And right now, those two players aren't really performing, and the team looks like loose sand, unfortunately.
And that's why we keep on saying that this race for 6th place is going to be really, really important as we come to the second round robin. But it's time for us to reveal the player of this second game. There were a lot of heroes on the side of Nongshim, but Jiwoo takes it this time.
Yeah, and you know, Connor Close saying he wanted to go for Peter on this one. I was really feeling the Jiwoo one, because even though he ended up
throwing me under the bus,
I'm doing it. Even though he went really far behind in the early game, ended up 1-5 at one point. he managed to bounce back in such a way and had such an impact as a 1 in 5 AD carry, really pushing it to the limits, finding these moments to get maximum damage output. And some of these team fights, the play was just flawless.
I'm just a little hurt that Dan doesn't acknowledge the greatness that is Peter.
Yeah,
so you don't get to use the
I think
emotes
Peter was
anymore.
a good vote.
No, it's fine.
But you were like, oh, but Jiwoo was 1 in 5 at the start.
No. Oh, you're defending yourself. I appreciate that, and I do actually think that Jiwoo has been one of the big surprises of the split.
Yeah.
Right, comes in, isn't going to be the standout AD carry debuting this year because unfortunately pace exists. But otherwise, you know, doing really.
Ooh,
Interesting.
interesting.
Love this.
Who did you guys vote for?
Everyone gets a vote.
Okay.
Everyone gets a vote.
Yeah.
I mean, as we said, the power of friendship was what prevailed tonight, and they won as a unit. They turned this around as a unit as well. I'm really curious to see how much they can progress because it was a mess. We're gonna be honest with this, but can they get better based on what we've seen tonight? They have the mental resilience to do it, at least.
I think that's the thing. I think this is a team that has, since they've come into the LCK, you've seen like little bits of light. And I think we're seeing some growth now, so...
Yeah, I really do think that they could possibly try and contest for a play. And I think that's like at the peak, right? And they still need to do special opponents like Brion and Kwangdong to really get there. But the introduction of Jiwoo, I think, has changed things for this team. It really looks like a team that isn't quite the same, because in spring, I did think that they were like extremely far behind, but now at the bottom of the standings, things are not so clear.
They're gonna have an interesting schedule coming ahead next week, but that's a story for after the interview that is ready on stage. Dear, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POG interview translation. We are here joined by Sylvie and Dundun on the side of Nongshim Red Force. Sylvie, with a clean 2-0 with an insane comeback in Game 2, how do you feel? There are a lot of games that we lost because we didn't do well. And although we made some mistakes today, I feel like we were able to overcome that, and I'm really happy that we won. And Ju, this is your first interview. How do you feel? I didn't know that I would get POG today. I'm really happy that I got one. I'm quite nervous since this is my first interview.
자, 첫 승후 오랜만의 승리입니다. 연패 기간 동안 팀 분위기가 침체될 수도 있었을 텐데요.
So you guys finally secured a win after your first victory, and it's really easy for a team to fall into a slump from losing streak. So what kind of discussion did you have with your team to break the losing streak? Even though we win, or we would lose constantly, we would try to talk about what way we can improve as a team, what we need to fix. And I feel like those combined actually paid off. And Sylvie, in Game 1, your hammer was quite fierce. And let's take a look at the moment where you hit your Grand Slam.
네, 장면 설명 부탁드릴게요.
Do you remember this part?
이때 약간 저희가 처음에
Please walk us through.
용 자리를 밑으로 잡았어야 되는데 레넥톤이
We were supposed to position bot side to get Drake and get ready for the team fight, but I think I managed to react to how Peter was able to grab the enemy, and I actually just reactively landed my ult. And in Game 2, the side of Nongshim quickly took Poppy, but it turned out to be a flex pick top. So can you explain the draft? I feel like the top meta is Xante, Renekton, and Jax. So Poppy happens to be pretty good against Renekton and Jax. And I feel like they actually first picked and blind picked Xante, so we decided that it would be a good counter.
지우 선수 2세트에서는
Next question is for Jiu.
있지 않았나 싶었는데요. 플레이적으로 어떻게 좀 상세하고자
And
하셨을까요?
it seemed like your comp suffered a bit of disadvantage, but how did you manage to overcome it? I feel like we were just trying to go for a 50-50, but it didn't go as well as we planned.
라인전 좀 힘들었지만
But we were able to overcome it through team
것
fights.
같습니다. 자 그리고 또 2세트 초반에서 바텀에서 사고가 나면서
And with
말씀하신
the
대로
early accident bot, the game felt challenging for your team. With the team taking the first Baron, you guys regained momentum. So whose call was it to get that miraculous Baron?
이제 무기가
So
그 전에
I believe that it was winnable.
다들 같이 바론 오더 했던 것 같습니다.
So I think it was like a collective shot calling as a team to go Baron.
그 전부터 좀 불리했었어가지고.
Even before the Baron, we were at a disadvantage, and Peter was like, "Oh, maybe we should give it a shot."
역전의 발판을 만들어 주셨군요. 좋습니다. 자 그리고 이후에 게임을 승리로 굳힌 마지막 한타 장면이 있었습니다. 지우 선수 같이 보면서 이야기 나눠보도록
And the last team
하겠습니다.
fight was what secured your victory. So let's take a look at the replay.
네, 장면 설명 한번 부탁드리겠습니다.
이때
Can you walk us through this moment?
팀원들이 그냥 앞라인 보면서
Our
천천히
teammates were trying to go front to back, and we were telling each other to play slow.
상태가 큐프를 실수해서 좀 좋은 장면 나왔던
And Kazante ended up making a mistake with his Q flash, so we were able to take advantage of that.
이 장면 어떻게 보셨을까요?
제가 한번 그 전에 좀 무리하게 딜교를 해가지고 피가 까인 상태였는데.
I think I was actually I tried to trade, but it didn't go as well as planned, so I had to back, but I came back at a really good timing.
1세트 끝나고 난 다음에 바루스 플레이를 또
And Sylvie, after game 1, we heard lots of praises towards Varus's play. And after game 2, we heard you do you, Jiu.
선수의 활약이 돋보이기도 했습니다.
And we noticed that Jiu's performance was definitely something that stood out today. So would you say that Jiu joining the team has brought up the spice level? How's the synergy? I feel like everything's been going pretty well, and Jiu does make very progressive or proactive and aggressive plays. And it seems like it's been working out for our team overall.
지우라고 외치기도 하고 그리고 뭐 피터츄라는 이런 닉네임도 있잖아요.
And then we actually,
그런 호흡은 어떤지
in the analyst desk, they tend to say something like, "I choose you, Jiu," or "Go Peter Chu."
좀 있지만 그래도 좀 한타 부분에서는 잘 맞는 것 같습니다.
I feel like we have a good synergy in terms of team fights.
네, 좋습니다. 자, 오늘 또 실비 선수의 부모님이 오셨다고 들었는데 맞나요?
And we're told that Sylvie's parents are here, is that right? Yes, that's right. Any words for your parents?
이렇게 보러 와주셔서 정말 감사드리고 여태 많이
You always come here to cheer on and support me every match. And I'm really happy that I'm able to give you a victory and that you're able to witness it today.
혹시 오늘도 첫 인터뷰이기도 하고 이렇게 승리도 마무리하셨는데 지우 선수도
Since today
팬분들께 한 말씀
it's
부탁드리겠습니다.
your first POG interview, would you like to say anything for your fans? Thank you so much for coming today, and I hope to show you lots of winning moments from now on, so please look forward to it.
자, 이제 연패를 끊어내는 데는 성공을 하셨습니다. 다음 상대는
And now that you've successfully escaped the losing streak, your next opponent is Gen G.
어떤 점이 가장 경계가 되시는지 여쭤볼게요. 먼저 실비 선수.
What are you most wary of regarding Gen G?
라인들이 되게 단단하고 정글 쪽 피너 선수도
Like Gen G has solid players in every lane.
플레이만 조금 말리지 않으면은 그래도 해볼 만한.
And I feel like as long as I don't outplay myself, I'd be able to. It's going to be definitely winnable.
네, 이어서 지우 선수 다음 경기에 대한 각오 한 말씀 들어볼게요.
And Jiu, what's your mindset into your next match?
이제 한타 쪽에서 좀 많이 보여드리겠습니다.
와,
I'll make sure to show you everything I got in terms of the team fight.
기대해봐도 될까요?
네, 기대해 주셔도 될 것 같습니다.
아, 감사합니다.
So you're saying that the next team fight that you'll show us will be spicy, right? Yes, you can expect a spicy team fight.
나눠봤습니다. 승리 진심으로 축하드립니다.
And this will be the end of the interview with Sylvie and Jiu, and back to the space.
Thank you so much, Leah, for the wonderful translation. As always, I have no real words to express how cute this interview was. You have the parents' buff, you have really young players actually just performing on stage and seeing just how happy they are. It warms my heart. It's really cool. And it's
the best.
Yeah.
This team has been so fun to watch, and seeing them actually like get these moments in the LCK, super valuable.
And next week, as I was saying before the interview, they have Genji as the first game and T1. Given how T1 is performing right now, I actually think it's really winnable. Genji is going to be fun.
Genji is not going to. That is not a good matchup because Genji has this thing we call macro. And Nongshim give up a lot of free turrets.
Yeah.
But with T1 right now, they're kind of scrambling, and look at that. As we mentioned, Guangdong is still very far off, but overtaking a Brion, overtaking a DRX, it's not impossible.
A lot of potential, you know, just gotta keep getting those wins on the board.
But it's early
in
round
2. They doubled their amount of wins today.
Yeah.
You know, if they double again, then the same wins as Guangdong.
Who can stop them now? I'm asking you. We'll see about this in the upcoming weeks for the LCK. But for now, tomorrow we're gonna have the banger rematch of KT Rolster versus Freddy Brion, followed by Guangdong Freaks versus HLE. I will ask you about the second.
I was gonna say it's been a while since we've seen that first matchup. I think not sure how it'll go. Really, don't think we have any evidence to base it on. But that second one could be interesting. I think a lot of people would favor Honor Life Esports, which makes sense.
Yeah.
But you know, maybe Guangdong can come in.
Oh man, I trust the bear.
The bear.
The bear!
The Grizzly himself.
Grizzly actually has been great.
Yeah, he's been playing well. Helping a lot, the side of Honor Life. We'll see about this tomorrow, though. That's a wrap for us here on the side of the LCK. Guys, thank you so much. It's been a joy having you at this space with me. And thank you all for following One Other Day. We'll wrap up with 5 tomorrow. Stay tuned.
On the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me